Side 8. Control. Donald Gennaro stared at Hammond, sitting in the deserted cafeteria. The man was spooning ice cream, calmly eating it.
So, Muldoon believes the children are somewhere in the park.
He thinks so, yes.
Then I'm sure we'll find them.
I hope so, Gennaro said. He watched the old man deliberately eating, and he felt a chill.
Oh, I am sure we'll find them. After all, I keep telling everyone this park is made for kids.
Gennaro said, "Just so you understand that they're missing, sir."
"Missing?" he snapped. "Of course I know they're missing. I'm not senile."
He sighed and changed tone again.
"Look, Donald," Hammond said, "let's not get carried away. We've had a little breakdown from the storm or whatever, and as a result we've suffered a regrettable, unfortunate accident. And that's all that's happened. We're dealing with it. Arnold will get the computers cleaned up, Muldoon will pick up the kids, and I have no doubt he'll be back with them by the time we finish this ice cream. So let's just wait and see what develops, shall we?"
"Whatever you say, sir," Gennaro said. "Why?" Henry Wu said, looking at the console screen.
"Because I think Nedry did something to the code," Arnold said. "That's why I'm checking it."
"All right," Wu said, "but have you tried your options?"
"Like what?" Arnold said.
"I don't know. Aren't the safety systems still running?" Wu said. "Key checks, all that?"
"Jesus," Arnold said, snapping his fingers. "They must be. Safety systems can't be turned off except at the main panel."
"Well," Wu said, "if key checks is active, you can trace what he did."
"I sure as hell can," Arnold said.
He started to press buttons. Why hadn't he thought of it before? It was so obvious. The computer system at Jurassic Park had several tiers of safety systems built into it. One of them was a key check program, which monitored all the keystrokes entered by operators with access to the system. It was originally installed as a debugging device, but it was retained for its security value. In a moment, all the keystrokes that Nedry had entered into the computer earlier in the day were listed in a window on the screen. There was a string of numbers, followed by words, part words, and numerical instructions. System Nedry, go to command level. Nedry, 040-hatchmark XY-67 ampersand, MR Goodbytes. Security, keycheck off. Safety off. SL off. Security, white_rabbit.object.
"That's it?" Arnold said. "He was screwing around here for hours, it seemed like."
"Probably just killing time," Wu said, until he finally decided to get down to it. The initial list of numbers represented the ASCII keyboard codes for the keys Nedry had pushed at his console. Those numbers meant he was still within the standard user interface, like any ordinary user of the computer. So, initially, Nedry was just looking around, which you wouldn't have expected of the programmer who had designed the system. "Maybe he was trying to see if there were changes before he went in," Wu said.
"Maybe," Arnold said.
Arnold was now looking at the list of commands, which allowed him to follow Nedry's progression through the system line by line.
"At least we can see what he did."
System was Nedry's request to leave the ordinary user interface and access the code itself. The computer asked for his name, and he replied Nedry. That name was authorized to access the code, so the computer allowed him into the system. Nedry asked to go to command level, the computer's highest level of control. The command level required extra security and asked Nedry for his name, access number, and password. Nedry 040-hatchmark XY-67 ampersand, MR Goodbytes. Those entries got Nedry into the command level. From there, he wanted security, and since he was authorized, the computer allowed him to go there. Once at the security level, Nedry tried 3 variations: keycheck off, safety off, SL off. "He's trying to turn off the safety systems," Wu said. "He doesn't want anybody to see what he's about to do."
"Exactly," Arnold said. "And apparently he doesn't know it's no longer possible to turn the systems off except by manually flipping switches on the main board."
After 3 failed commands, the computer automatically began to worry about Nedry. But since he had gotten in with proper authorization, the computer would assume that Nedry was lost, trying to do something he couldn't accomplish from where he was. So the computer asked him again where he wanted to be, and Nedry said security, and he was allowed to remain there. Finally, Wu said, "Here's the kicker." He pointed to the last of the commands Nedry had entered, white_rabbit.object.
"What the hell is that?" Arnold said. "White rabbit? Is that supposed to be his private joke?"
"It's marked as an object," Wu said. In computer terminology, an object was a block of code that could be moved around and used the way you might move a chair in a room. An object might be a set of commands to draw a picture, or to refresh the screen, or to perform a certain calculation.
"Let's see where it is in the code," Arnold said. "Maybe we can figure out what it does."
He went to the program utilities and typed find white_rabbit.object. The computer flashed back, "Object not found in libraries."
"It doesn't exist," Arnold said.
"Then search the code listing," Wu said. Arnold typed find_listings white_rabbit.object. The screen scrolled rapidly, the lines of code blurring as they swept past. It continued this way for almost a minute and then abruptly stopped. "There it is," Wu said. "It's not an object, it's a command." The screen showed an arrow pointing to a single line of code buried amidst innocuous lines of instructions. Arrow on white_rabbit.object call link, parenthesis security perimeter, parenthesis set to off.
"Son of a bitch," Arnold said. Wu shook his head. "It isn't a bug in the code at all." "No," Arnold said, "it's a trap door. The fat bastard put in what looked like an object call, but it's actually a command that links the security and perimeter systems and then turns them off. Gives him complete access to every place in the park."
"Then we must be able to turn them back on," Wu said.
"Yeah, we must." Arnold frowned at the screen. "All we have to do is figure out the command." "I'll run an execution trace on the link," he said. "We'll see where that gets us." Wu got up from his chair. "Meanwhile," he said.
"Meanwhile? That somebody went into the freezer about an hour ago. I think I better go count my embryos." Ellie was in her room, about to change out of her wet clothes, when there was a knock on the door. "Alan?" she said. But when she opened the door, she saw Muldoon standing there, with a plastic-wrapped package under his arm. Muldoon was also soaking wet, and there were streaks of dirt on his clothes.
"I'm sorry, but we need your help," Muldoon said briskly. "The land cruisers were attacked an hour ago. We brought Malcolm back, but he's in shock. He's got a very bad injury to his leg. He's still unconscious, but I put him in the bed in his room. Harding is on his way over."
"Harding?" she said. "What about the others?"
"We haven't found the others yet, Dr. Sattler," Muldoon said. He was speaking slowly now.
"Oh, my God."
"But we think that Dr. Grant and the children are still alive. We think they went into the park, Dr. Sattler."
"Went into the park?"
"We think so. Meanwhile, Malcolm needs help. I've called Harding."
"Shouldn't you call a doctor?"
"There's no doctor on the island. Harding's the best we have."
"But surely you can call for a doctor," she said.
"No." Muldoon shook his head. "Phone lines are down. We can't call out."
He shifted the package in his arm. "What's that?" she said.
"Nothing. Just go to Malcolm's room and help Harding, if you will."
And Muldoon was gone. She sat on her bed, shocked. Ellie Sattler was not a woman disposed to unnecessary panic, and she had known Grant to get out of dangerous situations before. Once he'd been lost in the Badlands for 4 days when a cliff gave way beneath him and his truck fell 100 feet into a ravine. Grant's right leg was broken. He had no water, but he had walked back on a broken leg. On the other hand, the kids. She shook her head, pushing the thought away. The kids were probably with Grant, and if Grant was out in the park, well, what better person to get them safely through Jurassic Park than a dinosaur expert? In the park. "I'm tired," Lex said. "Carry me, Dr. Grant." "You're too big to carry," Tim said. "But I'm tired," she said. "Okay, Lex," Grant said, picking her up. "Oof, you're heavy." It was almost 9 p.m. The full moon was blurred by drifting mist, and their blunted shadows led them across an open field toward dark woods beyond. Grant was lost in thought, trying to decide where he was. Since they had originally crossed over the fence that the Tyrannosaur had battered down, Grant was reasonably sure they were now somewhere in the Tyrannosaur paddock, which was a place he did not want to be. In his mind, he kept seeing the computer tracing of the Tyrannosaur's home range, the tight squiggle of lines that traced his movements within a small area. He and the kids were in that area now. But Grant also remembered that the Tyrannosaurs were isolated from all the other animals, which meant that they would know they had left the paddock when they crossed a barrier, a fence, or a moat, or both. He had seen no barriers so far. The girl put her head on his shoulder and twirled her hair in her fingers. Soon she was snoring. Tim trudged alongside Grant. "Are you holding up, Tim?" "Okay," he said, "but I think we might be in the Tyrannosaur area." "I'm pretty sure we are. I hope we get out soon." "You going to go into the woods?" Tim said. As they came closer, the woods seemed dark and forbidding. "Yes," Grant said. "I think we can navigate by the numbers on the motion sensors." The motion sensors were green boxes set about 4 feet off the ground. Some were freestanding, most were attached to trees. None of them were working because apparently the power was still off. Each sensor box had a glass lens mounted in the center and a painted code number beneath that. Up ahead in the mist-streaked moonlight, Grant could see a box marked T/S/04. They entered the forest. Huge trees loomed on all sides. In the moonlight, a low mist clung to the ground, curling around the roots of the trees. It was beautiful, but it made walking treacherous. And Grant was watching the sensors. They seemed to be numbered in descending order. He passed T/S/03 and T/S/02. Eventually, they reached T/S/01. He was tired from carrying the girl, and he had hoped this would coincide with a boundary for the Tyrannosaur paddock, but it was just another box in the middle of the woods. The next box after that was marked T/N/01, followed by T/N/02. Grant realized the numbers must be arranged geographically around a central point like a compass. They were going from south to north, so the numbers got smaller as they approached the center, then got larger again. "At least we're going the right way," Tim said. "Good for you," Grant said. Tim smiled and stumbled over vines in the mist. He got quickly to his feet. They walked on for a while. "My parents are getting a divorce," he said. "Uh-huh," Grant said. "My dad moved out last month. He has his own place in Mill Valley now." "Uh-huh." "He never carries my sister anymore. He never even picks her up." "And he says you have dinosaurs on the brain," Grant said. Tim sighed. "Yeah." "You miss him?" Grant said. "Not really," Tim said. "Sometimes. She misses him more." "Who, your mother?" "No, Lex. My mom has a boyfriend. She knows him from work." They walked in silence for a while, passing T/N/03 and T/N/04. "Have you met him?" Grant said. "Yeah." "How is he?" "He's okay," Tim said. "He's younger than my dad, but he's bald." "How does he treat you?" "I don't know. Okay. I think he just tries to get on my good side. I don't know what's going to happen. Sometimes my mom says we'll have to sell the house and move. Sometimes he and my mom fight, late at night. I sit in my room and play with my computer, but I can still hear it." "Uh-huh," Grant said. "Are you divorced?" "No," Grant said. "My wife died a long time ago." "And now you're with Dr. Sattler?" Grant smiled in the darkness. "No, she's my student." "You mean she's still in school?" "Graduate school, yes." Grant paused long enough to shift Lex to his other shoulder, and then they continued on, past T/N/05 and T/N/06. There was the rumble of thunder in the distance. The storm had moved to the south. There was very little sound in the forest except for the drone of cicadas and the soft croaking of tree frogs. "You have children?" Tim asked. No, Grant said. Are you going to marry Dr. Sattler? No, she's marrying a nice doctor in Chicago sometime next year. Oh, Tim said. He seemed surprised to hear it. They walked along for a while. Then who are you going to marry? I don't think I'm going to marry anybody, Grant said. Me neither, Tim said. They walked for a while. Tim said, Are we going to walk all night? I don't think I can, Grant said. We'll have to stop, at least for a few hours. He glanced at his watch. We're okay. We've got almost 15 hours before we have to be back, before the ship reaches the mainland. Where are we going to stop? Tim asked immediately. Grant was wondering the same thing. His first thought was that they might climb a tree and sleep up there. But they would have to climb very high to get safely away from the animals, and Lex might fall out while she was asleep, and tree branches were hard. They wouldn't get any rest, at least he wouldn't. They needed someplace really safe. He thought back to the plans he had seen on the jet coming down. He remembered that there were outlying buildings for each of the different divisions. Grant didn't know what they were like because plans for the individual buildings weren't included, and he couldn't remember exactly where they were, but he remembered they were scattered all around the park. There might be buildings somewhere nearby. But that was a different requirement from simply crossing a barrier and getting out of the tyrannosaur paddock. Finding a building meant a search strategy of some kind, and the best strategies were... Tim, can you hold your sister for me? I'm going to climb a tree and have a look around. High in the branches, he had a good view of the forest, the tops of the trees extending away to his left and right. They were surprisingly near the edge of the forest. Directly ahead, the trees ended before a clearing with an electrified fence and a pale concrete moat. Beyond that, a large open field, in what he assumed was the sauropod paddock. In the distance, more trees and misty moonlight sparkling on the ocean. Somewhere he heard the bellowing of a dinosaur, but it was far away. He put on Tim's night vision goggles and looked again. He followed the gray curve of the moat and then saw what he was looking for, the dark strip of a service road leading to the flat rectangle of a roof. The roof was barely above ground level, but it was there, and it wasn't far, maybe a quarter of a mile or so from the tree. When he came back down, Lex was sniffling. What's the matter? I heard an aminal. It won't bother us. Are you awake now? Come on. He led her to the fence. It was 12 feet high, with a spiral of barbed wire at the top. It seemed to stretch far above them in the moonlight. The moat was immediately on the other side. Lex looked up at the fence doubtfully. Can you climb it? Grant asked her. She handed him her glove and her baseball. Sure. Easy. She started to climb. But I bet Timmy can't. Tim spun in fury. You shut up. Timmy's afraid of heights. I am not. She climbed higher. So am not. Then come and get me. Grant turned to Tim, pale in the darkness. The boy wasn't moving. You okay with the fence, Tim? Sure. Want some help? Timmy's a fraidy cat, Lex called. What a stupid jerk, Tim said, and he started to climb. It's freezing, Lex said. They were standing waist-deep in smelly water at the bottom of a deep concrete moat. They had climbed the fence without incident, except that Tim had torn his shirt on the coils of barbed wire at the top. Then they had all slid down into the moat, and now Grant was looking for a way out. At least I got Timmy over the fence for you, Lex said. He really is scared most times. Thanks for your help, Tim said sarcastically. In the moonlight he could see floating lumps on the surface. He moved along the moat, looking at the concrete wall on the far side. The concrete was smooth. They couldn't possibly climb it. Ew, Lex said, pointing to the water. It won't hurt you, Lex. Grant finally found a place where the concrete had cracked and a vine grew down toward the water. He tugged on the vine, and it held his weight. Let's go, kids. They started to climb the vine back to the field above. It took only a few minutes to cross the field to the embankment leading to the below-grade service road and the maintenance building off to the right. They passed 2 motion sensors, and Grant noticed with some uneasiness that the sensors were still not working, nor were the lights. More than 2 hours had passed since the power first went out, and it was not yet restored. Somewhere in the distance they heard the tyrannosaur roar. "Is he around here?" Lex said. "No," Grant said. "We're in another section of park from him." They slid down a grassy embankment and moved toward the concrete building. In the darkness, it was forbidding, bunker-like. "What is this place?" Lex said. "It's safe," Grant said, hoping that was true. The entrance gate was large enough to drive a truck through. It was fitted with heavy bars. Inside, they could see the building was an open shed with piles of grass and bales of hay stacked among equipment. The gate was locked with a heavy padlock. As Grant was examining it, Lex slipped sideways between the bars. "Come on, you guys." Tim followed her. "I think you can do it, Dr. Grant." He was right. It was a tight squeeze, but Grant was able to ease his body between the bars and get into the shed. As soon as he was inside, a wave of exhaustion struck him. "I wonder if there's anything to eat," Lex said. "Just hay." Grant broke open a bale and spread it around on the concrete. The hay in the center was warm. They lay down, feeling the warmth. Lex curled up beside him and closed her eyes. Tim put his arm around her. He heard the sauropods trumpeting softly in the distance. Neither child spoke. They were almost immediately snoring. Grant raised his arm to look at his watch, but it was too dark to see. He felt the warmth of the children against his own body. Grant closed his eyes and slept. Control. Muldoon and Gennaro came into the control room just as Arnold clapped his hands and said, "Got you, you little son of a bitch!" "What is it?" Gennaro said. Arnold pointed to the screen where arrows pointed to 4 more lines of code. Arrow on Fini.object link set security perimeter. Arrow on Fini.object call link.sst security perimeter set to on. Arrow on Fini.object set link.sst security perimeter restore. Arrow on Fini.object delete line rf white _rabbit.object Fini.object. "That's it," Arnold said, pleased. "That's what?" Gennaro asked, staring at the screen. "I finally found the command to restore the original code. The command called Fini.object resets the linked parameters, namely the fence and the power." "Good," Muldoon said. "But it does something else," Arnold said. "It then erases the code lines that refer to it. It destroys all evidence it was ever there." "Pretty slick." Gennaro shook his head. "I don't know much about computers." Although he knew enough to know what it meant when a high-tech company went back to the source code, it meant big, big problems. "Well, watch this," Arnold said, and he typed in the command Fini.object. The screen flickered and immediately changed. Muldoon pointed to the windows. "Look!" Outside, the big quartz lights were coming on throughout the park. They went to the windows and looked out. "Hot damn," Arnold said. Gennaro said, "Does this mean the electrified fences are back on?" "You bet it does," Arnold said. "It'll take a few seconds to get up to full power because we've got 50 miles of fence out there and the generator has to charge the capacitors along the way. But in half a minute, we'll be back in business." Arnold pointed to the vertical glass see-through map of the park. On the map, bright red lines were snaking out from the power station, moving throughout the park as electricity surged through the fences. "And the motion sensors?" Gennaro said. "Yes, them too. It'll be a few minutes while the computer counts, but everything's working," Arnold said. 9:30, and we've got the whole damn thing back up and running." Grant opened his eyes. Brilliant blue light was streaming into the building through the bars of the gate. Quartz light. The power was back on. Groggily, he looked at his watch. It was just 9:30. He'd been asleep only a couple of minutes. He decided he could sleep a few minutes more, and then he would go back up to the field and stand in front of the motion sensors and wave, setting them off. The control room would spot him. They'd send a car out to pick him and the kids up. He'd tell Arnold to recall the supply ship, and they'd all finish the night in their own beds back in the lodge. He would do that right away. In just a couple of minutes, he yawned and closed his eyes again.
Not bad, Arnold said in the control room, staring at the glowing map. There's only 3 cutouts in the whole park. Much better than I hoped for.
Cutouts? Gennaro said.
The fence automatically cuts out short-circuited sections, he explained. You can see a big one here in Sector 12, near the main road. That's where the wrecks knocked the fence down, Muldoon said. Exactly. And another one is here in Sector 11, near the sauropod maintenance building.
Why would that section be out? Gennaro said.
God knows, Arnold said. Probably storm damage, or a fallen tree. We can check it on the monitor in a while. The third one is over there by the Jungle River. Don't know why that should be out either.
As Gennaro looked, the map became more complex, filling with green spots and numbers. What's all this?
The animals. The motion sensors are working again, and the computer's starting to identify the location of all the animals in the park, and anybody else, too.
Gennaro stared at the map. You mean Grant and the kids?
Yes. We've reset our search number above 400, so if they're out there moving around, Arnold said, the motion sensors will pick them up as additional animals. He stared at the map. But I don't see any additionals yet.
Why does it take so long? Gennaro said.
You have to realize, Mr. Gennaro, Arnold said, that there's a lot of extraneous movement out there. Branches blowing in the wind, birds flying around, all kinds of stuff. The computer has to eliminate all the background movement. It may take, Okay, count's finished.
Gennaro said, You don't see the kids?
Arnold twisted in his chair and looked back to the map. No, he said. At the moment, there are no additionals on the map at all. Everything out there has been accounted for as a dinosaur. They're probably up in a tree, or somewhere else where we can't see them. I wouldn't worry yet. Several animals haven't shown up, like the big Rex. That's probably because it's sleeping somewhere and not moving. The people may be sleeping too, we just don't know. Muldoon shook his head. We better get on with it, he said. We need to repair the fences and get the animals back into their paddocks. According to that computer, we got 5 to herd back to the proper paddocks. I'll take the maintenance crews out now. Arnold turned to Gennaro. You may want to see how Dr. Malcolm is doing. Tell Dr. Harding that Muldoon will need him in about an hour to supervise the herding, and I'll notify Mr. Hammond that we're starting our final cleanup.
Gennaro passed through the iron gates and went in the front door of the safari lodge. He saw Ellie Sattler coming down the hallway carrying towels and a pan of steaming water. There's a kitchen at the other end, she said. We're using that to boil water for the dressings. How is he? Gennaro asked. Surprisingly good, she said. Gennaro followed Ellie down to Malcolm's room and was startled to hear the sound of laughter. The mathematician lay on his back in the bed with Harding adjusting an IV line. So the other man says, I'll tell you frankly, I didn't like it, Bill. I went back to toilet paper. Harding was laughing. It's not bad, is it? Malcolm said, smiling. Ah, Mr. Gennaro, you've come to see me. Now you know what happens from trying to get a leg up on the situation. Gennaro came in tentatively. Harding said, He's on fairly high doses of morphine. Not high enough, I can tell you, Malcolm said. Christ, he's stingy with his drugs. Did they find the others yet? No, not yet, Gennaro said, but I'm glad to see you doing so well. How else should I be doing, Malcolm said, with a compound fracture of the leg that is likely septic and beginning to smell rather, pungent? But I always say if you can't keep a sense of humor... Gennaro smiled. Do you remember what happened? Of course I remember, Malcolm said. Do you think you could be bitten by a Tyrannosaurus Rex and it would escape your mind? No, indeed, I'll tell you, you remember it for the rest of your life. In my case, perhaps not a terribly long time, but still, yes, I remember. Malcolm described running from the Land Cruiser in the rain and being chased down by the Rex. It was my own damn fault. He was too close, but I was panicked. In any case, he picked me up in his jaws. How? Gennaro said. Torso, Malcolm said and lifted his shirt. A broad semicircle of bruised punctures ran from his shoulder to his navel. Lifted me up in his jaws, shook me bloody hard, and threw me down. And I was fine. Terrified, of course, but still and all fine. Right up to the moment he threw me. I broke the leg in the fall. but the bite was not half bad. He sighed, considering. Harding said, "Most of the big carnivores don't have strong jaws. The real power is in the neck musculature. The jaws just hold on while they use the neck to twist and rip. But with a small creature like Dr. Malcolm, the animal would just shake him and then toss him." "I'm afraid that's right," Malcolm said. "I doubt I'd have survived except the big chap's heart wasn't in it. To tell the truth, he struck me as a rather clumsy attacker of anything less than an automobile or a small apartment building." "You think he attacked half-heartedly?" "It pains me to say it," Malcolm said, "but I don't honestly feel I had his full attention. He had mine, of course, but then he weighs 8 tons. I don't." Gennaro turned to Harding and said, "They're going to repair the fences now. Arnold says Muldoon will need your help herding animals." "Okay," Harding said. "So long as you leave me Dr. Sattler and ample morphine," Malcolm said, "and so long as we do not have a Malcolm effect here." "What's a Malcolm effect?" Gennaro said. "Modesty forbids me," Malcolm said, "from telling you the details of a phenomenon named after me." He sighed again and closed his eyes. In a moment he was sleeping. Ellie walked out into the hallway with Gennaro. "Don't be fooled," she said. "It's a great strain on him. When will you have a helicopter here?" "A helicopter? He needs surgery on that leg. Make sure they send for a helicopter and get him off this island." The park. The portable generators sputtered and roared to life, and the quartz floodlights glowed at the ends of their telescoping arms. Muldoon heard the soft gurgle of the Jungle River a few yards to the north. He turned back to the maintenance van and saw one of the workmen coming out with a big power saw. No, he said, "just the ropes, Carlos. We don't need to cut it." They turned back to look at the fence. They had difficulty finding the shortened section at first because there wasn't much to see. A small protocarpus tree was leaning against the fence. It was one of several that had been planted in this region of the park, their feathery branches intended to conceal the fence from view. But this particular tree had been tied down with guy wires and turnbuckles. The wires had broken free in the storm, and the metal turnbuckles had blown against the fence and shorted it out. Of course, none of this should have happened. Grounds crews were supposed to use plastic-coated wires and ceramic turnbuckles near fences, but it had happened anyway. In any case, it wasn't going to be a big job. All they had to do was pull the tree off the fence, remove the metal fittings, and mark it for the gardeners to fix in the morning. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. And that was just as well, because Muldoon knew the Dilophosaurs always stayed close to the river. Even though the workmen were separated from the river by the fence, the Dillos could spit right through it, delivering their blinding poison. Ramon, one of the workmen, came over. "Senor Muldoon," he said, "did you see the lights?" "What lights?" Muldoon said. Ramon pointed to the east through the jungle. "I saw it as we were coming out. It is there, very faint. You see it? It looks like the lights of a car, but it is not moving." Muldoon squinted. It probably was just a maintenance light. After all, power was back on. "We'll worry about it later," he said. "Right now, let's just get that tree off the fence." Arnold was in an expansive mood. The park was almost back in order. Muldoon was repairing the fences. Hammond had gone off to supervise the transfer of the animals with Harding. Although he was tired, Arnold was feeling good. He was even in a mood to indulge the lawyer, Gennaro. "The Malcolm effect?" Arnold said. "You worried about that?" "I'm just curious," Gennaro said. "You mean you want me to tell you why Ian Malcolm is wrong?" "Sure." Arnold lit another cigarette. "It's technical." "Try me." "Okay," Arnold said. "Chaos theory describes nonlinear systems. It's now become a very broad theory that's been used to study everything from the stock market to heart rhythms. A very fashionable theory. Very trendy to apply it to any complex system where there might be unpredictability. Okay?" "Okay," Gennaro said. Ian Malcolm is a mathematician specializing in chaos theory. Quite amusing and personable, but basically what he does, besides wear black, is use computers to model the behavior of complex systems. And John Hammond loves the latest scientific fad, so he asked Malcolm to model the system at Jurassic Park, which Malcolm did. Malcolm's models are all face-space shapes on a computer screen. Have you seen them? No, Gennaro said. Well, they look like a weird, twisted ship's propeller. According to Malcolm, the behavior of any system follows the surface of the propeller. You with me? Not exactly, Gennaro said. Arnold held his hand in the air. Let's say I put a drop of water on the back of my hand. That drop is going to run off my hand. Maybe it'll run toward my wrist. Maybe it'll run toward my thumb, or down between my fingers. I don't know for sure where it will go, but I know it will run somewhere along the surface of my hand. It has to. Okay, Gennaro said. Chaos theory treats the behavior of a whole system like a drop of water moving on a complicated propeller surface. The drop may spiral down or slip outward toward the edge. It may do many different things, depending, but it will always move along the surface of the propeller. Okay. Malcolm's models tend to have a ledge or a sharp incline where the drop of water will speed up greatly. He modestly calls this speeding up movement the Malcolm effect. The whole system could suddenly collapse. And that was what he said about Jurassic Park, that it had inherent instability. Inherent instability, Gennaro said. And what did you do when you got his report? We disagreed with it and ignored it, of course, Arnold said. Was that wise? It's self-evident, Arnold said. We're dealing with living systems, after all. This is life, not computer models. In the harsh quartz lights, the Hypsilophodont's green head hung down out of the sling, the tongue dangling, the eyes dull. "Careful! Careful!" Hammond shouted as the crane began to lift. Harding grunted and eased the head back onto the leather straps. He didn't want to impede circulation through the carotid artery. The crane hissed as it lifted the animal into the air onto the waiting flatbed truck. The Hypsie was a small dryosaur, 7 feet long, weighing about 500 pounds. She was dark green with mottled brown spots. She was breathing slowly, but she seemed all right. Harding had shot her a few minutes before with a tranquilizer gun, and apparently he had guessed the correct dose. There was always a tense moment dosing these big animals. Too little, and they would run off into the forest, collapsing where you couldn't get to them. Too much, and they went into terminal cardiac arrest. This one had taken a single bounding leap and keeled over, perfectly dosed. "Watch it! Easy!" Hammond was shouting to the workmen. "Mr. Hammond," Harding said, "please." "Well, they should be careful." "They are being careful," Harding said. He climbed up onto the back of the flatbed as the Hypsie came down, and he set her into the restraining harness. Harding slipped on the cardiogram collar that monitored heartbeat, then picked up the big electronic thermometer the size of a turkey baster and slipped it into the rectum. It beeped, 96.2 degrees. "How is she?" Hammond asked fretfully. "She's fine," Harding said. "She's only dropped 1.5 degrees. "That's too much," Hammond said. "Too deep." "You don't want her waking up and jumping off the truck," Harding snapped. Before coming to the park, Harding had been the chief of veterinary medicine at the San Diego Zoo and the world's leading expert on avian care. He flew all over the world, consulting with zoos in Europe, India, and Japan on the care of exotic birds. He'd had no interest when this peculiar little man showed up, offering him a position in a private game park. But when he learned what Hammond had done, it was impossible to pass up. Harding had an academic bent, and the prospect of writing the first textbook of veterinary internal medicine, Diseases of Dinosauria, was compelling. In the late 20th century, veterinary medicine was scientifically advanced. The best zoos ran clinics little different from hospitals. New textbooks were merely refinements of old. For a world-class practitioner, there were no worlds left to conquer. But to be the first to care for a whole new class of animals, that was something. And Harding had never regretted his decision. He had developed considerable expertise with these animals, and he didn't want to hear from Hammond now. The Hypsie snorted and twitched. She was still breathing shallowly. There was no ocular reflex yet, but it was time to get moving. "All aboard," Harding shouted. "Let's get this girl back to her paddock."
Living systems, Arnold said, are not like mechanical systems. Living systems are never in equilibrium. They are inherently unstable. They may seem stable, but they're not. Everything is moving and changing. In a sense, everything is on the edge of collapse. Gennaro was frowning. But lots of things don't change. Body temperature doesn't change, all kinds of other... Body temperature changes constantly, Arnold said. Constantly. It changes cyclically over 24 hours, lowest in the morning, highest in the afternoon. It changes with mood, with disease, with exercise, with outside temperature, with food. It continuously fluctuates up and down, tiny jiggles on a graph. Because at any moment some forces are pushing temperature up or other forces are pulling it down. It is inherently unstable. And every other aspect of living systems is like that too. So you're saying Malcolm's just another theoretician, Arnold said. Sitting in his office, he made a nice mathematical model, and it never occurred to him that what he saw as defects were actually necessities. Look, when I was working on missiles, we dealt with something called resonant yaw. Resonant yaw meant that even though a missile was only slightly unstable off the pad, it was hopeless. It was inevitably going to go out of control, and it couldn't be brought back. That's a feature of mechanical systems. A little wobble can get worse until the whole system collapses. But those same little wobbles are essential to a living system. They mean the system is healthy and responsive. Malcolm never understood that. Are you sure he didn't understand that? He seems pretty clear on the difference between living and non-living. Look, Arnold said, the proof is right here. He pointed to the screens. In less than an hour, he said, the park will be all back online. The only thing I've got left to clear is the telephones. For some reason, they're still out, but everything else will be working. And that's not theoretical, that's a fact. The needle went deep into the neck, and Harding injected the Medrine into the anesthetized female dryosaur as she lay on her side on the ground. Immediately, the animal began to recover, snorting and kicking her powerful hind legs. "Back, everybody," Harding said, scrambling away. "Get back!" The dinosaur staggered to her feet, standing drunkenly. She shook her lizard head, stared at the people standing back in the quartz lights, and blinked. "She's drooling," Hammond said, worried. "Temporary," Harding said. "It'll stop." The dryosaur coughed and then moved slowly across the field, away from the lights. "Why isn't she helping?" "She will," Harding said. "It'll take her about an hour to recover fully. She's fine." He turned back to the car. "Okay, boys, let's go deal with the stego." Muldoon watched as the last of the stakes was pounded into the ground. The lines were pulled taut, and the protocarpus tree was lifted clear. Muldoon could see the blackened, charred streaks on the silver fence where the short had occurred. At the base of the fence, several ceramic insulators had burst. They would have to be replaced. But before that could be done, Arnold would have to shut down all the fences. "Control, this is Muldoon. We're ready to begin repair." "All right," Arnold said. "Shutting out your section now." Muldoon glanced at his watch. Somewhere in the distance he heard soft hooting. It sounded like owls, but he knew it was the Dilophosaurs. He went over to Ramon and said, "Let's finish this up. I want to get to those other sections of fence." An hour went by. Donald Gennaro stared at the glowing map in the control room as the spots and numbers flickered and changed. "What's happening now?" Arnold worked at the console. "I'm trying to get the phones back so we can call about Malcolm." "No, I mean out there." Arnold glanced up at the board. "It looks as if they're about done with the animals and the two sections. Just as I told you, the park is back in hand, with no catastrophic Malcolm effect. In fact, there's just that third section of fence." "Arnold!" It was Muldoon's voice. "Yes? Have you seen this bloody fence?" "Just a minute." On one of the monitors, Gennaro saw a high angle down on a field of grass blowing in the wind. In the distance was a low concrete roof. "That's the sauropod maintenance building," Arnold explained. "It's one of the utility structures we use for equipment, feed storage, and so on. We have them all around the park, in each of the paddocks." On the monitor, the video image panned. "We're turning the camera now to get a look at the fence." Gennaro saw a shining wall of metallic mesh in the light.
One section had been trampled, knocked flat. Muldoon's jeep and work crew were there.
Huh, Arnold said. Looks like the wrecks went into the sauropod paddock. Muldoon said, "Fine dining tonight."
"We'll have to get him out of there," Arnold said.
"With what?" Muldoon said. "We haven't got anything to use on a Rex. I'll fix this fence, but I'm not going in there until daylight."
"Hammond won't like it."
"We'll discuss it when I get back," Muldoon said. "How many sauropods will the Rex kill?" Hammond said, pacing around the control room.
"Probably just one," Harding said. "Sauropods are big. The Rex can feed off a single kill for several days."
"We have to go out and get him tonight," Hammond said.
Muldoon shook his head.
"I'm not going in there until daylight."
Hammond was rising up and down on the balls of his feet, the way he did whenever he was angry.
"Are you forgetting you work for me?"
"No, Mr. Hammond, I'm not forgetting."
"But that's a full-grown adult tyrannosaur out there. How do you plan to get him?" "We have tranquilizer guns."
"We have tranquilizer guns that shoot a 20cc dart," Muldoon said.
"Fine for an animal that weighs 400 or 500 pounds. That tyrannosaur weighs 8 tons. It wouldn't even feel it." "You ordered a larger weapon?"
"I ordered 3 larger weapons, Mr. Hammond, but you cut the requisition, so we only got 1. And it's gone. Nedry took it when he left."
"That was pretty stupid. Who let that happen?" "Nedry's not my problem, Mr. Hammond," Muldoon said. "You're saying," Hammond said, "that as of this moment there is no way to stop the tyrannosaur?"
"That's exactly what I'm saying," Muldoon said.
"That's ridiculous," Hammond said.
"It's your park, Mr. Hammond. You didn't want anybody to be able to injure your precious dinosaurs. Well, now you've got a Rex in with the sauropods, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it." He left the room.
"Just a minute," Hammond said,
hurrying after him. Gennaro stared at the screens and listened to the shouted argument in the hallway outside. He said to Arnold, "I guess you don't have control of the park yet, after all." "Don't kid yourself," Arnold said, lighting another cigarette. "We have the park. It'll be dawn in a couple of hours. We may lose a couple of dinos before we get the Rex out of there, but believe me, we have the park." Dawn. Grant was awakened by a loud grinding noise, followed by a mechanical clanking. He opened his eyes and saw a bale of hay rolling past him on a conveyor belt up toward the ceiling. 2 more bales followed it. Then the clanking stopped as abruptly as it had begun, and the concrete building was silent again. Grant yawned. He stretched sleepily, winced in pain, and sat up. Soft yellow light came through the side windows. It was morning. He had slept the whole night. He looked quickly at his watch. 5 a.m. Still almost 6 hours to go before the boat had to be recalled. He rolled onto his back, groaning. His head throbbed and his body ached as if he had been beaten up. From around the corner he heard a squeaking sound like a rusty wheel, and then Lex giggling. Grant stood slowly and looked at the building. Now that it was daylight, he could see it was some kind of maintenance building with stacks of hay and supplies. On the wall he saw a gray metal box and a stenciled sign, Sauropod Maintenance Building 04. This must be the sauropod paddock, as he had thought. He opened the box and saw a telephone, but when he lifted the receiver he heard only hissing static. Apparently the phones weren't working yet.
"Chew your food," Lex was saying. "Don't be a piggy, Ralph."
Grant walked around the corner and found Lex by the bars, holding out handfuls of hay to an animal outside that looked like a large pink pig, and was making the squeaking sounds Grant had heard. It was actually an infant triceratops about the size of a pony. The infant didn't have horns on its head yet, just a curved, bony frill behind big, soft eyes. It poked its snout through the bars toward Lex, its eyes watching her as she fed it more hay.
"That's better," Lex said. "There's plenty of hay. Don't worry."
She patted the baby on the head.
"You like hay, don't you, Ralph?"
Lex turned back and saw him.
"This is Ralph," Lex said. "He's my friend. He likes hay."
Grant took a step and stopped, wincing.
"You look pretty bad," Lex said.
"I feel pretty bad."
"Tim, too. His nose is all swollen up."
"Where is Tim?"
"Peeing," she said. You want to help me feed Ralph?
The baby Triceratops looked at Grant. Hay stuck out of both sides of its mouth, dropping on the floor as it chewed.
He's a very messy eater, Lex said, and he's very hungry.
The baby finished chewing and licked its lips. It opened its mouth, waiting for more. Grant could see the slender, sharp teeth and the beaky upper jaw like a parrot.
Okay, just a minute, Lex said, scooping up more straw from the concrete floor. Honestly, Ralph, she said, you'd think your mother never fed you.
Why is his name Ralph?
Because he looks like Ralph at school.
Grant came closer and touched the skin of the neck gently.
It's okay, you can pet him, Lex said. He likes it when you pet him, don't you, Ralph?
The skin felt dry and warm, with the pebbled texture of a football. Ralph gave a little squeak as Grant petted it. Outside the bars, its thick tail swung back and forth with pleasure.
He's pretty tame.
Ralph looked from Lex to Grant as it ate and showed no sign of fear. It reminded Grant that the dinosaurs didn't have ordinary responses to people.
Maybe I can ride him, Lex said.
Let's not.
I bet he'd let me, Lex said. It'd be fun to ride a dinosaur.
Grant looked out the bars past the animal to the open fields of the sauropod compound. It was growing lighter every minute. He should go outside, he thought, and set off one of the motion sensors on the field above. After all, it might take the people in the control room an hour to get out here to him, and he didn't like the idea that the phones were still down. He heard a deep snorting sound like the snort of a very large horse, and suddenly the baby became agitated. It tried to pull its head back through the bars, but got caught on the edge of its frill, and it squeaked in fright. The snorting came again. It was closer this time. Ralph reared up on its hind legs, frantic to get out from between the bars. It wriggled its head back and forth, rubbing against the bars.
Ralph, take it easy, Lex said.
Push him out, Grant said. He reached up to Ralph's head and leaned against it, pushing the animal sideways and backward. The frill popped free, and the baby fell outside the bars, losing its balance and flopping on its side. Then the baby was covered in shadow, and a huge leg came into view, thicker than a tree trunk. The foot had 5 curved toenails like an elephant's. Ralph looked up and squeaked. A head came down into view, 6 feet long, with 3 long white horns, one above each of the large brown eyes, and a smaller horn at the tip of the nose. It was a full-grown Triceratops. The big animal peered at Lex and Grant, blinking slowly, and then turned its attention to Ralph. A tongue came out and licked the baby. Ralph squeaked and rubbed up against the big leg happily.
Is that his mom?
Lex said. Looks like it, Grant said.
Should we feed the mom too? Lex said.
But the big Triceratops was already nudging Ralph with her snout, pushing the baby away from the bars. Guess not. The infant turned away from the bars and walked off. From time to time, the big mother nudged her baby, guiding it away as they both walked out into the fields.
Goodbye, Ralph,
Lex said, waving. Tim came out of the shadows of the building. Tell you what, Grant said, I'm going up on the hill to set off the motion sensors so they'll know to come get us. You two stay here and wait for me.
No,
Lex said. Why? Stay here, it's safe here.
You're not leaving us, she said. Right, Timmy?
Right, Tim said. Okay, Grant said. They crawled through the bars, stepping outside. It was just before dawn. The air was warm and humid, the sky soft pink and purple. A white mist clung low to the ground. Some distance away they saw the mother Triceratops and the baby moving away toward a herd of large duck-billed hadrosaurs, eating foliage from trees at the edge of the lagoon. Some of the hadrosaurs stood knee-deep in the water. They drank, lowering their flat heads, meeting their own reflections in the still water. Then they looked up again, their heads swiveling. At the water's edge, one of the babies ventured out, squeaked, and scrambled back while the adults watched indulgently. Farther south, other hadrosaurs were eating the lower vegetation. Sometimes they reared up on their hind legs, resting their forelegs on the tree trunks so they could reach the leaves on higher branches. And in the far distance, a giant apatosaur stood above the trees, the tiny head swiveling on the long neck. The scene was so peaceful, Grant found it hard to imagine any danger.
Yow!
Lex shouted, ducking. 2 giant red dragonflies with 6-foot wingspans hummed past them. What was that? Dragonflies, he said. The Jurassic was a time of huge insects. Do they bite? Lex said. I don't think so, Grant said. Tim held out his hand. One of the dragonflies lighted on it. He could feel the weight of the huge insect. He's going to bite you, Lex warned. But the dragonfly just slowly flapped its red-veined, transparent wings, and then, when Tim moved his arm, flew off again. Which way do we go? Lex said. There. They started walking across the field. They reached a black box mounted on a heavy metal tripod, the first of the motion sensors. Grant stopped and waved his hand in front of it, back and forth. But nothing happened. If the phones didn't work, perhaps the sensors didn't work either. We'll try another one, he said, pointing across the field. Somewhere in the distance they heard the roar of a large animal.
Ah, hell, Arnold said. I just can't find it.
He sipped coffee and stared bleary-eyed at the screens. He had taken all the video monitors offline. In the control room, he was searching the computer code. He was exhausted. He'd been working for 12 straight hours. He turned to Wu, who had come up from the lab.
Find what? The phones are still out. I can't get them back on. I think Nedry did something to the phones.
Wu lifted one phone, heard hissing. Sounds like a modem.
But it's not, Arnold said, because I went down into the basement and shut off all the modems. What you're hearing is just white noise that sounds like a modem transmitting.
So the phone lines are jammed?
Basically, yes. Nedry jammed them very well. He's inserted some kind of a lockout into the program code, and now I can't find it, because I gave that restore command which erased part of the program listings. But apparently the command to shut off the phones is still resident in the computer memory.
Wu shrugged. So, just reset, shut the system down, and you'll clear memory.
I've never done it before, Arnold said, and I'm reluctant to do it. Maybe all the systems will come back on startup, but maybe they won't. I'm not a computer expert, and neither are you. Not really. And without an open phone line, we can't talk to anybody who is.
If the command is RAM resident, it won't show up in the code. You can do a RAM dump and search that, but you don't know what you're searching for. I think all you can do is reset. Gennaro stormed in.
We still don't have any telephones. Working on it. You've been working on it since midnight, and Malcolm is worse. He needs medical attention. It means I'll have to shut down, Arnold said. I can't be sure everything will come back on.
Gennaro said, Look, there's a sick man over in that lodge. He needs a doctor or he'll die. You can't call for a doctor unless you have a phone. 4 people have probably died already. Now shut down and get the phones working. Arnold hesitated.
Well, Gennaro said, well, it's just... The safety systems don't allow the computer to be shut down, and then turn the goddamn safety systems off. Can't you get it through your head that he's going to die unless he gets help?
Okay, Arnold said. He got up and went to the main panel. He opened the doors and uncovered the metal swing latches over the safety switches. He popped them off, one after another.
You asked for it, Arnold said, and you got it.
He threw the master switch. The control room was dark. All the monitors were black. The 3 men stood there in the dark.
How long do we have to wait? Gennaro said.
30 seconds, Arnold said.
P.U.,
Lex said as they crossed the field.
What? Grant said.
That smell, Lex said. It stinks like rotten garbage. Grant hesitated. He stared across the field toward the distant trees, looking for movement. He saw nothing. There was hardly a breeze to stir the branches. It was peaceful and silent in the early morning.
I think it's your imagination, he said.
Is not. Then he heard the honking sound. It came from the herd of duck-billed hadrosaurs behind them, first one animal, then another and another, until the whole herd had taken up the honking cry. The duckbills were agitated, twisting and turning, hurrying out of the water, circling the young ones to protect them. They smell it too, Grant thought. With a roar, the tyrannosaur burst from the trees 50 yards away near the lagoon. It rushed out across the open field with huge strides. It ignored them, heading toward the herd of hadrosaurs.
I told you, Lex screamed. Nobody listens to me.
In the distance, the duckbills were honking and starting to run. Grant could feel the earth shake beneath his feet.
Come on, kids!
He grabbed Lex, lifting her bodily off the ground, and ran with Tim through the grass. He had glimpses of the tyrannosaur down by the lagoon lunging at the hadrosaurs, which swung their big tails in defense and honked loudly and continuously. He heard the crashing of foliage and trees, and when he looked over again, the duckbills were charging. In the darkened control room, Arnold checked his watch. 30 seconds. The memory should be cleared by now. He pushed the main power switch back on. Nothing happened. Arnold's stomach heaved. He pushed the switch off, then on again. Still nothing happened. He felt sweat on his brow. "What's wrong?" Gennaro said.
"Oh, hell," Arnold said.
Then he remembered you had to turn the safety switches back on before you restarted the power. He flipped on the 3 safeties and covered them again with the latch covers. Then he held his breath and turned the main power switch. The room lights came on. The computer beeped. The screens hummed.
"Thank God," Arnold said.
He hurried to the main monitor. Below the heading Jurassic Park System Startup, there were rows of labels on the screen. Gennaro reached for the phone, but it was dead. No static hissing this time, just nothing at all. "What's this?"
"Give me a second," Arnold said. "After a reset, all the system modules have to be brought online manually."
Quickly, he went back to work. "Why manually?" Gennaro said.
"Will you just let me work, for Christ's sake?"
Wu said, "The system is not intended to ever shut down, so if it does shut down, it assumes that there is a problem somewhere. It requires you to start up everything manually. Otherwise, if there were a short somewhere, the system would start up, short out, start up again, short out again, in an endless cycle."
"Okay," Arnold said. "We're going."
Gennaro picked up the phone and started to dial when he suddenly stopped. "Jesus, look at that," he said. He pointed to one of the video monitors, but Arnold wasn't listening. He was staring at the map, where a tight cluster of dots by the lagoon had started to move in a coordinated way, moving fast, in a kind of swirl. "What's happening?" Gennaro said.
"The duckbills," Arnold said tonelessly. "They've stampeded."
The duckbills charged with surprising speed, their enormous bodies in a tight cluster, honking and roaring, the infants squealing and trying to stay out from underfoot. The herd raised a great cloud of yellow dust. Grant couldn't see the tyrannosaur. The duckbills were running right toward them. Still carrying Lex, he ran, with Tim, toward a rocky outcrop with a stand of big conifers. They ran hard, feeling the ground shake beneath their feet. The sound of the approaching herd was deafening, like the sound of jets at an airport. It filled the air and hurt their ears. Lex was shouting something, but he couldn't hear what she was saying, and as they scrambled onto the rocks, the herd closed in around them. Grant saw the immense legs of the first hadrosaurs that charged past, each animal weighing 5 tons, and then they were enveloped in a cloud so dense he could see nothing at all. He had the impression of huge bodies, giant limbs, bellowing cries of pain as the animals wheeled and circled. One duckbill struck a boulder, and it rolled past them, out into the field beyond. In the dense cloud of dust, they could see almost nothing beyond the rocks. They clung to the boulders, listening to the screams and honks, the menacing roar of the tyrannosaur. Lex dug her fingers into Grant's shoulder. Another hadrosaur slammed its big tail against the rocks, leaving a splash of hot blood. Grant waited until the sounds of the fighting had moved off to the left, and then he pushed the kids to start climbing the largest tree. They climbed swiftly, feeling for the branches as the animals stampeded all around them in the dust. They went up 20 feet, and then Lex clutched at Grant and refused to go farther. Tim was tired too, and Grant thought they were high enough. Through the dust, they could see the broad backs of the animals below as they wheeled and honked. Grant propped himself against the coarse bark of the trunk, coughed in the dust, closed his eyes, and waited. Arnold adjusted the camera as the herd moved away. The dust slowly cleared. He saw that the hadrosaurs had scattered, and the tyrannosaur had stopped running, which could only mean it had made a kill. The tyrannosaur was now near the lagoon. Arnold looked at the video monitor and said, "Better get Muldoon to go out there and see how bad it is." "I'll get him," Gennaro said, and left the room. The park. A faint crackling sound like a fire in a fireplace. Something warm and wet tickled Grant's ankle. He opened his eyes and saw an enormous beige head. The head tapered to a flat mouth, shaped like the bill of a duck. The eyes, protruding above the flat duck bill, were gentle and soft like a cow's. The duck mouth opened and chewed branches on the limb where Grant was sitting. He saw large, flat teeth in the cheek. The warm lips touched his ankle again as the animal chewed. A duck-billed hadrosaur. He was astonished to see it up close. Not that he was afraid. All the species of duck-billed dinosaurs were herbivorous, and this one acted exactly like a cow. Even though it was huge, its manner was so calm and peaceful, Grant didn't feel threatened. He stayed where he was on the branch, careful not to move, and watched as it ate. The reason Grant was astonished was that he had a proprietary feeling about this animal. It was probably a maiasaur from the late Cretaceous in Montana. With John Horner, Grant had been the first to describe the species. Maiasaurs had an upcurved lip, which gave them the appearance of smiling. The name meant good mother lizard. Maiasaurs were thought to protect their eggs until the babies were born and could take care of themselves. Grant heard an insistent chirping and the big head swung down. He moved just enough to see the baby hadrosaur scampering around the feet of the adult. The baby was dark beige with black spots. The adult bent her head low to the ground and waited, unmoving, while the baby stood up on its hind legs, resting its front legs on the mother's jaw, and ate the branches that protruded from the side of the mother's mouth. The mother waited patiently until the baby had finished eating and dropped back down to all fours again. Then the big head came back up toward Grant. The hadrosaur continued to eat, just a few feet from him. Grant looked at the two elongated air holes on top of the flat upper bill. Apparently the dinosaur couldn't smell Grant. And even though the left eye was looking right at him, for some reason the hadrosaur didn't react to him. He remembered how the tyrannosaur had failed to see him the previous night. Grant decided on an experiment. He coughed. Instantly the hadrosaur froze, the big head suddenly still, the jaws no longer chewing. Only the eye moved, looking for the source of the sound. Then, after a moment, when there seemed to be no danger, the animal resumed chewing. Amazing, Grant thought. Sitting in his arms, Lex opened her eyes and said, "Hey, what's that?" The hadrosaur trumpeted in alarm, a loud, resonant honk that so startled Lex that she nearly fell out of the tree. The hadrosaur pulled its head away from the branch and trumpeted again. "Don't make her mad," Tim said from the branch above. The baby chirped and scurried beneath the mother's legs as the hadrosaur stepped away from the tree. The mother cocked her head and peered inquisitively at the branch where Grant and Lex were sitting. With its upturned, smiling lips, the dinosaur had a comical appearance. "Is it dumb?" Lex said. "No," Grant said. "You just surprised her." "Well," Lex said, "is she going to let us get down or what?" The hadrosaur had backed 10 feet away from the tree. She honked again. Grant had the impression she was trying to frighten them away. But the dinosaur didn't really seem to know what to do. She acted confused and uneasy. They waited in silence, and after a minute the hadrosaur approached the branch again, jaws moving in anticipation. She was clearly going to resume eating. "Forget it," Lex said. "I'm not staying here." She started to climb down the branches. At her movement, the hadrosaur trumpeted in fresh alarm. Grant was amazed. He thought, "It really can't see us when we don't move. And after a minute, it literally forgets that we're here." This was just like the tyrannosaur, another classic example of an amphibian visual cortex. Studies of frogs had shown that amphibians only saw moving things like insects. If something didn't move, they literally didn't see it. The same thing seemed to be true of dinosaurs. In any case, the maiasaur now seemed to find these strange creatures climbing down the tree too upsetting. With a final honk, she nudged her baby and lumbered slowly away. She paused once and looked back at them, then continued on. They reached the ground. Lex shook herself off. Both children were covered in a layer of fine dust. All around them the grass had been flattened. There were streaks of blood and a sour smell. Grant looked at his watch.
"We better get going, kids," he said.
"Not me," Lex said. "I'm not walking out there any more." "We have to." "Why?" "Because," Grant said, "we have to tell them about the boat. Since they can't seem to see us on the motion sensors, we have to go all the way back ourselves. It's the only way." "Why can't we take the raft?" Tim said. "What raft?" Tim pointed to the low concrete maintenance building with the bars where they had spent the night. It was 20 yards away across the field. "I saw a raft back there," he said. Grant immediately understood the advantages. It was now 7 o'clock in the morning. They had at least 8 miles to go. If they could take a raft along the river, they would make much faster progress than going overland.
"Let's do it," Grant said.
End of Side 8. Side 9.
Arnold punched the visual search mode and watched as the monitors began to scan throughout the park, the images changing every 2 seconds. It was tiring to watch, but it was the fastest way to find Nedry's jeep, and Muldoon had been adamant about that. He'd gone out with Gennaro to look at the stampede, but now that it was daylight, he wanted the car found. He wanted the weapons. His intercom clicked.
"Mr. Arnold, may I have a word with you, please?"
It was Hammond. He sounded like the voice of God.
"You want to come here, Mr. Hammond?" "No, Mr. Arnold," Hammond said. "Come to me. I'm in the genetics lab with Dr. Wu. We'll be waiting for you."
Arnold sighed and stepped away from the screens. Grant stumbled deep in the gloomy recesses of the building. He pushed past 5-gallon containers of herbicide, tree pruning equipment, spare tires for a jeep, coils of cyclone fencing, 100-pound fertilizer bags, stacks of brown ceramic insulators, empty motor oil cans, work lights, and cables.
"I don't see any raft."
"Keep going." Bags of cement, lengths of copper pipe, green mesh, and 2 plastic oars hung on clips on the concrete wall.
"Okay," he said, "but where's the raft?"
"It must be here somewhere," Tim said. "You never saw a raft?" "No, I just assumed it was here." Poking among the junk, Grant found no raft. But he did find a set of plans, rolled up and speckled with mold from humidity, stuck back in a metal cabinet on the wall. He spread the plans on the floor, brushing away a big spider. He looked at them for a long time. "I'm hungry." "Just a minute." They were detailed topographical charts for the main area of the island where they now were. According to this, the lagoon narrowed into the river they had seen earlier, which twisted northward, right through the aviary, and on to within a half-mile of the visitor lodge. He flipped back through the pages. How to get to the lagoon? According to the plans, there should be a door at the back of the building they were in. Grant looked up and saw it, recessed back in the concrete wall. The door was wide enough for a car. Opening it, he saw a paved road running straight down toward the lagoon. The road was dug below ground level, so it couldn't be seen from above. Must be another service road. And it led to a dock at the edge of the lagoon. And clearly stenciled on the dock was raft storage. "Hey," Tim said, "look at this." He held out a metal case to Grant. Opening it, Grant found a compressed air pistol and a cloth belt that held darts. There were 6 darts in all, each as thick as his finger, labeled Moro 709. "Good work, Tim." He slung the belt around his shoulder and stuck the gun in his trousers. "Is it a tranquilizer gun?" "I'd say so." "What about the boat?" Lex said. "I think it's on the dock," Grant said. They started down the road. Grant carried the oars on his shoulder. "I hope it's a big raft," Lex said, "because I can't swim." "Don't worry," he said. "Maybe we can catch some fish," she said. They walked down the road with a sloping embankment rising up on both sides of them. They heard a deep, rhythmic snorting sound, but Grant could not see where it was coming from. "Are you sure there's a raft down here?" Lex said, wrinkling her nose. "Probably," Grant said. The rhythmic snorting became louder as they walked, but they also heard a steady droning, buzzing sound. When they reached the end of the road, at the edge of the small concrete dock, Grant froze in shock. The tyrannosaur was right there. It was sitting upright in the shade of a tree, its hind legs stretched out in front. Its eyes were open, but it was not moving except for its head, which lifted and fell gently with each snorting sound. The buzzing came from the clouds of flies that surrounded it, crawling over its face and slack jaws, its bloody fangs, and the red haunch of a killed hadrosaur that lay on its side behind the tyrannosaur. The tyrannosaur was only 20 yards away. Grant felt sure it must have seen him, but the big animal did not respond. It just sat there. It took him a moment to realize. The tyrannosaur was asleep, sitting up but asleep. He signaled to Tim and Lex to stay where they were. Grant walked slowly forward onto the dock in full view of the tyrannosaur. The big animal continued to sleep, snoring softly. Near the end of the dock, a wooden shed was painted green to blend with the foliage. Grant quietly unlatched the door and looked inside. He saw a half-dozen orange life vests hanging on the wall, several rolls of wire mesh fencing, some coils of rope, and 2 big rubber cubes sitting on the floor. The cubes were strapped tight with flat rubber belts. Rafts. He looked back at Lex. She mouthed, "No boat." He nodded, "Yes." The tyrannosaur raised its forelimb to swipe at the flies buzzing around its snout, but otherwise it did not move. Grant pulled one of the cubes out onto the dock. It was surprisingly heavy. He freed the straps, found the inflation cylinder. With a loud hiss, the rubber began to expand, and then with a hiss whap, it popped fully open on the dock. The sound was fearfully loud in their ears. Grant turned, stared up at the dinosaur. The tyrannosaur grunted and snorted. It began to move. Grant braced himself to run, but the animal shifted its ponderous bulk, and then it settled back against the tree trunk and gave a long, growling belch. Lex looked disgusted, waving her hand in front of her face. Grant was soaked in sweat from the tension. He dragged the rubber raft across the dock. It flopped into the water with a loud splash. The dinosaur continued to sleep. Grant tied the boat up to the dock and returned to the shed to take out 2 life preservers. He put these in the boat and then waved for the kids to come out onto the dock. Pale with fear, Lex waved back, "No." He gestured, "Yes." The tyrannosaur continued to sleep. Grant stabbed in the air with an emphatic finger. Lex came silently, and he gestured for her to get into the raft. Then Tim got in, and they both put on their life vests. Grant got in and pushed off. The raft drifted silently out into the lagoon. Grant picked up his paddles and fitted them into the oarlocks. They moved farther from the dock. Lex sat back and sighed loudly with relief. Then she looked stricken and put her hand over her mouth. Her body shook with muffled sounds. She was suppressing a cough. She always coughed at the wrong times. "Lex!" Tim whispered fiercely, looking back toward the shore. She shook her head miserably and pointed to her throat. He knew what she meant, a tickle in her throat. What she needed was a drink of water. Grant was rowing, and Tim leaned over the side of the raft and scooped his hand in the lagoon, holding his cupped hand toward her. Lex coughed loudly, explosively. In Tim's ears, the sound echoed across the water like a gunshot. The tyrannosaur yawned lazily and scratched behind its ear with its hind foot, just like a dog. It yawned again. It was groggy after its big meal, and it woke up slowly. On the boat, Lex was making little gargling sounds. "Lex, shut up!" Tim said. "I can't help it," she whispered, and then she coughed again. Grant rowed hard, moving the raft powerfully into the center of the lagoon. On the shore, the tyrannosaur stumbled to its feet. "I couldn't help it, Timmy!" Lex shrieked miserably. "I couldn't help it!" "Shh!" Grant was rowing as fast as he could. "Anyway, it doesn't matter," she said. "We're far enough away. He can't swim." "Of course he can swim, you little idiot!" Tim shouted at her. On the shore, the tyrannosaur stepped off the dock and plunged into the water. It moved strongly into the lagoon after them. "Well, how should I know?" she said. "Everybody knows tyrannosaurs can swim. It's in all the books. Anyway, all reptiles can swim. Snakes can't. Of course snakes can, you idiot!" "Settle down," Grant said. "Hold on to something." Grant was watching the tyrannosaur, noticing how the animal swam. The tyrannosaur was now chest deep in the water, but it could hold its big head high above the surface. Then Grant realized the animal wasn't swimming. It was walking, because moments later only the very top of the head, the eyes and nostrils, protruded above the surface. By then it looked like a crocodile, and it swam like a crocodile, swinging its big tail back and forth, so the water churned behind it. Behind the head, Grant saw the hump of the back and the ridges along the length of tail as it occasionally broke the surface. Exactly like a crocodile, he thought unhappily. The biggest crocodile in the world.
"I'm sorry, Dr. Grant," Lex wailed. "I didn't mean it."
Grant glanced over his shoulder. The lagoon was no more than 100 yards wide here, and they'd almost reached the center. If he continued, the water would become shallow again. The Tyrannosaur would be able to walk again, and he would move faster in shallow water. Grant swung the boat around and began to row north. "What are you doing?" The Tyrannosaur was now just a few yards away. Grant could hear its sharp, snorting breaths as it came closer. Grant looked at the paddles in his hands, but they were light plastic, not weapons at all. The Tyrannosaur threw its head back and opened its jaws wide, showing rows of curved teeth, and then, in a great muscular spasm, lunged forward to the raft, just missing the rubber gunnel, the huge skull slapping down, the raft rocking away on the crest of the splash. The Tyrannosaur sank below the surface, leaving gurgling bubbles. The lagoon was still. Lex gripped the gunnel handles and looked back.
"Did he drown?"
"No," Grant said. He saw bubbles, then a faint ripple along the surface, coming toward the boat. "Hang on!" he shouted, as the head bucked up beneath the rubber, bending the boat and lifting it into the air, spinning them crazily before it splashed down again.
"Do something!" Alexis screamed. "Do something!"
Grant pulled the air pistol out of his belt. It looked pitifully small in his hands, but there was the chance that if he shot the animal in a sensitive spot, in the eye or the nose, the Tyrannosaur surfaced beside the boat, opened its jaws, and roared. Grant aimed and fired. The dart flashed in the light and smacked into the cheek. The Tyrannosaur shook its head and roared again, and suddenly they heard an answering roar floating across the water toward them. Looking back, Grant saw the juvenile T-Rex on the shore, crouched over the killed sauropod, claiming the kill as its own. The juvenile slashed at the carcass, then raised its head high and bellowed. The big Tyrannosaur saw it too, and the response was immediate. It turned back to protect its kill, swimming strongly toward the shore.
"He's going away!"
Lex squealed, clapping her hands.
"He's going away! Na 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 na, stupid dinosaur!"
From the shore, the juvenile roared defiantly. Enraged, the big Tyrannosaur burst from the lagoon at full speed, water streaming from its enormous body as it raced up the hill past the dock. The juvenile ducked its head and fled, its jaws still filled with ragged flesh. The big Tyrannosaur chased it, racing past the dead sauropod, disappearing over the hill. They heard its final threatening bellow, and then the raft moved to the north, around a bend in the lagoon, to the river. Exhausted from rowing, Grant collapsed back, his chest heaving. He couldn't catch his breath. He lay gasping in the raft.
"Are you okay, Dr. Grant?"
Lex asked. "From now on, will you just do what I tell you?"
"Okay,"
she sighed, as if he had just made the most unreasonable demand in the world. She trailed her arm in the water for a while.
"You stopped rowing," she said.
"I'm tired," Grant said.
"Then how come we're still moving?"
Grant sat up. She was right. The raft drifted steadily north. There must be a current. The current was carrying them north, toward the hotel. He looked at his watch and was astonished to see it was 15 minutes past 7. Only 15 minutes had passed since he had last looked at his watch. It seemed like 2 hours. Grant lay back against the rubber gunnels, closed his eyes, and slept. Fifth iteration. Flaws in the system will now become severe. Ian Malcolm. Search. Gennaro sat in the jeep and listened to the buzzing of the flies and stared at the distant palm trees wavering in the heat. He was astonished by what looked like a battleground. The grass was trampled flat for 100 yards in every direction. One big palm tree was uprooted from the ground. There were great washes of blood in the grass and on the rocky outcropping to their right. Sitting beside him, Muldoon said, "No doubt about it. Rexy's been among the hadrosaurs." He took another drink of whiskey and capped the bottle. "Damn lot of flies," he said. They waited and watched. Gennaro drummed his fingers on the dashboard. "What are we waiting for?" Muldoon didn't answer immediately. "The Rex is out there somewhere," he said, squinting at the landscape in the morning sun. "And we don't have any weapons worth a damn." "We're in a jeep." "Oh, we can outrun the jeep, Mr. Gennaro," Muldoon said, shaking his head. "Once we leave this road and go onto open terrain, the best we can do in a four-wheel drive is 30-40 miles an hour. He'll run us right down, no problem for him." Muldoon sighed. "But I don't see much moving out there now." "You ready to live dangerously?" "Sure," Gennaro said. Muldoon started the engine, and at the sudden sound, two small Othnielians leapt up from the matted grass directly ahead. Muldoon put the car in gear. He drove in a wide circle around the trampled site, and then moved inward, driving in decreasing concentric circles until he finally came to the place in the field where the little Othnielians had been. Then he got out and walked forward in the grass away from the jeep. He stopped as a dense cloud of flies lifted into the air. "What is it?" Gennaro called. "Bring the radio," Muldoon said. Gennaro climbed out of the jeep and hurried forward. Even from a distance he could smell the sour-sweet odor of early decay. He saw a dark shape in the grass, crusted with blood, legs askew. "Young hadrosaur," Muldoon said, staring down at the carcass. "The whole herd stampeded, and the young one got separated, and the T-Rex brought it down." "How do you know?" Gennaro said. The flesh was ragged from many bites. "You can tell from the excreta," Muldoon said. "See those chalky white bits there in the grass? That's hadrospore. Uric acid makes it white. But you look there," he pointed to a large mound rising knee-high in the grass, "that's tyrannosaur spore." "How do you know the tyrannosaur didn't come later?" "The bite pattern," Muldoon said. "See those little ones there?" He pointed along the belly. "Those are from the Othies. Those bites haven't bled. They're post-mortem from scavengers. Othies did that. But the hadro was brought down by a bite on the neck. You see the big slash there, above the shoulder blades? That's the T-Rex, no question." Gennaro bent over the carcass, staring at the awkward, trampled limbs with a sense of unreality. Beside him, Muldoon flicked on his radio. "Control." "Yes," John Arnold said over the radio. "We got another hadro dead. Juvenile." Muldoon bent down among the flies and checked the skin on the sole of the right foot. A number was tattooed there. "Specimen is number HD/09. The radio crackled. "I've got something for you," Arnold said. "Oh? What's that?" "I found Nedry." The jeep burst through the line of palm trees along the east road and came out into a narrower service road leading toward the Jungle River. It was hot in this area of the park, the jungle close and fetid around them. Muldoon was fiddling with a computer monitor in the jeep, which now showed a map of the resort with overlaid grid lines. "They found him up on remote video," he said. "Sector 1104 is just ahead." Farther up the road, Gennaro saw a concrete barrier, and the jeep parked alongside it. "He must have taken the wrong turn off," Muldoon said, "the little bastard." "What did he take?" Gennaro asked. "Who says 15 embryos? Know what that's worth?" Gennaro shook his head. "Somewhere between 2 and 10 million, Muldoon said. He shook his head. "Big stakes." As they came closer, Gennaro saw the body lying beside the car. The body was indistinct and green, but then green shapes scattered away as the jeep pulled to a stop. "Compies," Muldoon said. "The compies found him." A dozen procompsognathids, delicate little predators no larger than ducks, stood at the edge of the jungle, chittering excitedly as the men climbed out of the car. Dennis Nedry lay on his back, the chubby boyish face now red and bloated. Flies buzzed around the gaping mouth and thick tongue. His body was mangled, the intestines torn open, one leg chewed through. Gennaro turned away quickly to look at the little compies which squatted on their hind legs a short distance away and watched the men curiously. The little dinosaurs had 5-fingered hands, he noticed.
They wiped their faces and chins, giving them an eerily human quality which—
"I'll be damned," Muldoon said. "Wasn't the compies?"
"What?"
Muldoon was shaking his head. "See these blotches? On his shirt and face? Smell that sweet smell like old dried vomit?"
Gennaro rolled his eyes. He smelled it.
"That's Dillo saliva," Muldoon said. "Spit from the Dilophosaurs. You see the damage on the corneas, all that redness? In the eyes, it's painful but not fatal. You've got about 2 hours to wash it out with the antivenin. We keep it all around the park just in case. Not that it mattered to this bastard. They blinded him, then ripped him down the middle. Not a nice way to go. Maybe there's justice in the world after all."
The Procompsognathed squeaked and hopped up and down as Muldoon opened the back door and took out grey metal tubing in a stainless steel case.
"It's all still there," he said.
He handed 2 dark cylinders to Gennaro. "What are these?" Gennaro said.
"Just what they look like," Muldoon said. "Rockets."
As Gennaro backed away, he said,
"Watch it. You don't want to step in something."
Gennaro stepped carefully over Nedry's body. Muldoon carried the tubing to the other jeep and placed it in the back. He climbed behind the wheel.
"Let's go."
"What about him?" Gennaro said, pointing to the body.
"What about him?" Muldoon said. "We've got things to do."
He put the car in gear. Looking back, Gennaro saw the compies resume their feeding. One jumped up and squatted on Nedry's open mouth as it nibbled the flesh of his nose. The jungle river became narrower. The banks closed in on both sides until the trees and foliage overhanging the banks met high above to block out the sun. Tim heard the cry of birds and saw small chirping dinosaurs leaping among the branches. But mostly it was silent, the air hot and still beneath the canopy of trees. Grant looked at his watch. It was 8 o'clock. They drifted along peacefully among dappled patches of light. If anything, they seemed to be moving faster than before. Awake now, Grant lay on his back and stared up at the branches overhead. In the bow, he saw Lex reaching up. "Hey, what are you doing?" he said.
"You think we can eat these berries?"
She pointed to the trees. Some of the overhanging branches were close enough to touch. Tim saw clusters of bright red berries on the branches. "No," Grant said.
"Why, those little dinosaurs are eating them."
She pointed to small dinosaurs scampering in the branches.
"No, Lex."
She sighed, dissatisfied with his authority.
"I wish Daddy was here," she said. "Daddy always knows what to do."
"What are you talking about?" Tim said. "He never knows what to do."
"Yes, he does."
She sighed. Lex stared at the trees as they slid past, their big roots twisting toward the water's edge.
"Just because you're not his favorite."
Tim turned away, said nothing.
"But don't worry. Daddy likes you, too, even if you're into computers and not sports."
"Dad's a real sports nut," Tim explained to Grant. Grant nodded. Up in the branches, small, pale yellow dinosaurs, barely 2 feet tall, hopped from tree to tree. They had beaky heads like parrots.
"You know what they call those?" Tim said. "Microceratops." "Big deal,"
Lex said.
"I thought you might be interested." "Only very young boys," she said, "are interested in dinosaurs." "Says who?" "Daddy."
Tim started to yell, but Grant raised his hand. "Kids," he said, "shut up."
"Why?" Lex said. "I can do what I want if I—"
Then she fell silent, because she heard it too. It was a blood-curdling shriek from somewhere downriver.
"Well, where the hell is the damned Rex?" Muldoon said, talking into the radio. "Because we don't see him here."
They were back at the sauropod compound, looking out at the trampled grass where the hadrosaurs had stampeded. The tyrannosaur was nowhere to be found.
"Checking now," Arnold said, and clicked off.
Muldoon turned to Gennaro.
"Checking now," he repeated sarcastically. "Why the hell didn't he check before? Why didn't he keep track of him?"
"I don't know," Gennaro said.
"He's not showing up," Arnold said a moment later. "What do you mean he's not showing up? He's not on the monitors. Motion sensors aren't finding him." "Hell," Muldoon said. "So much for the motion sensors. You see Grant and the kids? Motion sensors aren't finding them either." "Well, what are we supposed to do now?" Muldoon said.
"Wait,"
Arnold said.
Look! Look!
Directly ahead, the big dome of the aviary rose above them.
Grant had seen it only from a distance. Now he realized it was enormous, 1/4 of a mile in diameter or more. The pattern of geodesic struts shone dully through the light mist, and his first thought was that the glass must weigh a ton. Then as they came closer, he saw there wasn't any glass, just struts. A thin mesh hung inside the elements.
It isn't finished, Lex said.
I think it's meant to be open like that, Grant said.
Then all the birds can fly out.
Not if they're big birds, Grant said. The river carried them beneath the edge of the dome. They stared upward. Now they were inside the dome, still drifting down the river. But within minutes, the dome was so high above them that it was hardly visible in the mist. Grant said, I seem to remember there's a second lodge here. Moments later, he saw the roof of a building over the tops of the trees to the north.
You want to stop? Tim said.
Maybe there's a phone or motion sensors. Grant steered toward the shore. We need to try to contact the control room. It's getting late. They clambered out, slipping on the muddy bank, and Grant hauled the raft out of the water. Then he tied the rope to a tree, and they set off through a dense forest of palm trees. Aviary. I just don't understand, John Arnold said, speaking into the phone. I don't see the wrecks, and I don't see Grant and the kids anywhere either. He sat in front of the consoles and gulped another cup of coffee. All around him, the control room was strewn with paper plates and half-eaten sandwiches. Arnold was exhausted. It was 8 a.m. on Saturday. In the 14 hours since Nedry destroyed the computer that ran Jurassic Park, Arnold had patiently pulled systems back online, one after another. All the park systems are back and functioning correctly. The phones are working. I've called for a doctor for you. On the other end of the line, Malcolm coughed. Arnold was talking to him in his room at the lodge. But you're having trouble with the motion sensors? Well, I'm not finding what I'm looking for. Like the Rex? He's not reading at all now. He started north about 20 minutes ago, following along the edge of the lagoon, and then I lost him. I don't know why, unless he's gone to sleep again. And you can't find Grant and the kids? No. I think it's quite simple, Malcolm said. The motion sensors cover an inadequate area. Inadequate? Arnold bristled. They cover 92% of the land area, I remember, Malcolm said. But if you put the remaining areas up on the board, I think you'll find that the 8% is topologically unified, meaning that those areas are contiguous. In essence, an animal can move freely anywhere in the park and escape detection by following a maintenance road or the jungle river or the beaches or whatever. Even if that were so, Arnold said, the animals are too stupid to know that. It's not clear how stupid the animals are, Malcolm said. You think that's what Grant and the kids are doing? Arnold said. Definitely not, Malcolm said, coughing again. Grant's no fool. He clearly wants to be detected by you. He and the kids are probably waving at every motion sensor in sight. But maybe they have other problems we don't know about. Or maybe they're on the river. I can't imagine they'd be on the river. The banks are very narrow. It's impossible to walk along there. Would the river bring them all the way back here? Yes, but it's not the safest way to go, because it passes through the aviary. Why wasn't the aviary on the tour? Malcolm said. We've had problems setting it up. Originally, the park was intended to have a treetop lodge built high above the ground where visitors could observe the pterodactyls at flight level. We've got 4 dactyls in the aviary now. Actually, they're pterodactyls, which are big fish-eating dactyls. What about them? Well, while we finished the lodge, we put the dactyls in the aviary to acclimate them. But that was a big mistake. It turns out our fish hunters are territorial. Territorial? Fiercely territorial, Arnold said. They fight among themselves for territory, and they'll attack any other animal that comes into the area they've marked out. Attack? It's impressive, Arnold said. The dactyls glide to the top of the aviary, fold up their wings, and dive. A 30-pound animal will strike a man on the ground like a ton of bricks.
They were knocking the workmen unconscious, cutting them up pretty badly. That doesn't injure the dactyls? Not so far. So if those kids are in the aviary... They're not, Arnold said. At least I hope they're not.
Is that the lodge? Lex said. What a dump.
Beneath the aviary dome, Terratop's Lodge was built high above the ground on big wooden pylons in the middle of a stand of fir trees. But the building was unfinished and unpainted. The windows were boarded up. The trees and the lodge were splattered with broad white streaks. I guess I didn't finish it for some reason, Grant said, hiding his disappointment. He glanced at his watch. Come on, let's go back to the boat. The sun came out as they walked along, making the morning more cheerful. Grant looked at the latticework shadows on the ground from the dome above. He noticed that the ground and the foliage were spattered with broad streaks of the same white chalky substance that had been on the building, and there was a distinctive sour odor in the morning air.
Stinks here, Lex said. What's all that white stuff?
Looks like reptile droppings, probably from the birds.
How come they didn't finish the lodge?
I don't know. They entered a clearing of low grass dotted with wildflowers. They heard a long, low whistle, then an answering whistle from across the forest.
What's that?
I don't know. Then Grant saw the dark shadow of a cloud on the grassy field ahead. The shadow was moving fast. In moments it had swept over them. He looked up and saw an enormous dark shape gliding above them, blotting out the sun.
Yow, Lex said. Is it a pterodactyl?
Yes, Tim said. Grant didn't answer. He was entranced by the sight of the huge flying creature. In the sky above, the pterodactyl gave a low whistle and wheeled gracefully, turning back toward them.
How come they're not on the tour? Tim said.
Grant was wondering the same thing. The flying dinosaurs were so beautiful, so graceful as they moved through the air. As Grant watched, he saw a second pterodactyl appear in the sky, and a third, and a fourth.
Maybe because they didn't finish the lodge, Lex said.
Grant was thinking these weren't ordinary pterodactyls. They were too large. They must be pterodactyls, big flying reptiles from the early Cretaceous. When they were high, these looked like small airplanes. When they came lower, he could see the animals had 15-foot wingspans, furry bodies, and heads like crocodiles. They ate fish, he remembered, South America and Mexico. Lex shaded her eyes and looked up at the sky.
Can they hurt us?
I don't think so. They eat fish. One of the dactyls spiraled down, a flashing dark shadow that whooshed past them with a rush of warm air and a lingering sour odor.
Wow, Lex said. They're really big.
And then she said,
Are you sure they can't hurt us?
Pretty sure. A second dactyl swooped down, moving faster than the first. It came from behind, streaked over their heads. Grant had a glimpse of its toothy beak and the furry body. It looked like a huge bat, he thought. But Grant was impressed with the frail appearance of the animals, their huge wingspans, the delicate pink membranes stretched across them, so thin they were translucent. Everything reinforced the delicacy of the dactyls.
Ow!
Lex shouted, grabbing her hair.
He bit me!
He what? Grant said.
He bit me! He bit me!
When she took her hand away, he saw blood on her fingers. Up in the sky, 2 more dactyls folded their wings, collapsing into small, dark shapes that plummeted toward the ground. They made a kind of scream as they hurtled downward. Come on, Grant said, grabbing their hands. They ran across the meadow, hearing the approaching scream, and he flung himself on the ground at the last moment, pulling the kids down with him, as the 2 dactyls whistled and squeaked past them, flapping their wings. Grant felt claws tear the shirt along his back. Then he was up, pulling Lex back onto her feet, and running with Tim a few feet forward, while overhead 2 more birds wheeled and dove toward them, screaming. At the last moment, he pushed the kids to the ground, and the big shadows flapped past.
Ugh,
Lex said, disgusted. He saw that she was streaked with white droppings from the birds. Grant scrambled to his feet. Come on! He was about to run when Lex shrieked in terror. He turned back and saw that one of the dactyls had grabbed her by the shoulders with its hind claws. The animal's huge leathery wings, translucent in the sunlight, flapped broadly on both sides of her. The dactyl was trying to take off, but Lex was too heavy, and while it struggled, it repeatedly jabbed at her head with its long pointed jaw. Lex was screaming, waving her arms wildly. Grant did the only thing he could think to do. He ran forward and jumped up, throwing himself against the body of the dactyl. He knocked it onto its back on the ground and fell on top of the furry body. The animal screamed and snapped. Grant ducked his head away from the jaws and pushed back as the giant wings beat around his body. It was like being in a tent in a windstorm. He couldn't see, he couldn't hear. There was nothing but the flapping and shrieking and the leathery membranes. The clawed legs scratched frantically at his chest. Lex was screaming. Grant pushed away from the dactyl, and it squeaked and gibbered as it flapped its wings and struggled to turn over to right itself. Finally, it pulled in its wings like a bat and rolled over, lifted itself up on its little wing claws, and began to walk that way. He paused, astonished. It could walk on its wings. Lederer's speculation was right. But then the other dactyls were diving down at them, and Grant was dizzy, off balance, and in horror he saw Lex run away, her arms over her head, Tim shouting at the top of his lungs. The first of them swooped down, and she threw something, and suddenly the dactyl whistled and climbed. The other dactyls immediately climbed and chased the first into the sky. The fourth dactyl flapped awkwardly into the air to join the others. Grant looked upward, squinting to see what had happened. The three dactyls chased the first, screaming angrily. They were alone in the field. "What happened?" Grant said. "They got my glove," Lex said. "My Darryl Strawberry special." They started walking again. Tim put his arm around her shoulders. "Are you all right?" "Of course, stupid," she said, shaking him off. She looked upward. "I hope they choke and die," she said. "Yeah," Tim said. "Me too." Up ahead, they saw the boat on the shore. Grant looked at his watch. It was 8:30. He now had 2.5 hours to get back. Lex cheered as they drifted beyond the silver aviary dome. Then the banks of the river closed in on both sides, the trees meeting overhead once more. The river was narrower than ever, in some places only 10 feet wide, and the current flowed very fast. Lex reached up to touch the branches as they went past. Grant sat back in the raft and listened to the gurgle of the water through the warm rubber. They were moving fast now, the branches overhead slipping by more rapidly. It was pleasant. It gave a little breeze in the hot confines of the overhanging branches, and it meant they would get back that much sooner. Grant couldn't guess how far they had come, but it must be several miles at least from the sauropod building where they had spent the night, perhaps 4 or 5 miles, maybe even more. That meant they might be only an hour's walk from the hotel once they left the raft. But after the aviary, Grant was in no hurry to leave the river again. For the moment, they were making good time. "I wonder how Ralph is," Lex said. "He's probably dead or something." "I'm sure he's fine." "I wonder if he'd let me ride him." She sighed, sleepy in the sun. "That would be fun, to ride Ralph." Tim said to Grant, "Remember back at the Stegosaurus last night?" "Yes." "How come you asked them about frog DNA?" "Because of the breeding," Grant said. "They can't explain why the dinosaurs are breeding, since they irradiate them and since they're all females." "Right." "Well, irradiation is notoriously unreliable and probably doesn't work. I think that'll eventually be shown here. But there is still the problem of the dinosaurs being female. How can they breed when they're all female?" "Right," Tim said. "Well, across the animal kingdom, sexual reproduction exists in extraordinary variety." "Tim's very interested in sex," Lex said. They both ignored her. "For example," Grant said, "many animals have sexual reproduction without ever having what we would call sex. The male releases a spermatophore, which contains the sperm, and the female picks it up at a later time. This kind of exchange does not require quite as much physical differentiation between male and female as we usually think exists. Male and female are more alike in some animals than they are in human beings." Tim nodded. "But what about the frogs?" Grant heard sudden shrieks from the trees above as the microceratopsians scattered in alarm, shaking the branches. The big head of the Tyrannosaur lunged through the foliage from the left, the jaws snapping at the raft. Lex howled in terror, and Grant paddled away toward the opposite bank, but the river here was only 10 feet wide. The Tyrannosaur was caught in the heavy growth. It butted and twisted its head and roared. Then it pulled its head back. Through the trees that lined the riverbank, they saw the huge dark form of the Tyrannosaur moving north, looking for a gap in the trees that lined the bank. The Microceratopsians had all gone to the opposite bank, where they shrieked and scampered and jumped up and down. In the raft, Grant, Tim, and Lex stared helplessly as the Tyrannosaur tried to break through again. But the trees were too dense along the banks of the river. The Tyrannosaur again moved downstream ahead of the boat and tried again, shaking the branches furiously. But again it failed. Then it moved off, heading farther downstream.
"I hate him,"
Lex said. Grant sat back in the boat, badly shaken. If the Tyrannosaur had broken through, there was nothing he could have done to save them. The river was so narrow that it was hardly wider than the raft. It was like being in a tunnel. The rubber gunnels often scraped on the mud as the boat was pulled along by the swift current. He glanced at his watch. Almost 9. The raft continued downstream.
"Hey," Lex said. "Listen."
He heard snarling, interspersed by a repeated hooting cry. The cries were coming from beyond a curve farther downriver. He listened and heard the hooting again.
"What is it?"
Lex said. "I don't know," Grant said, "but there's more than one of them." He paddled the boat to the opposite bank, grabbed a branch to stop the raft. The snarling was repeated, then more hooting.
"It sounds like a bunch of owls," Tim said.
Malcolm groaned. "Isn't it time for more morphine yet?"
"Not yet,"
Ellie said. Malcolm sighed. "How much water have we got here?"
"I don't know. There's plenty of running water from the tap."
"No, I mean, how much stored? Any?" Ellie shrugged.
"None."
"Go into the rooms on this floor," Malcolm said, "and fill the bathtubs with water." Ellie frowned. "Also," Malcolm said, "have we got any walkie-talkies? Flashlights, matches, sterno stoves, things like that?"
"I'll look around. You planning for an earthquake?"
"Something like that," Malcolm said. "Malcolm effect implies catastrophic changes."
"But Arnold says all the systems are working perfectly."
"That's when it happens," Malcolm said. Ellie said,
"You don't think much of Arnold, do you?"
"He's all right. He's an engineer. Woo's the same. They're both technicians. They don't have intelligence. They have what I call thin intelligence. They see the immediate situation. They think narrowly, and they call it being focused. They don't see the surround. They don't see the consequences. That's how you get an island like this, from thin, intelligent thinking, because you cannot make an animal and not expect it to act alive, to be unpredictable, to escape. But they don't see that."
"Don't you think it's just human nature?" Ellie said.
"God, no," Malcolm said. "That's like saying scrambled eggs and bacon for breakfast is human nature. It's nothing of the sort. It's uniquely Western training, and much of the rest of the world is nauseated by the thought of it." He winced in pain. "Oh, the morphine's making me philosophical."
"You want some water?"
"No. I'll tell you the problem with engineers and scientists. Scientists have an elaborate line of bullshit about how they are seeking to know the truth about nature, which is true, but that's not what drives them. Nobody is driven by abstractions like seeking truth. Scientists are actually preoccupied with accomplishment, so they are focused on whether they can do something. They never stop to ask if they should do something. They conveniently define such considerations as pointless. If they don't do it, someone else will. Discovery, they believe, is inevitable, so they just try to do it first. That's the game in science. Even pure scientific discovery is an aggressive, penetrative act. It takes big equipment, and it literally changes the world afterward. Particle accelerators scar the land and leave radioactive byproducts. Astronauts leave trash on the moon. There's always some proof that scientists were there, making their discoveries. Discovery is always a rape of the natural world, always. The scientists want it that way. They have to stick their instruments in, they have to leave their mark. They can't just watch. They can't just appreciate. They can't just fit into the natural order. They have to make something unnatural happen. That is the scientist's job. And now we have whole societies that try to be scientific." He sighed and sank back. Ellie said, "Don't you think you're overstating? What does one of your excavations look like a year later?" "Pretty bad," she admitted. "You don't replant? You don't restore the land after you dig?" "No." "Why not?" She shrugged. "There's no money, I guess." "There's only enough money to dig, but not to repair." "Well, we're just working in the Badlands." "Just the Badlands," Malcolm said, shaking his head. "Just trash, just byproducts, just side effects. I'm trying to tell you that scientists want it this way. They want byproducts and trash and scars and side effects. It's a way of reassuring themselves. It's built into the fabric of science, and it's increasingly a disaster." "Then what's the answer?" "Get rid of the thin-intelligent ones. Take them out of power." "But then we'd lose all the advances." "What advances?" Malcolm said irritably. "The number of hours women devote to housework has not changed since 1930, despite all the advances. All the vacuum cleaners, washer-dryers, trash compactors, garbage disposals, wash-and-wear fabrics. Why does it still take as long to clean the house as it did in 1930? Ellie said nothing. "Because there haven't been any advances," Malcolm said. "Not really. 30,000 years ago, when men were doing cave paintings at Lascaux, they worked 20 hours a week to provide themselves with food and shelter and clothing. The rest of the time they could play or sleep or do whatever they wanted. And they lived in a natural world with clean air, clean water, beautiful trees and sunsets. Think about it, 20 hours a week, 30,000 years ago." Ellie said, "You want to turn back the clock?" "No," Malcolm said. "I want people to wake up. We've had 400 years of modern science, and we ought to know by now what it's good for and what it's not good for. It's time for a change." "Before we destroy the planet?" she said. He sighed and closed his eyes. "Oh, dear," he said. "That's the last thing I would worry about." In the dark tunnel of the jungle river, Grant went hand over hand, holding branches, moving the raft cautiously forward. He still heard the sounds, and finally he saw the dinosaurs. "Aren't those the ones that are poison?" "Yes," Grant said. "Dilophosaurus." Standing on the riverbank were 2 Dilophosaurs. The 10-foot-tall bodies were spotted yellow and black. Underneath, the bellies were bright green, like lizards. Twin red curving crests ran along the top of the head from the eyes to the nose, making a V shape above the head. The bird-like quality was reinforced by the way they moved, bending to drink from the river, then rising to snarl and hoot. Lex whispered, "Should we get out and walk?" Grant shook his head no. The Dilophosaurs were smaller than the Tyrannosaur, small enough to slip through the dense foliage at the banks of the river. They seemed quick as they snarled and hooted at each other. "But we can't get past them in the boat," Lex said. "They're poison." "We have to," Grant said, "somehow." The Dilophosaurs continued to drink and hoot. They seemed to be interacting with each other in a strangely ritualistic, repetitive way. The animal on the left would bend to drink, opening its mouth to bear long rows of sharp teeth, and then it would hoot. The animal on the right would hoot in reply and bend to drink, in a mirror image of the first animal's movements. Then the sequence would be repeated exactly the same way. Grant noticed that the animal on the right was smaller, with smaller spots on its back, and its crest was a duller red. "I'll be damned," he said. "It's a mating ritual." "Can we get past them?" Tim asked. "Not the way they are now. They're right by the edge of the water." Grant knew animals often performed such mating rituals for hours at a time. They went without food. They paid attention to nothing else. He glanced at his watch. 9:20. "What do we do?" Tim said. Grant sighed. "I have no idea." He sat down in the raft, and then the Dilophosaurs began to honk and roar repeatedly in agitation. He looked up. The animals were both facing away from the river. "What is it?" Lex said. Grant smiled. "I think we're finally getting some help." He pushed off from the bank. "I want you 2 kids to lie flat on the rubber. We'll go past as fast as we can, but just remember, whatever happens, don't say anything. And don't move, okay? The raft began to drift downstream toward the hooting Dilophosaurs. It gained speed. Lex lay at Grant's feet, staring at him with frightened eyes. They were coming closer to the Dilophosaurs, which were still turned away from the river. But he pulled out his air pistol, checked the chamber. The raft continued on, and they smelled a peculiar odor, sweet and nauseating at the same time. It smelled like dried vomit. The hooting of the Dilophosaurs was louder. The raft came around a final bend, and Grant caught his breath. The Dilophosaurs were just a few feet away, honking at the trees beyond the river. As Grant had suspected, they were honking at the Tyrannosaur. The Tyrannosaur was trying to break through the foliage, and the Dillos hooted and stomped their feet in the mud. The raft drifted past them. The smell was nauseating. The Tyrannosaur roared, probably because it saw the raft. But in another moment, a thump. The raft stopped moving. They were aground against the riverbank, just a few feet downstream from the Dilophosaurs. Lex whispered, "Oh, great." There was a long, slow scraping sound of the raft against the mud. Then the raft was moving again. They were going down the river. The Tyrannosaur roared a final time and moved off. One Dilophosaur looked surprised, then hooted. The other Dilophosaur hooted in reply. The raft floated downriver. Tyrannosaur. The jeep bounced along in the glaring sun. Muldoon was driving, with Gennaro at his side. They were in an open field moving away from the dense line of foliage and palm trees that marked the course of the river 100 yards to the east. They came to a rise, and Muldoon stopped the car. "Christ, it's hot," he said, wiping his forehead with the back of his arm. He drank from the bottle of whiskey between his knees, then offered it to Gennaro. Gennaro shook his head. He stared at the landscape shimmering in the morning heat. Then he looked down at the onboard computer and video monitor mounted in the dashboard. The monitor showed views of the park from remote cameras. Still no sign of Grant and the children, or of the Tyrannosaur. The radio crackled. "Muldoon?" Muldoon picked up the handset. "Yeah. You got your onboards? I found the Rex. He's in grid 442, going to 443. "Just a minute," Muldoon said, adjusting the monitor. "Yeah, I got him now. Following the river." The animal was slinking along the foliage that lined the banks of the river going north. "Take it easy with him, just immobilize him." "Don't worry," Muldoon said, squinting in the sun. "I won't hurt him." "Remember," Arnold said, "the Tyrannosaur's our main tourist attraction." Muldoon turned off his radio with a crackle of static. "Bloody fool," he said. "They're still talking about tourists." Muldoon started the engine. "Let's go see Rexy and give him a dose." The jeep jolted over the terrain. "You're looking forward to this," Gennaro said. "I've wanted to put a needle in this big bastard for a while," Muldoon said. "And there he is." They came to a wrenching stop. Through the windshield, Gennaro saw the Tyrannosaur directly ahead of them, moving among the palm trees along the river. Muldoon drained the whiskey bottle and threw it in the back seat. He reached back for his tubing. Gennaro looked at the video monitor which showed their jeep and the Tyrannosaur. There must be a closed-circuit camera in the trees somewhere behind. "You want to help?" Muldoon said. "You can break out those canisters by your feet." Gennaro bent over and opened a stainless steel Halliburton case. It was padded inside with foam. 4 cylinders, each the size of a quart milk bottle, were nestled in the foam. They were all labeled Moro 709. He took one out. "You snap off the tip and screw on a needle," Muldoon explained. Gennaro found a plastic package of large needles, each the diameter of his fingertip. He screwed one onto the canister. The opposite end of the canister had a circular lead weight. "That's the plunger. Compresses on impact." Muldoon sat forward with the air rifle across his knees. It was made of heavy gray tubular metal and looked to Gennaro like a bazooka or a rocket launcher. "What's Moro 709? "Standard animal trank," Muldoon said. "Zoos around the world use it. We'll try 1,000 cc's to start." Muldoon cracked open the chamber, which was large enough to insert his fist. He slipped the canister into the chamber and closed it.
"That should do it," Muldoon said. "Standard elephant gets about 200 cc's, but they're only 2 or 3 tons each. Tyrannosaurus rex is 8 tons, and a lot meaner. That matters to the dose."
"Why?"
"Animal dose is partly body weight and partly temperament. You shoot the same dose of 709 into an elephant, a hippo, and a rhino, you'd immobilize the elephant so it just stands there like a statue. You'll slow down the hippo so it gets kind of sleepy, but it keeps moving. And the rhino will just get fighting mad. But on the other hand, you chase a rhino for more than 5 minutes in a car and he'll drop dead from adrenaline shock. Strange combination of tough and delicate."
Muldoon drove slowly toward the river, moving closer to the tyrannosaur.
"But those are all mammals. We know a lot about handling mammals because zoos are built around the big mammalian attractions. Lions, tigers, bears, elephants. We know a lot less about reptiles. And nobody knows anything about dinosaurs. The dinosaurs are new animals."
"You consider them reptiles?" Gennaro said.
"No," Muldoon said, shifting gears. "Dinosaurs don't fit existing categories."
He swerved to avoid a rock.
"Actually, what we find is that dinosaurs were as variable as mammals are today. Some dinos are tame and cute, and some are mean and nasty. Some of them see well, and some of them don't. Some of them are stupid, and some of them are very, very intelligent."
"Like the raptors?" Gennaro said. Muldoon nodded.
"Raptors are smart, very smart. Believe me, all the problems we have so far," he said, "are nothing compared with what we'd have if the raptors ever got out of their holding pen. I think this is as close as we can get to our Rexy."
Up ahead, the tyrannosaur was poking its head through the branches, peering toward the river, trying to get through. Then the animal moved a few yards downstream to try again. "Wonder what he sees in there," Gennaro said.
"Hard to know," Muldoon said. "Maybe he's trying to get to the microceratopsians that scramble around in the branches. They'll run him a merry chase."
Muldoon stopped the jeep about 50 yards away from the tyrannosaur and turned the vehicle around. He left the motor running.
"Get behind the wheel," Muldoon said, "and put your seatbelt on."
He took another canister and hooked it onto his shirt. Then he got out. Gennaro slid behind the wheel. "You done this very often before?"
Muldoon belched. "Never. I'll try to get him just behind the auditory meatus. We'll see how it goes from there."
He walked 10 yards behind the jeep and crouched down in the grass on one knee. He steadied the big gun against his shoulder and flipped up the thick telescopic sight. Muldoon aimed at the tyrannosaur, which still ignored them. There was a burst of pale gas, and Gennaro saw a white streak shoot forward in the air toward the tyrannosaur, but nothing seemed to happen. Then the tyrannosaur turned slowly, curiously, to peer at them. It moved its head from side to side, as if looking at them with alternate eyes. Muldoon had taken down the launcher and was loading the second canister.
"You hit him?" Gennaro said. Muldoon shook his head. "Missed. Damn laser sights. See if there's a battery in the case."
"A what?" Gennaro said.
"A battery," Muldoon said. "It's about as big as your finger, gray markings."
Gennaro bent over to look in the steel case. He felt the vibration of the jeep, heard the motor ticking over. He didn't see a battery. The tyrannosaur roared. To Gennaro it was a terrifying sound, rumbling from the great chest cavity of the animal, bellowing out over the landscape. He sat up sharply and reached for the steering wheel, put his hand on the gear shift. On the radio he heard a voice say, "Muldoon, this is Arnold. Get out of there. Over." "I know what I'm doing," Muldoon said. The tyrannosaur charged. Muldoon stood his ground. Despite the creature racing toward him, he slowly and methodically raised his launcher, aimed, and fired. Once again Gennaro saw the puff of smoke and the white streak of the canister going toward the animal. Nothing happened. The tyrannosaur continued to charge. Now Muldoon was on his feet and running, shouting, "Go! Go!" Gennaro put the jeep in gear, and Muldoon threw himself onto the side door as the jeep lurched forward. The tyrannosaur was closing rapidly, and Muldoon swung the door open and climbed inside. "Go! Damn it, go!" Gennaro floored it. The The jeep bounced precariously, the front end nosing so high they saw only sky through the windshield, then slamming down again toward the ground and racing forward again. Gennaro headed for a stand of trees to the left, until in the rearview mirror he saw the Tyrannosaur give a final roar and turn away. Gennaro slowed the car. "Jesus!" Muldoon was shaking his head. "I could have sworn I hit him the second time." "I'd say you missed," Gennaro said. "Needle must have broken off before the plunger injected." "Admit it, you missed." "Yeah," Muldoon said. He sighed. "I missed. Battery was dead in the damned laser sights. My fault. I should have checked it after it was out all last night. Let's go back and get more canisters." The jeep headed north toward the hotel. Muldoon picked up the radio. "Control." "Yes? We're heading back to base." The river was now very narrow and flowing swiftly. The raft was going faster all the time. It was starting to feel like an amusement park ride. "Whee!" Lex yelled, holding onto the gunwale. "Faster! Faster!" Grant squinted, looking forward. The river was still narrow and dark, but farther ahead he could see the trees ended, and there was bright sunlight beyond, and a distant roaring sound. The river seemed to end abruptly in a peculiar flat line. The raft was going still faster, rushing forward. Grant grabbed for his paddles. "What is it?" "It's a waterfall," Grant said. The raft swept out of the overhanging darkness into brilliant morning sunlight and raced forward on the swift current toward the lip of the waterfall. The roar was loud in their ears. Grant paddled as strongly as he could, but he only succeeded in spinning the boat in circles. It continued inexorably toward the lip. Lex leaned toward him. "I can't swim!" Grant saw that she did not have her life vest clasped, but there was nothing he could do about it. With frightening speed, they came to the edge, and the roar of the waterfall seemed to fill the world. Grant jammed his oar deep into the water, felt it catch and hold right at the lip. The rubber raft shuddered in the current, but they did not go over. Grant strained against the oar, and looking over the edge, saw the sheer drop of 50 feet down to the surging pool below. And standing in the surging pool, waiting for them, was the Tyrannosaur. Lex was screaming in panic, and then the boat spun, and the rear end dropped away, spilling them out into air and roaring water, and they fell sickeningly. Grant flailed his arms in the air, and the world went suddenly silent and slow. It seemed to him he fell for long minutes. He had time to observe Lex, clutching her orange jacket, falling alongside him. He had time to observe Tim, looking down at the bottom. He had time to observe the frozen white sheet of the waterfall. He had time to observe the bubbling pool beneath him as he fell slowly, silently toward it. Then, with a stinging slap, Grant plunged into cold water, surrounded by white boiling bubbles. He tumbled and spun and glimpsed the leg of the Tyrannosaur as he swirled past it, swept down through the pool and out into the stream beyond. Grant swam for the shore, clutched warm rocks, slipped off, caught a branch, and finally pulled himself out of the main current. Gasping, he dragged himself on his belly onto the rocks and looked at the river just in time to see the brown rubber raft tumble past him. Then he saw Tim battling the current, and he reached out and pulled him, coughing and shivering, onto the shore beside him. Grant turned back to the waterfall and saw the Tyrannosaur plunge its head straight down into the water of the pool at its feet. The great head shook, splashing water to either side. It had something between its teeth. And then the Tyrannosaur lifted its head back up. Dangling from the jaws was Lex's orange life vest. A moment later, Lex bobbed to the surface beside the dinosaur's long tail. She lay face down in the water, her little body swept downstream by the current. Grant plunged into the water after her, was again immersed in the churning torrent. A moment later, he pulled her up onto the rocks, a heavy, lifeless weight. Her face was gray, water poured from her mouth. Grant bent over her to give her mouth to mouth, but she coughed. Then she vomited yellow-green liquid and coughed again. Her eyelids fluttered. "Hi," she said. She smiled weakly. "We did it." Tim started to cry. She coughed again. "Will you stop it? What are you crying for? Because..."
We were worried about you, Grant said.
Small flecks of white were drifting down the river. The Tyrannosaur was tearing up the life vest. Still turned away from them, facing the waterfall. But at any moment the animal might turn and see them.
Come on, kids, he said.
Where are we going? Lex said, coughing.
Come on.
He was looking for a hiding place. Downstream he saw only an open, grassy plain affording no protection. Upstream was a dinosaur. Then Grant saw a dirt path by the river. It seemed to lead up toward the waterfall. And in the dirt he saw the clear imprint of a man's shoe, leading up the path. The Tyrannosaur finally turned around, growling and looking out toward the grassy plain. It seemed to have figured out that they had gotten away. It was looking for them downstream. Grant and the kids ducked among the big ferns that lined the riverbanks. Cautiously, he led them upstream.
Where are we going? Lex said. We're going back.
I know. They were closer to the waterfall now, the roar much louder. The rocks became slippery, the path muddy. There was a constant hanging mist. It was like moving through a cloud. The path seemed to lead right into the rushing water, but as they came closer, they saw that it actually went behind the waterfall. The Tyrannosaur was still looking downstream, its back turned to them. They hurried along the path to the waterfall and had almost moved behind the sheet of falling water when Grant saw the Tyrannosaur turn. Then they were completely behind the waterfall, and Grant was unable to see out through the silver sheet. Grant looked around in surprise. There was a little recess here, hardly larger than a closet, and filled with machinery, humming pumps and big filters and pipes. Everything was wet and cold.
Did he see us?
Lex said. She had to shout over the noise of the falling water.
Where are we? What is this place? Did he see us?
Just a minute, Grant said.
He was looking at the equipment. This was clearly parked machinery, and there must be electricity to run it. So perhaps there was also a telephone for communication. He poked among the filters and pipes.
What are you doing?
Lex shouted.
Looking for a telephone.
It was now nearly 10 a.m. They had just a little more than an hour to contact the ship before it reached the mainland. In the back of the recess, he found a metal door marked Maint 04, but it was firmly locked. Next to it was a slot for a security card. Alongside the door, he saw a row of metal boxes. He opened the boxes one after another, but they contained only switches and timers, no telephone, and nothing to open the door. He almost missed the box to the left of the door. On opening it, he found a 9-button keypad covered with spots of green mold, but it looked as if it was a way to open the door, and he had the feeling that on the other side of that door was a phone. Scratched in the metal of the box was the number 1023. He punched it in. With a hiss, the door came open, gaping darkness beyond, concrete steps leading downward. On the back wall, he saw stenciled Maint Vehicle 04-22 Charger, and an arrow pointing down the stairs. Could it really mean there was a car?
Come on, kids.
Forget it, Lex said. I'm not going in there. Come on, Lex, Tim said. Forget it, Lex said. There's no lights or anything. I'm not going.
Never mind, Grant said. There wasn't time to argue. Stay here and I'll be right back.
End of Side 9. Side 10.
Where are you going?
Lex said, suddenly alarmed. Grant stepped through the door. It gave an electronic beep and snapped shut behind him on a spring. Grant was plunged into total darkness. After a moment of surprise, he turned to the door and felt its damp surface. There was no knob, no latch. He turned to the walls on either side of the door, feeling for a switch, a control box, anything at all. There was nothing. He was fighting panic when his fingers closed over a cold metal cylinder. He ran his hands over a swelling edge, a flat surface, a flashlight. He clicked it on, and the beam was surprisingly bright. He looked back at the door, but saw that it would not open. He would have to wait for the kids to unlock it. Meantime, he started for the steps. They were damp and slippery with mold, and he went down carefully. Part way down the stairs, he heard a sniffing and the sound of claws scratching on concrete. He took out his dart pistol and proceeded cautiously. The steps bent around the corner, and as he shone his light, an odd reflection glinted back. And then, a moment later, he saw it. A car! It was an electric car like a golf cart, and it faced a long tunnel that seemed to stretch away for miles. A bright red light glowed by the steering wheel of the car, so perhaps it was charged. Grant heard the sniffing again, and he wheeled and saw a pale shape rise up toward him, leaping through the air, its jaws open, and without thinking, Grant fired. The animal landed on him, knocking him down, and he rolled away in fright, his flashlight swinging wildly, but the animal didn't get up, and he felt foolish when he saw it. It was a velociraptor, but very young, less than a year old. It was about 2 feet tall, the size of a medium dog, and it lay on the ground, breathing shallowly, the dart sticking from beneath its jaw. It was probably too much anesthetic for its body weight, and Grant pulled the dart out quickly. The velociraptor looked at him with slightly glazed eyes. Grant had a clear feeling of intelligence from this creature, a kind of softness which contrasted strangely with the menace he had felt from the adults in the pen. He stroked the head of the velociraptor, hoping to calm it. He looked down at the body, which was shivering slightly as the tranquilizer took hold. And then he saw it was a male. A young juvenile, and a male. There was no question what he was seeing. This velociraptor had been bred in the wild. Excited by this development, he hurried back up the stairs to the door. With his flashlight, he scanned the flat, featureless surface of the door and the interior walls. As he ran his hands over the door, it slowly dawned on him that he was locked inside and unable to open it unless the kids had the presence of mind to open it for him. He could hear them, faintly, on the other side of the door. "Dr. Grant!" Lex shouted, pounding the door. "Dr. Grant!" "Take it easy," Tim said. "He'll be back." "But where did he go?" "Listen, Dr. Grant knows what he's doing," Tim said. "He'll be back in a minute." "He should come back now," Lex said. She bunched her fists on her hips, pushed her elbows wide. She stamped her foot angrily. And then, with a roar, the Tyrannosaur's head burst through the waterfall toward them. Tim stared in horror as the big mouth gaped wide. Lex shrieked and threw herself on the ground. The head swung back and forth and pulled out again. But Tim could see the shadow of the animal's head on the sheet of falling water. He pulled Lex deeper into the recess, just as the jaws burst through again, roaring, the thick tongue flicking in and out rapidly. Water sprayed in all directions from the head. Then it pulled out again. Lex huddled next to Tim, shivering. "I hate him," she said. She huddled back, but the recess was only a few feet deep, and crammed with machinery there wasn't any place for them to hide. The head came through the water again, but slowly this time, and the jaw came to rest on the ground. The Tyrannosaur snorted, flaring its nostrils, breathing the air, but the eyes were still outside the sheet of water. Tim thought, "He can't see us. He knows we're in here, but he can't see through the water." The Tyrannosaur sniffed. "What is he doing?" Lex said again. "Shh!" With a low growl, the jaws slowly opened, and the tongue snaked out. It was thick and blue-black, with a little forked indentation at the tip. It was 4 feet long and easily reached back to the far wall of the recess. The tongue slid with a rasping scrape over the filter cylinders. Tim and Lex pressed back against the pipes. The tongue moved slowly to the left, then to the right, slapping wetly against the machinery. The tip curled around the pipes and valves, sensing them. Tim saw that the tongue had muscular movements like an elephant's trunk. The tongue drew back along the right side of the recess. It dragged against Lex's legs. "Ew," Lex said. The tongue stopped. It curled, then began to rise like a snake up the side of her body. "Don't move," Tim whispered. Past her face, then up along Tim's shoulder, and finally wrapping around his head. Tim squeezed his eyes shut as the slimy muscle covered his face. It was hot and wet, and it stunk like urine. Wrapped around him, the tongue began to drag him very slowly toward the open jaws. "Timmy!" Tim couldn't answer. His mouth was covered by the flat black tongue. He could see, but he couldn't talk. Lex tugged at his hand. "Come on, Timmy!" The tongue dragged him toward the snorting mouth. He felt the hot, panting breath on his legs. Lex was tugging at him, but she was no match for the muscular power that held him. Tim let go of her and pressed the tongue with both hands, trying to shove it over his head. He couldn't move it. He dug his heels into the muddy ground, but he was dragged forward anyway. Lex had wrapped her arms around his waist and was pulling backwards, shouting to him, but he was powerless to do anything. He was beginning to see stars. A kind of peacefulness overcame him, a sense of peaceful inevitability as he was dragged along. "Timmy!" And then suddenly the tongue relaxed and uncoiled. Tim felt it slipping off his face. His body was covered in disgusting white foamy slime, and the tongue fell limply to the ground. The jaws slapped shut, biting down on the tongue. Dark blood gushed out, mixing with the mud. The nostrils still snorted in ragged breaths. "What's he doing?" Lex cried. And then, very slowly, the head began to slide backward, out of the recess, leaving a long scrape in the mud. And finally it disappeared entirely, and they could see only the silver sheet of falling water. Control.
"Okay," Arnold said in the control room. "The Rex is down."
He pushed back in his chair and grinned as he lit a final cigarette and crumpled the pack.
That did it. The final step in putting the park back in order. Now all they had to do was go out and move it. "Son of a bitch," Muldoon said, looking at the monitor. "I got him after all." He turned to Gennaro. "It just took him an hour to feel it."
Henry Wu frowned at the screen. "But he could drown in that position."
"He won't drown," Muldoon said. "Never seen an animal that was harder to kill."
"I think we have to go out and move him," Arnold said.
"We will," Muldoon said. He didn't sound enthusiastic.
"That's a valuable animal."
"I know it's a valuable animal," Muldoon said.
Arnold turned to Gennaro. He couldn't resist a moment of triumph.
"I'd point out to you," he said, "that the park is now completely back to normal. Whatever Malcolm's mathematical model said was going to happen, we are completely under control again."
Gennaro pointed to the screen behind Arnold's head and said, "What's that?" Arnold turned. It was the system status box in the upper corner of the screen. Ordinarily, it was empty. Arnold was surprised to see that it was now blinking yellow. Auxiliary power low. For a moment he didn't understand. Why should auxiliary power be low? They were running on main power, not auxiliary power. He thought perhaps it was just a routine status check on the auxiliary power, perhaps a check on the fuel tank levels or the battery charge.
"Henry," Arnold said to Wu, "look at this."
Wu said, "Why are you running on auxiliary power?"
"I'm not," Arnold said.
"It looks like you are."
"I can't be."
"Print the system status log," Wu said. The log was a record of the system over the last few hours. Arnold pressed a button, and they heard the hum of a printer in the corner. Wu walked over to it. Arnold stared at the screen. The box now turned from flashing yellow to red, and the message now read, "Auxiliary power fail." Numbers began to count backward from 20.
"What the hell is going on?" Arnold said.
Cautiously, Tim moved a few yards out along the muddy path into the sunshine. He peered around the waterfall and saw the tyrannosaur lying on its side, floating in the pool of water below.
"I hope he's dead,"
Lex said. Tim could see he wasn't. The dinosaur's chest was still moving, and one forearm twitched in spasms. But something was wrong with him. Then Tim saw the white canister sticking in the back of the head by the indentation of the ear.
"He's been shot with a dart," Tim said. "Good," Lex said. "He practically ate us."
Tim watched the labored breathing. He felt unexpectedly distressed to see the huge animal humbled like this. He didn't want it to die.
"It's not his fault," he said. "Oh, sure," Lex said. "He practically ate us, and it's not his fault."
"He's a carnivore. He was just doing what he does."
"You wouldn't say that," Lex said, "if you were in his stomach right now."
Then the sound of the waterfall changed. From a deafening roar, it became softer, quieter. The thundering sheet of water thinned, became a trickle, and stopped.
"Timmy, the waterfall stopped," Lex said.
It was now just dripping like a tap that wasn't completely turned off. The pool at the base of the waterfall was still. They stood near the top in the cave-like indentation filled with machinery, looking down.
Waterfalls aren't supposed to stop, Lex said.
Tim shook his head.
It must be the power. Somebody turned off the power.
Behind them, all the pumps and filters were shutting down, one after another, the lights blinking off, and the machinery becoming quiet. And then there was the thunk of a solenoid releasing, and the door marked Maint 04 swung slowly open. Grant stepped out, blinking in the light, and said, "Good work, kids. You got the door open."
"We didn't do anything," Lex said.
"The power went out," Tim said. "Never mind that," Grant said. "Come and see what I've found." Arnold stared in shock. One after another, the monitors went black, and then the room lights went out, plunging the control room into darkness and confusion. Everyone started yelling at once. Muldoon opened the blinds and let light in, and Wu brought over the printout. "Look at this," Wu said. "You shut down at 5:13 this morning, and when you started back up, you started with auxiliary power." "Jesus," Arnold said. Apparently main power had not been on since shutdown. When he powered back up, only the auxiliary power came on. Arnold was thinking that was strange when he suddenly realized that was normal. That was what was supposed to happen. It made perfect sense. The auxiliary generator fired up first, and it was used to turn on the main generator because it took a heavy charge to start the main power generator. That was the way the system was designed. But Arnold had never before had occasion to turn the main power off. And when the lights and screens came back on in the control room, it never occurred to him that main power hadn't also been restored. But it hadn't. And all during the time since then, while they were looking for the wrecks and doing one thing and another, the park had been running on auxiliary power. And that wasn't a good idea. In fact, the implications were just beginning to hit him. "What does this line mean?" Muldoon said, pointing to the list. 05 hours, 14 minutes, 57 seconds. Warning, fence status, NB. Operative, auxiliary power, AV09. "It means a system status warning was sent to the monitors in the control room," Arnold said, "concerning the fences." "Did you see that warning?" Arnold shook his head. "No, I must have been talking to you in the field. Anyway, no, I didn't see it." "What does it mean, warning fence status?" "Well, I didn't know it at the time, but we were running on backup power," Arnold said. "And backup doesn't generate enough amperage to power the electrified fences, so they were automatically kept off." Muldoon scowled. "The electrified fences were off?" "Yes. All of them? Since 5 this morning for the last 5 hours?" "Yes. Including the velociraptor fences?" Arnold sighed. "Yes." "Jesus Christ," Muldoon said. 5 hours! Those animals could be out." And then, from somewhere in the distance, they heard a scream. Muldoon began to talk very fast. He went around the room, handing out the portable radios. "Mr. Arnold is going to the maintenance shed to turn on main power. Dr. Wu, stay in the control room. You're the only other one who can work the computers. And Mr. Hammond, go back to the lodge. Don't argue with me. Go, now. Lock the gates and stay behind them until you hear from me. I'll help Arnold deal with the raptors." He turned to Gennaro. "Like to live dangerously again?" "Not really," Gennaro said. He was very pale. "Fine, then go with the others to the lodge." Muldoon turned away. "That's it, everybody. Now move." Hammond whined. "But what are you going to do to my animals?" "That's not really the question, Mr. Hammond," Muldoon said. "The question is, what are they going to do to us?" He went through the door and hurried down the hall toward his office. Gennaro fell into step alongside him. "Change your mind?" Muldoon growled. "You'll need help," Gennaro said. "I might." Muldoon went into the room marked Animal Supervisor, picked up the gray shoulder launcher, and unlocked a panel in the wall behind his desk. There were 6 cylinders and 6 canisters. "The thing about these damn dinos," Muldoon said, "is that they have distributed nervous systems. They don't die fast, even with a direct hit to the brain. And they're built solidly. Thick ribs make a shot to the heart dicey.
and they're difficult to cripple in the legs or hindquarters, slow bleeders, slow to die.
He was opening the cylinders one after another and dropping in the canisters. He tossed a thick webbed belt to Gennaro.
Put that on.
Gennaro tightened the belt, and Muldoon passed him the shells.
About all we can hope to do is blow them apart. Unfortunately, we've only got 6 shells here. There's 8 raptors in that fenced compound. Let's go. Stay close. You have the shells.
Muldoon went out and ran along the hallway, looking down over the balcony to the path leading toward the maintenance shed. Gennaro was puffing alongside him. They got to the ground floor and went out through the glass doors, and Muldoon stopped. Arnold was standing with his back to the maintenance shed. 3 raptors approached him. Arnold had picked up a stick and he was waving it at them, shouting. The raptors fanned out as they came closer, one staying in the center, the other 2 moving to each side, coordinated, smooth. Gennaro shivered. Pack behavior. Muldoon was already crouching, setting the launcher on his shoulder. "Load," he said. Gennaro slipped the shell in the back of the launcher. There was an electric sizzle. Nothing happened.
"Christ, you've got it in backward,"
Muldoon said, tilting the barrel so the shell fell into Gennaro's hands. Gennaro loaded again. The raptors were snarling at Arnold when the animal on the left simply exploded, the upper part of the torso flying into the air, blood spattering like a burst tomato on the walls of the building. The lower torso collapsed on the ground, the legs kicking in the air, the tail flopping.
"That'll wake 'em up,"
Muldoon said. Arnold ran for the door of the maintenance shed. The velociraptors turned and started toward Muldoon and Gennaro. They fanned out as they came closer. In the distance, somewhere near the lodge, he heard screams. Gennaro said, "This could be a disaster."
"Load,"
Muldoon said. Henry Wu heard the explosions and looked toward the door of the control room. He circled around the consoles, then paused. He wanted to go out, but he knew he should stay in the room. If Arnold was able to get the power back on, if only for a minute, then Wu could restart the main generator. He had to stay in the room. He heard someone screaming. It sounded like Muldoon. Muldoon felt a wrenching pain in his ankle, tumbled down an embankment and hit the ground, running. Looking back, he saw Gennaro running in the other direction, into the forest. The raptors were ignoring Gennaro, but pursuing Muldoon. They were now less than 20 yards away. Muldoon screamed at the top of his lungs as he ran, wondering vaguely where the hell he could go, because he knew he had perhaps 10 seconds before they got him. 10 seconds, maybe less. Ellie had to help Malcolm turn over as Harding jabbed the needle and injected morphine. Malcolm sighed and collapsed back. It seemed he was growing weaker by the minute. Over the radio, they heard tinny screaming and muffled explosions coming from the visitor center. Hammond came into the room and said,
"How is he?"
"He's holding," Harding said, "a bit delirious." "I am nothing of the sort," Malcolm said. "I am utterly clear." They listened to the radio. "It sounds like a war out there."
"The raptors got out," Hammond said.
"Did they?" Malcolm said, breathing shallowly. "How could that possibly happen?"
"It was a system screw-up. Arnold didn't realize that the auxiliary power was on, and the fences cut out."
"Did they?"
"Go to hell, you supercilious bastard!"
"If I remember," Malcolm said, "I predicted fence integrity would fail." Hammond sighed and sat down heavily.
"Damn it all,"
he said, shaking his head.
"It must surely not have escaped your notice that at heart what we are attempting here is an extremely simple idea. My colleagues and I determined several years ago that it was possible to clone the DNA of an extinct animal and to grow it. That seemed to us a wonderful idea. It was a kind of time travel, the only time travel in the world. Bring them back alive, so to speak. And since it was so exciting, and since it was possible to do it, we decided to go forward. We got this island, and we proceeded. It was all very simple."
"Simple," Malcolm said. Somehow he found the energy to sit up in the bed. "Simple. Simple? You're a bigger fool than I thought you were, and I thought you were a very substantial fool." Ellie said, "Dr. Malcolm," and tried to ease him back down, but Malcolm would have none of it. He pointed toward the radio, the shouts and the cries. "What is that going on out there?" he said. "That's your simple idea. Simple. You create new life forms about which you know nothing at all. Your Dr. Wu does not even know the names of the things he is creating. He cannot be bothered with such details as what the thing is called, let alone what it is. You create many of them in a very short time. You never learn anything about them, yet you expect them to do your bidding, because you made them and you therefore think you own them. You forget that they are alive. They have an intelligence of their own, and they may not do your bidding. And you forget how little you know about them, how incompetent you are to do the things that you so frivolously call simple. Dear God," he sank back, coughing. "You know what's wrong with scientific power," Malcolm said. "It's a form of inherited wealth. And you know what assholes congenitally rich people are. It never fails." Hammond said, "What is he talking about?" Harding made a sign indicating delirium. Malcolm cocked his eye. "I will tell you what I am talking about," he said. "Most kinds of power require a substantial sacrifice by whoever wants the power. There is an apprenticeship, a discipline lasting many years. Whatever kind of power you want, president of the company, black belt in karate, spiritual guru, whatever it is you seek, you have to put in the time, the practice, the effort. You must give up a lot to get it. It has to be very important to you. And once you have attained it, it is your power. It can't be given away. It resides in you. It is literally the result of your discipline. Now, what is interesting about this process is that by the time someone has acquired the ability to kill with his bare hands, he is also matured to the point where he won't use it unwisely. So that kind of power has a built-in control. The discipline of getting the power changes you so that you won't abuse it. But scientific power is like inherited wealth, attained without discipline. You read what others have done, and you take the next step. You can do it very young. You can make progress very fast. There is no discipline lasting many decades. There is no mastery. Old scientists are ignored. There is no humility before nature. There is only a get-rich-quick, make-a-name-for-yourself-fast philosophy. Cheat, lie, falsify, it doesn't matter. Not to you or to your colleagues. No one will criticize you. No one has any standards. They are all trying to do the same thing, to do something big, and do it fast. And because you can stand on the shoulders of giants, you can accomplish something quickly. You don't even know exactly what you have done. But already you have reported it, patented it, and sold it. And the buyer will have even less discipline than you. The buyer simply purchases the power like any commodity. The buyer doesn't even conceive that any discipline might be necessary. Hammond said, "Do you know what he is talking about?" Ellie nodded. "I haven't a clue," Hammond said. "I'll make it simple," Malcolm said. A karate master does not kill people with his bare hands. He does not lose his temper and kill his wife. The person who kills is the person who has no discipline, no restraint, and who has purchased his power in the form of a Saturday night special. And that is the kind of power that science fosters and permits. And that is why you think that to build a place like this is simple. "It was simple," Hammond insisted. "Then why did it go wrong?" Dizzy with tension, John Arnold threw open the door to the maintenance shed and stepped into the darkness inside. Jesus, it was black. He should have realized the lights would be out. He felt the cool air, the cavernous dimensions of the space, extending 2 floors below him. He had to find the catwalk. He had to be careful or he'd break his neck. The catwalk. He groped like a blind man until he realized it was futile. Somehow he had to get light into the shed. He went back to the door and cracked it open 4 inches. That gave enough light, but there was no way to keep the door open. Quickly, he kicked off his shoe and stuck it in the door. He went toward the catwalk, seeing it easily. He walked along the corrugated metal, hearing the difference in his feet, one loud, one soft, but at least he could see. Up ahead was a stairway leading down to the generators.
Another 10 yards. Darkness. The light was gone.
Arnold looked back to the door and saw the light was blocked by the body of a velociraptor. The animal bent over and carefully sniffed the shoe. Henry Wu paced. He ran his hands over the computer consoles. He touched the screens. He was in constant movement. He was almost frantic with tension. He reviewed the steps he would take. He must be quick. The first screen would come up and he would press... "Woo!" the radio hissed. He grabbed for it. "Yes, I'm here. Got any bloody power yet?" It was Muldoon. There was something odd about his voice, something hollow. "No," Wu said. He smiled, glad to know Muldoon was alive.
"I think Arnold made it to the shed," Muldoon said. "After that, I don't know."
"Where are you?" Wu said.
"I'm stuffed."
"What?"
"Stuffed in a bloody pipe," Muldoon said. "And I'm very popular at the moment."
Wedged in a pipe was more like it, Muldoon thought. There had been a stack of drainage pipes piled behind the visitor center, and he'd backed himself into the nearest one, scrambling like a poor bastard. Meter pipes, very tight fit for him, but they couldn't come in after him. At least, not after he'd shot the leg off one, when the nosy bastard came too close to the pipe. The raptor had gone howling off, and the others were now respectful. His only regret was that he hadn't waited to see the snout at the end of the tube before he'd squeezed the trigger. But he might still have his chance, because there were 3 or 4 outside, snarling and growling around him.
"Yes, very popular," he said into the radio.
Wu said, "Does Arnold have a radio?"
"Don't think so," Muldoon said. "Just sit tight, wait it out."
He hadn't seen what the other end of the pipe was like. He'd backed in too quickly, and he couldn't see now. He was wedged tight. He could only hope that the far end wasn't open. Christ, he didn't like the thought of one of those bastards taking a bite of his hindquarters. Arnold backed away down the catwalk. The velociraptor was barely 10 feet away, stalking him, coming forward into the gloom. Arnold could hear the click of its deadly claws on the metal. But he was going slowly. He knew the animal could see well, but the grill of the catwalk, the unfamiliar mechanical odors, had made it cautious. That caution was his only chance, Arnold thought. If he could get to the stairs and then move down to the floor below... Because he was pretty sure velociraptors couldn't climb stairs, certainly not narrow, steep stairs. Arnold glanced over his shoulder. The stairs were just a few feet away. Another few steps. He was there. Reaching back, he felt the railing, started scrambling down the almost vertical steps. His feet touched flat concrete. The raptor snarled in frustration 20 feet above him on the catwalk. "Too bad, buddy," Arnold said. He turned away. He was now very close to the auxiliary generator. Just a few more steps, and he would see it, even in this dim light. There was a dull thump behind him. Arnold turned. The raptor was standing there on the concrete floor, snarling. It had jumped down. He looked quickly for a weapon, but suddenly he found he was slammed onto his back on the concrete. Something heavy was pressing on his chest. It was impossible to breathe, and he realized the animal was standing on top of him, and he felt the big claws digging into the flesh of his chest and smelled the foul breath from the head moving above him, and he opened his mouth to scream. Ellie held the radio in her hands, listening. 2 more Tican workmen had arrived at the lodge. They seemed to know it was safe here, but there had been no others in the last few minutes, and it sounded quieter outside. Over the radio, Muldoon said,
"How long has it been?"
Wu said, 4 or 5 minutes.
"Arnold should have done it by now," Muldoon said, "if he's going to. You got any ideas?"
"No," Wu said.
"We heard from Gennaro?"
Gennaro pressed the button. "I'm here."
"Where the hell are you?" Muldoon said.
"I'm going to the maintenance building," Gennaro said. "Wish me luck." Gennaro crouched in the foliage, listening. Directly ahead, he saw the planted pathway leading toward the visitor center. Gennaro knew the maintenance shed was somewhere to the east. He heard the chirping of birds in the trees. A soft mist was blowing. One of the raptors roared, but it was some distance away. It sounded off to his right. Gennaro set out, leaving the path, plunging into the foliage. Like to live dangerously? Not really. It was true, he didn't. But Gennaro thought he had a plan, or at least a possibility that might work. If he stayed north of the main complex of buildings, he could approach the maintenance shed from the rear. All the raptors were probably around the other buildings to the south. There was no reason for them to be in the jungle. At least, he hoped not. He moved as quietly as he could, unhappily aware he was making a lot of noise. He forced himself to slow his pace, feeling his heart pound. The foliage here was very dense. He couldn't see more than 6 or 7 feet ahead of him. He began to worry that he'd miss the maintenance shed entirely, but then he saw the roof to his right above the palms. He moved toward it, went around the side. He found the door, opened it, and slipped inside. It was very dark. He stumbled over something. A man's shoe. Gennaro frowned. He propped the door wide open and continued deeper into the building. He saw a catwalk directly ahead of him. Suddenly he realized he didn't know where to go, and he had left his radio behind. Damn! There might be a radio somewhere in the maintenance building. Or else he'd just look for the generator. He knew what a generator looked like. Probably it was somewhere down on the lower floor. He found a staircase leading down. It was darker below, and it was difficult to see anything. He felt his way along among the pipes, holding his hands out to keep from banging his head. He heard an animal snarl and froze. He listened, but the sound did not come again. He moved forward cautiously. Something dripped on his shoulder, and on his bare arm. It was warm, like water. He touched it in the darkness. Sticky. He smelled it. Blood. He looked up. The raptor was perched on pipes just a few feet above his head. Blood was trickling from its claws. With an odd sense of detachment, he wondered if it was injured. And then he began to run, but the raptor jumped onto his back, pushing him to the ground. Gennaro was strong. He heaved up, knocking the raptor away, and rolled off across the concrete. When he turned back, he saw that the raptor had fallen on its side, where it lay panting. Yes, it was injured. Its leg was hurt for some reason. Kill it! Gennaro scrambled to his feet, looking for a weapon. The raptor was still panting on the concrete. He looked frantically for something, anything, to use as a weapon. When he turned back, the raptor was gone. It snarled, the sound echoing in the darkness. Gennaro turned in a full circle, feeling with his outstretched hands, and then he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Teeth! It was biting him. The raptor jerked his head, and Donald Gennaro was yanked off his feet, and he fell. Lying in bed, soaked in sweat, Malcolm listened as the radio crackled. "Anything?" Muldoon said. "You getting anything?" "No word," Wu said. "Hell!" Muldoon said. There was a pause. Malcolm sighed. "I can't wait," he said, "to hear his new plan." "What I would like," Muldoon said, "is to get everybody to the lodge and regroup. But I don't see how." "There's a jeep in front of the visitor center," Wu said. "If I drove over to you, could you get yourself into it?" "Maybe, but you'd be abandoning the control room." "I can't do anything here anyway." "God knows that's true," Malcolm said. "A control room without electricity is not much of a control room." "All right," Muldoon said. "Let's try. This isn't looking good." Lying in his bed, Malcolm said, "No, it's not looking good. It's looking like a disaster." Wu said, "The raptors are going to follow us over there." "We're still better off," Malcolm said. "Let's go." The radio clicked off. Malcolm closed his eyes and breathed slowly, marshalling his strength. "Just relax," Ellie said. "Just take it easy." "You know what we are really talking about here," Malcolm said. "All this attempt to control. We are talking about Western attitudes that are 500 years old. They began at the time when Florence, Italy, was the most important city in the world. The basic idea of science, that there was a new way to look at reality, that it was objective, that it did not depend on your beliefs or your nationality, that it was rational. That idea was fresh and exciting back then. It offered promise and hope for the future, and it swept away the old medieval system, which was hundreds of years old. The medieval world of feudal politics and religious dogma and hateful superstitions fell before science. But in truth, this was because the medieval world didn't really work anymore. It didn't work economically, it didn't work intellectually, and it didn't fit the new world that was emerging. Malcolm coughed. But now, he continued, science is the belief system that is hundreds of years old. And like the medieval system before it, science is starting not to fit the world anymore. Science has attained so much power that its practical limits begin to be apparent. Largely through science, billions of us live in one small world, densely packed and intercommunicating, but science cannot help us decide what to do with that world or how to live. Science can make a nuclear reactor, but it cannot tell us not to build it. Science can make pesticide, but cannot tell us not to use it. And our world starts to seem polluted in fundamental ways, air and water and land, because of ungovernable science. He sighed. This much is obvious to everyone. There was a silence. Malcolm lay with his eyes closed, his breathing labored. No one spoke, and it seemed to Ellie that Malcolm had finally fallen asleep. Then he sat up again abruptly. At the same time, the great intellectual justification of science has vanished. Ever since Newton and Descartes, science has explicitly offered us the vision of total control. Science has claimed the power to eventually control everything through its understanding of natural laws. But in the 20th century, that claim has been shattered beyond repair. First, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle set limits on what we could know about the subatomic world. Oh, well, we say, none of us lives in a subatomic world. It doesn't make any practical difference as we go through our lives. Then Gödel's theorem set similar limits to mathematics, the formal language of science. Mathematicians used to think that their language had some special inherent trueness that derived from the laws of logic. Now we know that what we call reason is just an arbitrary game. It's not special in the way we thought it was. And now chaos theory proves that unpredictability is built into our daily lives. It is as mundane as the rainstorm we cannot predict. And so the grand vision of science, hundreds of years old, the dream of total control, has died in our century. And with it, much of the justification, the rationale for science to do what it does, and for us to listen to it. Science has always said that it may not know everything now, but it will know eventually. But now we see that isn't true. It is an idle boast, and foolish, and as misguided as the child who jumps off a building because he believes he can fly.
This is very extreme, Hammond said, shaking his head.
We are witnessing the end of the scientific era. Science, like other outmoded systems, is destroying itself. As it gains in power, it proves itself incapable of handling the power. Because things are going very fast now. 50 years ago, everyone was gaga over the atomic bomb. That was power. No one could imagine anything more. Yet a bare decade after the bomb, we began to have genetic power. And genetic power is far more potent than atomic power. And it will be in everyone's hands. It will be in kits for backyard gardeners, experiments for school children, cheap labs for terrorists and dictators. And that will force everyone to ask the same question. What should I do with my power? Which is the very question science says it cannot answer. So what will happen? Ellie said. Malcolm shrugged. A change. What kind of change? All major changes are like death, he said. You can't see the other side until you were there. And he closed his eyes.
The poor man, Hammond said, shaking his head.
Malcolm sighed.
Do you have any idea, he said, how unlikely it is that you, or any of us, will get off this island alive?
Sixth iteration. System recovery may prove impossible. Ian Malcolm. Return. Its electric motor whirring, the cart raced forward down the dark underground tunnel. Grant drove his foot to the floor. The tunnel was featureless except for the occasional air vent above, shaded to protect against rainfall, and thus permitting little light to enter. But he noticed that there were crusty white animal droppings in many places. Obviously, lots of animals had been in here. Sitting beside him in the cart, Lex shone the flashlight to the back where the velociraptor lay.
Why is it having trouble breathing?
Because I shot it with a tranquilizer, he said.
Is it going to die? She said.
I hope not.
Why are we taking it?
Lex said.
To prove to the people back at the center that the dinosaurs are really breeding,
Grant said.
How do you know they're breeding?
Because this one is young, Grant said, and because it's a boy dinosaur.
Is it?
Lex said, peering along the flashlight beam.
Yes.
Now shine that light forward, will you? He held out his wrist, turning the watch to her. What does it say?
It says 10:15.
Okay.
Tim said,
That means we only have 45 minutes to contact the boat.
We should be close, Grant said. I figure we should be almost to the visitor center right now.
He wasn't sure, but he sensed the tunnel was gently tilting upward, leading them back to the surface, and,
Wow,
Tim said. They burst out into daylight with shocking speed. There was a light mist blowing, partially obscuring the building that loomed directly above them. Grant saw at once that it was a visitor center. They had arrived right in front of the garage.
Yay! Lex shouted. We did it! Yay!
She bounced up and down in the seat as Grant parked the cart in the garage. Along one wall were stacked animal cages. They put the velociraptor in one with a dish of water. Then they started climbing the stairs to the ground floor entrance to the visitor center.
I'm going to get a hamburger and French fries, chocolate milkshake, no more dinosaurs, yay!
They came to the lobby, and they opened the door. And they fell silent. In the lobby of the visitor center, the glass doors had been shattered, and a cold gray mist blew through the cavernous main hall. A sign that read, "When dinosaurs ruled the earth," dangled from one hinge, creaking in the wind. The big tyrannosaur robot was upended and lay with its legs in the air, its tubing and metal innards exposed. Outside, through the glass, they saw rows of palm trees, shadowy shapes in the fog. Tim and Lex huddled against the metal desk of the security guard. Grant took the guard's radio and tried all the channels.
Hello, this is Grant. Is anybody there? Hello, this is Grant.
Lex stared at the body of the guard lying on the floor to the right. She couldn't see anything but his legs and feet.
Hello, this is Grant. Hello.
Lex was leaning forward, peering around the edge of the desk. Grant grabbed her sleeve. Hey, stop that.
Is he dead? What's that stuff on the floor, blood?
Yes.
How come it isn't real red?
You're morbid, Tim said.
What's morbid? I am not.
The radio crackled.
My God, came a voice.
Grant? Is that you?
And then,
Alan? Alan?
It was Ellie.
I'm here, Grant said.
Thank God, Ellie said. Are you all right?
I'm all right, yes.
What about the kids? Have you seen them?
I had the kids with me, Grant said. They're okay.
Thank God.
Lex was crawling around the side of the desk. Grant slapped her ankle. Get back here. The radio crackled.
Where are you?
In the lobby of the main building. Over the radio, he heard Wu say,
My God, they're here. Alan, listen, Ellie said. The raptors have gotten loose. They can open doors. They may be in the same building as you.
Great. Where are you? Grant said.
We're in the lodge.
Grant said, And the others? Muldoon? Everybody else?
We've lost a few people, but we got everybody else over to the lodge.
And are the telephones working?
No, the whole system is shut off. Nothing works.
How do we get the system back on?
We've been trying.
We have to get it back on, Grant said, right away. If we don't, within half an hour, the raptors will reach the mainland.
He started to explain about the boat when Muldoon cut him off.
I don't think you understand, Dr. Grant. We haven't got half an hour left over here.
How's that?
Some of the raptors followed us. We've got 2 on the roof now.
So what? The building's impregnable. Muldoon coughed.
Apparently not. It was never expected that animals would get up on the roof.
The radio crackled.
Must have planted a tree too close to the fence. The raptors got over the fence and onto the roof. Anyway, the steel bars on the skylight are supposed to be electrified, but of course the power's off. They're biting through the bars of the skylight.
Grant said, "Biting through the bars?" He frowned, trying to imagine it. "How fast?"
Yes, Muldoon said. They have a bite pressure of 15,000 pounds a square inch. They're like hyenas. They can bite through steel and...
The transmission was lost for a moment. "How fast?" Grant said again.
Muldoon said, "I'd guess we've got another 15 minutes before they break through completely and come through the skylight into the building. And once they're in... just a minute, Dr. Grant."
The radio clicked off. In the skylight above Malcolm's bed, the raptors had chewed through the first of the steel bars. One raptor gripped the end of the bar and tugged, pulling it back. It put its powerful hind limb on the skylight, and the glass shattered, glittering down on Malcolm's bed below. Ellie reached over and removed the largest fragments from the sheets.
God, they're ugly,
Malcolm said, looking up. Now that the glass was broken, they could hear the snorts and snarls of the raptors, the squeal of their teeth on the metal as they chewed the bars. There were silver-thinned sections where they had chewed. Foamy saliva spattered onto the sheets and the bedside table.
"At least they can't get in yet," Ellie said. "Not until they chew through another bar." Wu said, "If Grant could somehow get to the maintenance shed..." "Bloody hell," Muldoon said. He limped around the room on his sprained ankle. "He can't get there fast enough. He can't get the power on fast enough not to stop this."
Malcolm coughed.
Yes.
His voice was soft, almost a wheeze.
"What did he say?" Muldoon said.
Yes,
Malcolm repeated.
Can.
"Can what?"
Distraction.
He winced.
"What kind of a distraction?"
Go to the fence.
"Yes, and do what?"
Malcolm grinned weakly.
Stick your hands through.
"Oh, Christ," Muldoon said, turning away.
"Wait a minute," Wu said. "He's right. There are only 2 raptors here, which means there are at least 4 more out there. We could go out and provide a distraction."
"And then what?"
"And then Grant would be free to go to the maintenance building and turn on the generator."
"And then go back to the control room and start up the system?"
"Exactly."
"No time," Muldoon said. "No time."
"But if we can lure the raptors down here," Wu said, "maybe even get them away from that skylight, it might work. Worth a try."
"Bait," Muldoon said.
"Exactly."
"Who's going to be the bait? I'm no good. My ankle's shot."
"I'll do it," Wu said.
"No," Muldoon said. "You're the only one who knows what to do about the computer. You need to talk Grant through the startup."
"Then I'll do it," Harding said. "No," Ellie said. "Malcolm needs you. I'll do it."
"Hell, I don't think so," Muldoon said. "You'd have raptors all around you, raptors on the roof."
But she was already bending over, lacing her running shoes. "Just don't tell Grant," she said. "It'll make him nervous." The lobby was quiet, chilly fog drifting past them. The radio had been silent for several minutes. Tim said,
"Why aren't they talking to us?" "I'm hungry," Lex said.
"They're trying to plan," Grant said.
The radio crackled. "Grant, are you... Wu speaking. Are you there?"
"I'm here," Grant said.
"Listen," Wu said. "Can you see to the rear of the visitor building from where you are?"
Grant looked through the rear glass doors to the palm trees and the fog.
"Yes," Grant said.
Wu said, "There's a path straight through the palm trees to the maintenance building. That's where the power equipment and generators are. I believe you saw the maintenance building yesterday?"
"Yes," Grant said,
though he was momentarily puzzled. Was it yesterday that he had looked into the building? It seemed like years ago. "Now listen," Wu said. "We think we can get all the raptors down here by the lodge, but we aren't sure. So be careful. Give us 5 minutes."
"Okay," Grant said.
"You can leave the kids in the cafeteria, and they should be all right. Take the radio with you when you go."
"Okay."
"Turn it off before you leave so it doesn't make any noise outside. And call me when you get to the maintenance building."
"Okay."
Grant turned the radio off. Lex crawled back.
"Are we going to the cafeteria?" she said.
"Yes," Grant said. They got up and started walking through the blowing mist in the lobby.
"I want a hamburger,"
Lex said.
I don't think there's any electricity to cook with.
Then ice cream.
Tim, you'll have to stay with her and help her.
I will.
I've got to leave for a while, Grant said.
I know.
They moved to the cafeteria entrance. On opening the door, Grant saw square dining room tables and chairs, swinging stainless steel doors beyond. Nearby, a cash register and a rack with gum and candy.
Okay, kids, I want you to stay here no matter what. Got it?
Leave us the radio,
Lex said. I can't. I need it. Just stay here. I'll only be gone about 5 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Grant closed the door. The cafeteria became completely dark. Lex clutched his hand.
Turn on the lights, she said.
I can't, Tim said. There's no electricity. But he pulled down his night vision goggles.
That's fine for you. What about me? Just hold my hand. We'll get some food.
He led her forward. In phosphorescent green, he saw the tables and chairs. To the right, the glowing green cash register and the rack with gum and candy. He grabbed a handful of candy bars.
I told you, Lex said. I want ice cream, not candy. Take these anyway. Ice cream, Tim.
Okay.
Tim stuffed the candy bars in his pocket and led Lex deeper into the dining room. She tugged on his hand.
I can't see spit, she said. Just walk with me. Hold my hand. Then slow down.
Beyond the tables and chairs was a pair of swinging doors with little round windows in them. They probably led to the kitchen. He pushed one door open, and it held wide. Ellie Sattler stepped outside the front door to the lodge and felt the chilly mist on her face and legs. Her heart was thumping, even though she knew she was completely safe behind the fence. Directly ahead, she saw the heavy bars in the fog. But she couldn't see much beyond the fence, another 20 yards before the landscape turned milky white. And she didn't see any raptors at all. In fact, the gardens and trees were almost eerily silent.
Hey!
She shouted into the fog tentatively.
Muldoon leaned against the doorframe. I doubt that'll do it, he said. You got to make a noise.
He hobbled out carrying a steel rod from the construction inside. He banged the rod against the bars like a dinner gong.
Come and get it! Dinner is served!
Very amusing, Ellie said. She glanced nervously toward the roof. She saw no raptors.
They don't understand English, Muldoon grinned, but I imagine they get the general idea.
She was still nervous and found his humor annoying. She looked toward the visitor building cloaked in the fog. Muldoon resumed banging on the bars. At the limit of her vision, almost lost in the fog, she saw a ghostly pale animal, a raptor.
First customer, Muldoon said.
The raptor disappeared, a white shadow, and then came back, but it did not approach any closer, and it seemed strangely incurious about the noise coming from the lodge. She was starting to worry. Unless she could attract the raptors to the lodge, Grant would be in danger.
You're making too much noise, Ellie said.
Bloody hell, Muldoon said.
Well, you are.
I know these animals.
You're drunk, she said. Let me handle it.
And how will you do that?
She didn't answer him. She went to the gate.
They say the raptors are intelligent.
They are, at least as intelligent as chimps.
They have good hearing?
Yes, excellent.
Maybe they'll know this sound, she said, and opened the gate.
The metal hinges, rusted from the constant mist, creaked loudly. She closed it again, opened it with another creak. She left it open.
I wouldn't do that, Muldoon said. You're going to do that? Let me get the launcher.
Get the launcher.
He sighed, remembering.
Gennaro has the shells.
Well then, she said, keep an eye out.
And she went through the gate, stepping outside the bars. Her heart was pounding so hard she could barely feel her feet on the dirt. She moved away from the fence, and it disappeared frighteningly fast in the fog. Soon it was lost behind her. Just as she had expected, Muldoon began shouting to her in drunken agitation.
God damn it, girl! Don't you do that! He bellowed.
Don't call me girl, she shouted back.
I'll call you any damn thing I want, Muldoon shouted.
She wasn't listening. She was turning slowly, her body tense, watching from all sides. She was at least 20 yards from the fence now, and she could see the mist drifting like a light rain past the foliage. She stayed away from the foliage. She moved through a world of shades of grey. The muscles in her legs and shoulders ached from the tension. Her eyes strained to see.
"Do you hear me, damn it?" Muldoon bellowed.
How good are these animals, she wondered. Good enough to cut off my retreat? There wasn't much distance back to the fence, not really. They attacked. There was no sound. The first animal charged from the foliage at the base of a tree to the left. It sprang forward, and she turned to run. The second attacked from the other side, clearly intending to catch her as she ran, and it leapt into the air, claws raised to attack, and she darted like a broken field runner, and the animal crashed down in the dirt. Now she was running flat out, not daring to look back, her breath coming in deep gasps, seeing the bars of the fence emerge from the haze, seeing Muldoon throw the gate wide, seeing him reaching for her, shouting to her, grabbing her arm and pulling her through so hard she was yanked off her feet and fell to the ground, and she turned in time to see first one, then two, then three animals hit the fence and snarl. "Good work!" Muldoon shouted. He was taunting the animals now, snarling back, and it drove them wild. They flung themselves at the fence, leaping forward, and one of them nearly made it over the top.
"Christ, that was close! These bastards can jump!"
She got to her feet, looking at the scrapes and bruises, the blood running down her leg. All she could think was 3 animals here and 2 on the roof. That meant one was still missing, somewhere.
"Come on, help me," Muldoon said. "Let's keep 'em interested."
Grant left the visitor center and moved quickly forward into the mist. He found the path among the palm trees and followed it north. Up ahead, the rectangular maintenance shed emerged from the fog. There was no door that he could see at all. He walked on around the corner. At the back, screened by planting, Grant saw a concrete loading dock for trucks. He scrambled up to face a vertical, rolling door of corrugated steel. It was locked. He jumped down again and continued around the building. Farther ahead to his right, Grant saw an ordinary door. It was propped open with a man's shoe. Grant stepped inside and squinted in the darkness. He listened. Heard nothing. He picked up his radio and turned it on. "This is Grant," he said. "I'm inside." Wu looked up at the skylight. The 2 raptors still peered down into Malcolm's room, but they seemed distracted by the noises outside. He went to the lodge window. Outside, the 3 velociraptors continued to charge the fence. Ellie was running back and forth safely behind the bars, but the raptors no longer seemed to be seriously trying to get her. Now they almost seemed to be playing, circling back from the fence, rearing up and snarling, then dropping down low to circle again and finally charge. Their behavior had taken on the distinct quality of display rather than serious attack.
"Like birds," Muldoon said, "putting on a show."
Wu nodded. "They're intelligent. They see they can't get her. They're not really trying." The radio crackled. "Side." Wu gripped the radio. "Say again, Dr. Grant?" "I'm inside," Grant said. "Dr. Grant, you're in the maintenance building?"
"Yes," Grant said, and he added, "Maybe you should call me Alan."
"All right, Alan, if you're standing just inside the east door, you see a lot of pipes and tubing." Wu closed his eyes, visualizing it. "Straight ahead is a big, recessed well in the center of the building that goes 2 stories underground. To your left is a metal walkway with railings."
"I see it."
"Go along the walkway."
"I'm going."
Faintly, the radio carried the clang of his footsteps on metal. "After you go 20 or 30 feet, you will see another walkway going right."
"I see it," Grant said.
"Follow that walkway."
"Okay."
"As you continue," Wu said, "you will come to a ladder on your left, going down into the pit."
"I see it."
"Go down the ladder." There was a long pause. Wu ran his fingers through his damp hair. Muldoon frowned tensely.
"Okay, I'm down the ladder," Grant said.
"Good," Wu said. "Now, straight ahead of you should be 2 large yellow tanks that are marked flammable."
"They say inflammable, and then something underneath in Spanish."
"Those are the ones," Wu said. "Those are the 2 fuel tanks for the generator. One of them has been run dry, and so we have to switch over to the other. If you look at the bottom of the tanks, you'll see a white pipe coming out.
4-inch PVC?
Yes, PVC. Follow that pipe as it goes back.
Okay, I'm following it.
Ow! What happened?
Nothing, I hit my head.
There was a pause. Are you all right?
Yeah, fine, just hurt my head. Stupid.
Keep following the pipe.
Okay,
Grant said. He sounded irritable.
Okay, the pipe goes to a big aluminum box with air vents in the sides. It says Honda. It looks like the generator.
Yes, Wu said, that's the generator. If you walk around to the side, you'll see a panel with 2 buttons.
I see them. Yellow and red?
That's right, Wu said. Press the yellow one first, and while you hold it down, press the red one.
Right.
There was another pause. It lasted almost a minute. Wu and Muldoon looked at each other. Alan?
It didn't work, Grant said.
Did you hold down the yellow first and then press the red? Wu asked.
Yes, I did, Grant said. He sounded annoyed. I did exactly what you told me to do. There was a hum, and then a click, click, click very fast, and then the hum stopped, and nothing after that.
Try it again.
I already did, Grant said. It didn't work.
Okay, just a minute. Wu frowned. It sounds like the generator is trying to fire up, but it can't for some reason. Alan?
I'm here.
Go around to the back of the generator to where the plastic pipe runs in.
Okay.
A pause. Then Grant said,
The pipe goes into a round black cylinder that looks like a fuel pump.
That's right, Wu said. That's exactly what it is. It's the fuel pump. Look for a little valve at the top.
A valve?
It should be sticking up at the top with a little metal tab that you can turn.
I found it, but it's on the side, not the top.
Okay, twist it open.
Air is coming out.
Good, wait until...
Now liquid is coming out. It smells like gas.
Okay, close the valve.
Wu turned to Muldoon, shaking his head. Pump lost its prime.
Alan?
Yes?
Try the buttons again. A moment later, Wu heard the faint coughing and sputtering as the generator turned over, and then the steady chugging sound as it caught.
It's on, Grant said.
Good work, Alan, good work.
Now what? Grant said. He sounded flat, dull. The lights haven't even come on in here.
Go back to the control room, and I'll talk you through restoring the systems manually.
That's what I have to do now?
Yes.
Okay, Grant said. I'll call you when I get there.
There was a final hiss and silence. Alan? The radio was dead. Tim went through the swinging doors at the back of the dining room and entered the kitchen. A big stainless steel table in the center of the room, a big stove with lots of burners to the left, and beyond that, big walk-in refrigerators. Tim started opening the refrigerators, looking for ice cream. Smoke came out in the humid air as he opened each one.
How come the stove is on? Lex said, releasing his hand. It's not on. They all have little blue flames.
Those are pilot lights.
What are pilot lights?
They had an electric stove at home.
Never mind, Tim said, opening another refrigerator, but it means I can cook you something.
In this next refrigerator, he found all kinds of stuff. Cartons of milk and piles of vegetables and a stack of T-bone steaks. Fish.
You still want ice cream? I told you, didn't I?
The next refrigerator was huge. A stainless steel door with a wide horizontal handle. He tugged on the handle, pulled it open, and saw a walk-in freezer. It was a whole room, and it was freezing cold.
Timmy, will you wait a minute? He said, annoyed. I'm trying to find your ice cream. Timmy, something's here.
She was whispering, and for a moment the last 2 words didn't register. Then Tim hurried back out of the freezer, seeing the edge of the door wreathed in glowing green smoke. Lex stood by the steel work table. She was looking back to the kitchen door. He heard a low hissing sound, like a very large snake. The sound rose and fell softly. It was hardly audible. It might even be the wind. But he somehow knew it wasn't.
Timmy, she whispered, I'm scared.
He crept forward to the kitchen door and looked out. In the darkened dining room, he saw the orderly green rectangular pattern of the tabletops. and moving smoothly among them, silent as a ghost, except for the hissing of its breath, was a velociraptor. In the darkness of the maintenance room, Grant felt along the pipes, moving back toward the ladder. It was difficult to make his way in the dark, and somehow he found the noise of the generator disorienting. He came to the ladder, and had started back up when he realized there was something else in the room besides generator noise. Grant paused, listening. It was a man shouting. It sounded like Gennaro. "Where are you?" Grant shouted. "Over here," Gennaro said. "In the truck." Grant couldn't see any truck. He squinted in the darkness. He looked out of the corner of his eye. He saw green, glowing shapes moving in the darkness. Then he saw the truck, and he turned toward it. End of Side 10. Side 11. Tim found the silence chilling. The velociraptor was 6 feet tall and powerfully built, although its strong legs and tail were hidden by the tables. Tim could see only the muscular upper torso, the 2 forearms held tightly alongside the body, the claws dangling. He could see the iridescent speckled pattern on the back. The velociraptor was alert. As it came forward, it looked from side to side, moving its head with abrupt, bird-like jerks. The head also bobbed up and down as it walked, and the long, straight tail dipped, which heightened the impression of a bird. A gigantic, silent bird of prey. The dining room was dark, but apparently the raptor could see well enough to move steadily forward. From time to time it would bend over, lowering its head below the tables. Tim heard a rapid sniffing sound. Then the head would snap up, alertly, jerking back and forth like a bird's. Tim watched until he was sure the velociraptor was coming toward the kitchen. Was it following their scent? All the books said dinosaurs had a poor sense of smell, but this one seemed to do just fine. Anyway, what did books know? Here was the real thing. Coming toward him. He ducked back into the kitchen. "Is something out there?" Lex said. Tim didn't answer. He pushed her under a table in the corner behind a large waste bin. He leaned close to her and whispered fiercely, "Stay here!" And then he ran for the refrigerator. He grabbed a handful of cold steaks and hurried back to the door. He quietly placed the first of the steaks on the floor, then moved back a few steps and put down the second. Through his goggles, he saw Lex peeping around the bin. He waved her back. He placed the third steak and the fourth, moving deeper into the kitchen. The hissing was louder, and then the clawed hand gripped the door, and the big head peered cautiously around. The velociraptor paused at the entrance to the kitchen. Tim stood in a half-crouch at the back of the room near the far leg of the steel work table, but he had not had time to conceal himself. His head and shoulders still protruded over the tabletop. He was in clear view of the velociraptor. Slowly, Tim lowered his body, sinking beneath the table. The velociraptor jerked its head around, looking directly at Tim. Tim froze. He was still exposed, but he thought, "Don't move." The velociraptor stood motionless in the doorway, sniffing. "It's darker here," Tim thought. "He can't see so well. It's making him cautious." But now he could smell the musty odor of the big reptile, and through his goggles he saw the dinosaur silently yawn, throwing back its long snout, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The velociraptor stared forward again, jerking its head from side to side. The big eyes swiveled in the bony sockets. Tim felt his heart pounding. Somehow it was worse to be confronted by an animal like this in a kitchen instead of the open forest. The size, the quick movements, the pungent odor, the hissing breath. Up close, it was a much more frightening animal than the tyrannosaur. The tyrannosaur was huge and powerful, but it wasn't especially smart. The velociraptor was man-size, and it was clearly quick and intelligent. Tim feared the searching eyes almost as much as the sharp teeth. The velociraptor sniffed. It stepped forward, moving directly toward Lex. It must smell her somehow. Tim's heart thumped. The velociraptor stopped. It bent over slowly. "He's found the steak." Tim wanted to bend down, to look below the table, but he didn't dare move. He stood frozen in a half-crouch, listening to the crunching sound. The dinosaur was eating it, bones and all. The raptor raised its slender head and looked around. It sniffed. It saw the second steak. It moved quickly forward. It bent down. Silence. The raptor didn't eat it. The head came back up. Tim's legs burned from the crouch, but he didn't move. Why hadn't the animal eaten the second steak? A dozen ideas flashed through his mind. It didn't like the taste of beef. It didn't like the coldness. It didn't like the fact that the meat wasn't alive. It smelled a trap. It smelled Lex. It smelled Tim. It saw Tim. The velociraptor moved very quickly now. It found the third steak, dipped its head, looked up again, and moved on. Tim held his breath. The dinosaur was now just a few feet from him. Tim could see the small twitches in the muscles of the flanks. He could see the crusted blood on the claws of the hand. He could see the fine pattern of striations within the spotted pattern and the folds of skin in the neck below the jaw. The velociraptor sniffed. It jerked its head and looked right at Tim. Tim nearly gasped with fright. Tim's body was rigid, tense. He watched as the reptile eye moved, scanning the room. Another sniff. "He's got me," Tim thought. Then the head jerked back to look forward, and the animal went on toward the fifth steak. Tim thought, "Lex, please don't move. Please don't move. Whatever you do, please don't." The velociraptor sniffed the steak and moved on. It was now at the open door to the freezer. Tim could see the smoke billowing out, curling along the floor toward the animal's feet. One big clawed foot lifted, then came down again silently. The dinosaur hesitated. "Too cold," Tim thought. "He won't go in there, it's too cold. He won't go in, he won't go in, he won't go in." The dinosaur went in. The head disappeared, then the body, then the stiff tail. Tim sprinted, flinging his weight against the stainless steel door of the locker, slamming it shut. It slammed on the tip of the tail. The door wouldn't shut. The velociraptor roared, a terrifying loud sound. Inadvertently, Tim took a step back. The tail was gone. He slammed the door shut and heard it click. Closed! "Lex! Lex!" he was screaming. He heard the raptor pounding against the door, felt it thumping the steel. He knew there was a flat steel knob inside, and if the raptor hit that, it would knock the door open. They had to get the door locked. "Lex!" Lex was by his side. "What do you want?" Tim leaned against the horizontal door handle, holding it shut. "There's a pin! A little pin! Get the pin!" The velociraptor roared like a lion, the sound muffled by the thick steel. It crashed its whole body against the door. "I can't see anything!" Lex shouted. The pin was dangling beneath the door handle, swinging on a little metal chain. "It's right there!" "I can't see it!" she screamed. And then Tim realized she wasn't wearing the goggles. "Feel for it!" He saw her little hand reaching up, touching his, groping for the pin, and with her so close to him he could feel how frightened she was, her breath in little panicky gasps as she felt for the pin. And the velociraptor slammed against the door, and it opened. God, it opened! But the animal hadn't expected that, and had already turned back for another try, and Tim slammed the door shut again. Lex scrambled back, reached up in the darkness. "I have it!" Lex cried, clutching the pin in her hand, and she pushed it through the hole. It slid out again. "From the top! Put it in from the top!" She held it again, lifting it on the chain, swinging it over the handle and down into the hole. Locked! The velociraptor roared. Tim and Lex stepped back from the door as the dinosaur slammed into it again. With each impact, the heavy steel wall hinges creaked, but they held. Tim didn't think the animal could possibly open the door. The raptor was locked in. He gave a long sigh. "Let's go," he said. He took her hand, and they ran. "You should have seen them," Gennaro said as Grant led him back out of the maintenance building. "There must have been 24 of them, compies. I had to crawl into the truck to get away from them. They were all over the windshield, just squatting there, waiting like buzzards. But they ran away when you came over." "Scavengers," Grant said. "They won't attack anything that's moving or looks strong. They attack things that are dead, or almost dead. Anyway, unmoving." They were going up the ladder now, back toward the entrance door. "What happened to the raptor that attacked you?" Grant said. "I don't know," Gennaro said. "Did it leave? I didn't see. I got away, I think because it was injured.
I think Muldoon shot it in the leg and it was bleeding while it was in here. Then, I don't know, maybe it went back outside. Maybe it died in here, I didn't see. And maybe it's still in here, Grant said.
Woo stared out the lodge window at the raptors beyond the fence. They still seemed playful, making mock attacks at Ellie. The behavior had continued for a long time now, and it occurred to him that it might be too long. It almost seemed as if they were trying to keep Ellie's attention, in the same way that she was trying to keep theirs. The behavior of the dinosaurs had always been a minor consideration for Woo, and rightly so. Behavior was a second-order effect of DNA, like protein enfolding. You couldn't really predict behavior, and you couldn't really control it, except in very crude ways, like making an animal dependent on a dietary substance by withholding an enzyme. But in general, behavioral effects were simply beyond the reach of understanding. You couldn't look at a DNA sequence and predict behavior. It was impossible. And that had made Woo's DNA work purely empirical. It was a matter of tinkering, the way a modern workman might repair an antique grandfather clock. You were dealing with something out of the past, something constructed of ancient materials and following ancient rules. You couldn't be certain why it worked as it did. And it had been repaired and modified many times already by forces of evolution over eons of time. So, like the workman who makes an adjustment and then sees if the clock runs any better, Woo would make an adjustment and then see if the animals behaved any better. And he only tried to correct gross behavior, uncontrolled butting of the electrical fences or rubbing the skin raw on tree trunks. Those were the behaviors that sent him back to the drawing board. And the limits of his science had left him with a mysterious feeling about the dinosaurs in the park. He was never sure, never really sure at all, whether the behavior of the animals was historically accurate or not. Were they behaving as they really had in the past? It was an open question, ultimately unanswerable. And though Woo would never admit it, the discovery that the dinosaurs were breeding represented a tremendous validation of his work. A breeding animal was demonstrably effective in a fundamental way. It implied that Woo had put all the pieces together correctly. He had recreated an animal millions of years old with such precision that the creature could even reproduce itself. But still, looking at the raptors outside, he was troubled by the persistence of their behavior. Raptors were intelligent, and intelligent animals got bored quickly. Intelligent animals also formed plans, and... Harding came out into the hallway from Malcolm's room. "Where's Ellie?" "Still outside. Better get her in. The raptors have left the skylight." "When?" Woo said, moving to the door. "Just a moment ago," Harding said. Woo threw open the front door. "Ellie! Inside, now!" She looked over at him, puzzled. "There's no problem. Everything's under control. Now!" She shook her head. "I know what I'm doing," she said. "Now, Ellie, damn it!" Muldoon didn't like Woo standing there with the door open, and he was about to say so when he saw a shadow descend from above, and he realized at once what had happened. Woo was yanked bodily out the door, and Muldoon heard Ellie screaming. Muldoon got to the door and looked out and saw that Woo was lying on his back, his body already torn open by the big claw, and the raptor was jerking its head, tugging at Woo's intestines, even though Woo was still alive, still feebly reaching up with his hands to push the big head away. He was being eaten while he was still alive. And then Ellie stopped screaming and started to run alongside the inside of the fence, and Muldoon slammed the door shut, dizzy with horror. It had happened so fast. Harding said, "He jumped down from the roof." Muldoon nodded. He went to the window and looked out, and he saw that the three raptors outside the fence were now running away. But they weren't following Ellie. They were going back, toward the visitor center. Grant came to the edge of the maintenance building and peered forward in the fog. He could hear the snarls of the raptors, and they seemed to be coming closer. Now he could see their bodies running past him. They were going to the visitor center. He looked back at Gennaro. Gennaro shook his head. No. Grant leaned close and whispered in his ear, "No choice. We've got to turn on the computer." Grant set out in the fog. After a moment, Gennaro followed. Ellie didn't stop to think. When the raptors dropped inside the fence to attack Wu, she just turned and ran as fast as she could toward the far end of the lodge. There was a space 15 feet wide between the fence and the lodge. She ran, not hearing the animals pursuing her, just hearing her own breath. She rounded the corner, saw a tree growing by the side of the building, and leapt, grabbing a branch, swinging up. She didn't feel panic. She felt a kind of exhilaration as she kicked and saw her legs rise up in front of her face, and she hooked her legs over a branch farther up, tightened her gut, and pulled up quickly. She was already 12 feet off the ground, and the raptors still weren't following her, and she was beginning to feel pretty good when she saw the first animal at the base of the tree. Its mouth was bloody, and bits of stringy flesh hung from its jaws. She continued to go up fast, hand over hand, just reaching and going, and she could almost see the top of the building. She looked down again. The two raptors were climbing the tree. Now she was at the level of the rooftop. She could see the gravel only 4 feet away, and the glass pyramids of the skylight sticking up in the mist. There was a door on the roof. She could get inside. In a single heaving effort, she flung herself through the air and landed sprawling on the gravel. She scraped her face, but somehow the only sensation was exhilaration, as if it were a kind of game she was playing, a game she intended to win. She ran for the door that led to the stairwell. Behind her, she could hear the raptors shaking the branches of the tree. They were still in the tree. She reached the door and twisted the knob. The door was locked. It took a moment for the meaning of that to cut through her euphoria. The door was locked. She was on the roof, and she couldn't get down. The door was locked. She pounded on the door in frustration, and then she ran for the far side of the roof, hoping to see a way down. But there was only the green outline of the swimming pool through the blowing mist. All around the pool was concrete decking. 10, 12 feet of concrete, too much for her to jump across. No other trees to climb down, no stairs, no fire escape, nothing. Ellie turned back and saw the raptors jumping easily to the roof. She ran to the far end of the building, hoping there might be another door there, but there wasn't. The raptors came slowly toward her, stalking her, slipping silently among the glass pyramids. She looked down. The edge of the pool was 10 feet away, too far. The raptors were closer, starting to move apart, and illogically she thought, isn't this always the way? Some little mistake screws it all up. She still felt giddy, still felt exhilaration, and she somehow couldn't believe these animals were going to get her. She couldn't believe that now her life was going to end like this. It didn't seem possible. She was enveloped in a kind of protective cheerfulness. She just didn't believe it would happen. The raptors snarled. Ellie backed away, moving to the far end of the roof. She took a breath and then began to sprint toward the edge. As she raced toward the edge, she saw the swimming pool, and she knew it was too far away, but she thought, what the hell? And leapt into space and fell. And with a stinging shock, she felt herself enveloped in coldness. She was underwater. She had done it. She came to the surface and looked up at the roof and saw the raptors looking down at her, and she knew that if she could do it, the raptors could do it too. She splashed in the water and thought, can raptors swim? But she was sure they could. They could probably swim like crocodiles. The raptors turned away from the edge of the roof, and then she heard Harding calling, Sattler! And she realized he had opened the roof door. The raptors were going toward him. Hurriedly, she climbed out of the pool and ran toward the lodge. Harding had gone up the steps to the roof 2 at a time, and he had flung open the door without thinking. Sattler! He shouted, and then he stopped. Mist blew among the pyramids on the roof. The raptors were not in sight. Sattler! He was so preoccupied with Sattler that it was a moment before he realized his mistake. He should be able to see the animals, he thought. In the next instant, the clawed forearm smashed around the side of the door, catching him in the chest with a tearing pain, and it took all of his effort to pull himself backward and close the door on the arm, and from downstairs he heard Muldoon shouting, She's here! She's already inside! From the other side of the door, the raptor snarled, and Harding slammed the door again, and the claws pulled back, and he closed the door with a metallic clang and sank, coughing, to the floor.
Where are we going?
Lex said. They were on the 2nd floor of the visitor center. A glass-walled corridor ran the length of the building. To the control room, Tim said.
Where's that?
Down here someplace.
Tim looked at the names stenciled on the doors as he went past them. These seemed to be offices. Park warden, guest services, general manager, comptroller. They came to a glass partition marked with a sign, Closed Area, authorized personnel only beyond this point. There was a slot for a security card, but Tim just pushed the door open.
How come it opened?
The power is out, Tim said.
Why are we going to the control room? She asked. To find a radio. We need to call somebody.
Beyond the glass door, the hallway continued. Tim remembered this area. He had seen it earlier during the tour. Lex trotted along at his side. In the distance, he heard the snarling of raptors. The animals seemed to be approaching. Then Tim heard them slamming against the glass downstairs.
They're out there,
Lex whispered.
Don't worry. What are they doing here? Lex said. Never mind now.
Park supervisor, operations, main control. Here, Tim said. He pushed open the door. The main control room was as he had seen it before. In the center of the room was a console with 4 chairs and 4 computer monitors. The room was entirely dark, except for the monitors, which all showed a series of colored rectangles.
So where's a radio?
Lex said. But Tim had forgotten all about a radio. He moved forward, staring at the computer screens. The screens were on. That could only mean the power must be back on.
Ick,
Lex said, shifting her body. What?
I was standing on somebody's ear, she said.
Tim hadn't seen a body when they came in. He looked back and saw there was just an ear lying on the floor.
That is really disgusting,
Lex said. Never mind. He turned to the monitors.
Where's the rest of him? She said.
Never mind that now. He peered closely at the monitor. There were rows of colored labels on the screen under the heading Jurassic Park System Startup.
You better not fool around with that, Timmy, she said.
Don't worry, I won't. He had seen complicated computers before, like the ones that were installed in the buildings his father worked on. Those computers controlled everything from the elevators and security to the heating and cooling systems. They looked basically like this, a lot of colored labels, but they were usually simpler to understand, and almost always there was a help label if you needed to learn about the system, but he saw no help label here. He looked again to be sure, but then he saw something else. Numerals clicking in the upper left corner of the screen. They read 10, 47, 22. Then Tim realized it was the time. There were only 13 minutes left for the boat, but he was more worried about the people in the lodge. There was a static crackle. He turned and saw Lex holding a radio. She was twisting the knobs and dials.
How does it work? She said. I can't make it work.
Give me that.
It's mine. I found it. Give it to me, Lex. I get to use it first. Lex!
Suddenly the radio crackled. What the hell is going on? Said Muldoon's voice. Surprised, Lex dropped the radio on the floor. Grant ducked back, crouching among the palm trees. Through the mist ahead, he could see the raptors hopping and snarling and butting their heads against the glass of the visitor center. But between snarls, they would fall silent and cock their heads as if listening to something distant. And then they would make little whimpering sounds. What are they doing? Gennaro said. Looks like they're trying to get into the cafeteria, Grant said. What's in the cafeteria? I left the kids there, Grant said. Can they break through that glass? I don't think so, no. Grant watched, and now he heard the crackle of a distant radio. And the raptors began hopping in a more agitated way. One after another, they began jumping higher and higher, until finally he saw the first of them leap lightly onto the second-floor balcony, and from there move inside the second floor of the visitor center. In the control room on the second floor, Tim snatched up the radio which Lex had dropped. He pressed the button. Hello? Hello?
Is that you, Tim?
It was Muldoon's voice.
It's me, yes.
Where are you?
In the control room. The power is on.
That's great, Tim,
Muldoon said.
If someone will tell me how to turn the computer on, I'll do it.
There was a silence.
Hello?
Tim said.
Did you hear me?
We have a problem about that, Muldoon said. Nobody, who is here knows how to do that. How to turn the computer on.
Tim said,
What, are you kidding? Nobody knows?
It seemed incredible.
No. A pause. I think it's something about the main grid, turning on the main grid. You know anything about computers, Tim?
Tim stared at the screen. Lex nudged him.
Tell him no, Timmy, she said. Yes, some. I know something, Tim said.
Might as well try, Muldoon said. Nobody here knows what to do, and Grant doesn't know about computers.
Okay, Tim said, I'll try. He clicked off the radio and stared at the screen, studying it.
Timmy, Lex said, you don't know what to do.
Yes, I do.
If you know, then do it,
Lex said. Just a minute. As a way to get started, he pulled the chair close to the keyboard and pressed the cursor keys. Those were the keys that moved the cursor around on the screen. But nothing happened. Then he pushed other keys. The screen remained unchanged.
Well, she said.
Something's wrong, Tim said, frowning.
You just don't know, Timmy, she said.
He examined the computer again, looking at it carefully. The keyboard had a row of function keys at the top, just like a regular PC keyboard, and the monitor was big and in color, but the monitor housing was sort of unusual. Tim looked at the edges of the screen and saw lots of faint pinpoints of red light. Red light all around the borders of the screen. What could that be? He moved his finger toward the light and saw the soft red glow on his skin. He touched the screen where it said Access TNL and heard a beep. A message box flashed up saying, You already have access. Make your selection from the main screen. A moment later, the message box disappeared and the original screen flashed back up.
What happened? Lex said. What did you do? You touched something.
Of course, he thought. He had touched the screen. It was a touch screen. The red lights around the edges must be infrared sensors. Tim had never seen such a screen, but he'd read about them in magazines. He touched Reset Revert. Instantly the screen changed. He got a new message. The computer is now reset. Make your selection from the main screen. Over the radio, they heard the sound of raptors snarling.
I want to see, Lex said. You should try View.
No, Lex. Well, I want View, she said, and before he could grab her hand, she had pressed View. The screen changed. Now the heading at the top said Subroutines View, Video Interface Environmental Watch. Other labeled boxes arrayed underneath designated video monitors at various locations in the park.
Uh-oh, she said. Lex, will you cut it out? Look, she said, it worked. Ha!
Around the room, the monitors showed quickly changing views of different parts of the park. Most of the images were misty gray because of the exterior fog, but one showed the outside of the lodge with a raptor on the roof, and then another switched to an image in bright sunlight showing the bow of a ship. Bright sunlight.
What was that? Tim said, leaning forward. What? That picture.
But the image had already changed, and now they were seeing the inside of the lodge, one room after another, and then he saw Malcolm lying in a bed.
Stop it, Lex said. I see them.
Tim touched the screen in several places and got submenus, then more submenus.
Wait, Lex said, you're confusing it. Will you shut up? You don't know anything about computers.
Now he had a list of monitors on the screen. One of them was marked Safari Lodge LV2-4. Another was Remote Shipboard VND. He pressed the screen several times. Video images came up on monitors around the room. One showed the bow of the supply ship and the ocean ahead. In the distance, Tim saw land, buildings along a shore and a harbor. He recognized the harbor because he had flown over it in a helicopter the day before. It was Punta Arenas. The ship seemed to be just minutes from landing. But his attention was drawn by the next screen, which showed the roof of the Safari Lodge in gray mist. The raptors were mostly hidden behind the pyramids, but their heads bobbed up and down, coming into view. And then on the third monitor, he could see inside a room. Malcolm was lying in a bed, and Ellie stood next to him. They were both looking upward. As they watched, Muldoon walked into the room and joined them, looking up with an expression of concern.
They see us, Lex said.
I don't think so. The radio crackled. On the screen, Muldoon lifted the radio to his lips.
Hello, Tim?
I'm here, Tim said.
We haven't got a whole lot of time, Muldoon said dully. Better get that power grid on.
And then Tim heard the raptors snarl, and saw one of the long heads duck down through the glass, briefly entering the picture from the top, snapping its jaws.
"Hurry, Timmy," Lex said. "Get the power on!"
The grid. Tim suddenly found himself lost in a tangled series of monitor control screens as he tried to get back to the main screen. Most systems had a single button or a single command to return to the previous screen or to the main menu, but this system did not, or at least he didn't know it. Also, he was certain that help commands had been built into the system, but he couldn't find them either. And Lex was jumping up and down and shouting in his ear, making him nervous. Finally, he got the main screen back. He wasn't sure what he had done, but it was back. He paused, looking for a command.
"Do something, Timmy! Will you shut up? I'm trying to get help."
He pushed Template, Main. The screen filled with a complicated diagram with interconnecting boxes and arrows. No good, no good. He pushed Common Interface. The screen shifted. Now the heading at the top said Common Interface with tiers of different labeled boxes underneath.
"What's that?" Lex said. "Why aren't you turning on the power, Timmy?"
He ignored her. Maybe help on this system was called Info. He pushed Info, and a message box appeared. Jurassic Park Common User Interface version 1.1b24, developed by Integrated Computer Systems Incorporated, Cambridge, Mass. Project Supervisor Dennis Nedry. Chief Programmer Mike Bax. Jurassic Park Incorporated, all rights reserved.
"Timmy!"
Lex wailed, but he'd already pushed Find. He got another useless window. He pushed Go Back, and the screen flashed up another message window. Jurassic Park Common User Interface. Command Go Back. Cannot go back without a specific search option. See also Search, Change, Go Ahead, Find, Options, Review. On the radio, he heard Muldoon say,
"How's it coming, Tim?"
He didn't bother to answer. Frantic, he pushed buttons one after another. Suddenly, without warning, the main screen was back. Jurassic Park System Startup. And below it, a score of labeled boxes. He studied the screen. Electrical Main and Set Grids DNL both looked like they might have something to do with the grids. He noticed that Safety Stroke Health and Critical Locks might be important too. He heard the growl of the raptors. He had to make a choice. He pressed Set Grids DNL and groaned when he saw the resulting readout, rows of labeled boxes and figures under two main boxed headings, Custom Parameters and Standard Parameters. He didn't know what to do. He pushed Standard Parameters and got another screen. Standard Parameters, Park Grids B4-C6, Outer Grids C2-D2, Zoological Grids BB-07, Pen Grids R4-R4, Lodge Grids F4-D4, Maint Grids E5-L6, Main Grids C4-G7, Sensor Grids D5-G4, Utility Grids AH-B5, Core Grids A1-C1, Circuit Integrity Not Tested, Security Grids Remain Automatic. Tim shook his head in frustration. It took him a moment to realize that he had just gotten valuable information. He now knew the grid coordinates for the lodge. He pushed grid F4, and the screen flashed, Power Grid F4, Safari Lodge. Command cannot be executed. Error -505. Power incompatible with command error. Refer manual pages 4.09 to 4.11.
"It's not working," Lex said.
"I know." He pushed another button. The screen flashed again. Power Grid D4, Safari Lodge. Command cannot be executed. Error -505. Power incompatible with command error. Refer manual pages 4.09 to 4.11. Tim tried to stay calm, to think it through. For some reason, he was getting a consistent error message whenever he tried to turn on a grid. It was saying the power was incompatible with the command he was giving. But what did that mean? Why was power incompatible?
"Timmy,"
Lex said, tugging at his arm.
"Not now, Lex."
"Yes, now," she said, and she pulled him away from the screen in the console, and then he heard the snarling of raptors. It was coming from the hallway. In the skylight above Malcolm's bed, the raptors had almost bitten through the second metal bar. They could now poke their heads entirely through the shattered glass and lunge and snarl at the people below. Then after a moment they would pull back and resume chewing on the metal. Malcolm said,
"It won't be long now. 3, 4 minutes."
He pressed the button on the radio. "Tim, are you there? Tim?" There was no answer. Tim slipped out the door and saw the velociraptor down at the far end of the corridor, standing by the balcony. He stared in astonishment. How had it gotten out of the freezer? Then as he watched, a second raptor suddenly appeared on the balcony, and he understood. The raptor hadn't come from the freezer at all. It had come from outside. It had jumped from the ground below. The second raptor landed silently, perfectly balanced on the railing. Tim couldn't believe it. The big animal had jumped 10 feet straight up, more than 10 feet. Their legs must be incredibly powerful. Lex whispered, "I thought you said they couldn't—" "Shh!" Tim was trying to think. But he watched with a kind of fascinated dread as the third raptor leapt to the balcony. The animals milled aimlessly in the corridor for a moment, and then they began to move forward in single file, coming toward him and Lex. Quietly, Tim pushed against the door at his back to re-enter the control room, but the door was stuck. He pushed harder. "We're locked out," Lex whispered. "Look!" She pointed to the slot for the security card alongside the door. A bright red dot glowed. Somehow the security doors had been activated. "You idiot! You locked us out!" Tim looked down the corridor. He saw several more doors, but each had a red light glowing alongside. That meant all the doors were locked. There was nowhere they could go. Then he saw a slumped shape on the floor at the far end of the corridor. It was a dead guard. A white security card was clipped to his belt. "Come on," he whispered. They ran for the guard. Tim got the card and turned back, but of course the raptors had seen them. They snarled and blocked the way back to the control room. They began to spread out, fanning out in the hallway to surround Tim and Lex. Their heads began to duck rhythmically. They were going to attack. Tim did the only thing he could do. Using the card, he opened the nearest door off the hallway and pushed Lex through. As the door began to close slowly behind them, the raptors hissed and charged. Lodge. Ian Malcolm drew each breath as if it might be his last. He watched the raptors with dull eyes. Harding took his blood pressure, frowned, took it again. Ellie Sattler was wrapped in a blanket, shivering and cold. Muldoon sat on the floor, propped against the wall. Hammond was staring upward, not speaking. They all listened to the radio.
"What happened to Tim?" Hammond said. "Still no word?" "I don't know."
Malcolm said,
"Ugly, aren't they? Truly ugly."
Hammond shook his head.
"Who could have imagined it would turn out this way?"
Ellie said,
"Apparently Malcolm did."
"I didn't imagine it," Malcolm said. "I calculated it."
Hammond sighed.
"No more of this, please. He's been saying I told you so for hours, but nobody wanted this to happen." "It isn't a matter of wanting it or not," Malcolm said, eyes closed. He spoke slowly through the drugs. "It's a matter of what you think you can accomplish. When the hunter goes out in the rainforest to seek food for his family, does he expect to control nature? No. He imagines that nature is beyond him, beyond his understanding, beyond his control. Maybe he prays to nature, to the fertility of the forest that provides for him. He prays because he knows he doesn't control it. He is at the mercy of it. But you decide you won't be at the mercy of nature. You decide you'll control nature. And from that moment on, you're in deep trouble because you can't do it. Yet you have made systems that require you to do it. And you can't do it. And you never have. And you never will. Don't confuse things. You can make a boat, but you can't make the ocean. You can make an airplane, but you can't make the air. Your powers are much less than your dreams of reason would have you believe." "He's lost me," Hammond said with a sigh. "Where did Tim go? He seemed such a responsible boy." I'm sure he's trying to get control of the situation, Malcolm said, like everybody else. And Grant, too. What happened to Grant?
Grant reached the rear door to the visitor center, the same door he had left 20 minutes before. He tugged on the handle. It was locked. Then he saw the little red light. The security doors were reactivated. Damn! He ran around to the front of the building and went through the shattered front doors into the main lobby, stopping by the guard desk where he had been earlier. He could hear the dry hiss of his radio. He went to the kitchen, looking for the kids, but the kitchen door was open, the kids gone. He went upstairs, but came to the glass panel marked closed area, and the door was locked. He needed a security card to go farther. Grant couldn't get in. From somewhere inside the hallway, he heard the raptors snarling. The leathery reptile skin touched Tim's face. The claws tore his shirt, and Tim fell onto his back, shrieking in fright. "Timmy!" Lex yelled. Tim scrambled to his feet again. The baby velociraptor perched on his shoulder, chirping and squeaking in panic. Tim and Lex were in the white nursery. There were toys on the floor, a rolling yellow ball, a doll, a plastic rattle. "It's the baby raptor," Lex said, pointing to the animal gripping Tim's shoulder. The little raptor burrowed its head into Tim's neck. The poor thing was probably starving, Tim thought. Lex came closer, and the baby hopped onto her shoulder. It rubbed against her neck. "Why is it doing that?" she said. "Is it scared?" "I don't know," Tim said. She passed the raptor back to Tim. The baby was chirping and squeaking and hopping up and down on his shoulder excitedly. It kept looking around, head moving quickly. No doubt about it, the little thing was worked up and— "Tim," Lex whispered. The door to the hallway hadn't closed behind them after they had entered the nursery. Now the big velociraptors were coming through, first one, then a second one. Clearly agitated, the baby chirped and bounced on Tim's shoulder. Tim knew he had to get away. Maybe the baby would distract them. After all, it was a baby raptor. He plucked the little animal from his shoulder and threw it across the room. The baby scurried between the legs of the adults. The first raptor lowered its snout, sniffed at the baby delicately. Tim took Lex's hand and pulled her deeper into the nursery. He had to find a door, a way to get out. There was a high, piercing shriek. Tim looked back to see the baby in the jaws of the adult. A second velociraptor came forward and tore at the limbs of the infant, trying to pull it from the mouth of the first. The two raptors fought over the baby as it squealed. Blood splattered in large drops onto the floor. "They ate him," Lex said. The raptors fought over the remains of the baby, rearing back and butting heads. Tim found a door. It was unlocked, and went through, pulling Lex after him. They were in another room, and from the deep green glow, he realized it was a deserted DNA extraction laboratory, the rows of stereo microscopes abandoned, the high-resolution screens showing frozen, giant black and white images of insects. The flies and gnats that had bitten dinosaurs millions of years ago, sucking the blood that now had been used to recreate dinosaurs in the park. They ran through the laboratory, and Tim could hear the snorts and snarls of the raptors pursuing them, coming closer. And then he went to the back of the lab and through a door that must have had an alarm, because in the narrow corridor an intermittent siren sounded shrilly, and the lights overhead flashed on and off. Running down the corridor, Tim was plunged into darkness, then light again, then darkness. Over the sound of the alarm, he heard the raptors snort as they pursued him. Lex was whimpering and moaning. Tim saw another door ahead, with a blue biohazard sign, and he slammed into the door and moved beyond it, and suddenly he collided with something big, and Lex shrieked in terror. "Take it easy, kids," a voice said. Tim blinked in disbelief. Standing above him was Dr. Grant, and next to him was Mr. Gennaro. Outside in the hallway, it had taken Grant nearly 2 minutes to realize that the dead guard down in the lobby probably had a security card. He'd gone back and gotten it, and entered the upper corridor, moving quickly down the hallway. He had followed the sound of the raptors and found them fighting in the nursery. He was sure the kids would have gone to the next room and had immediately run to the extractions lab, and there he'd met the kids. Now the raptors were coming toward them. The animal seemed momentarily hesitant, surprised by the appearance of more people. Grant pushed the kids into Gennaro's arms and said, "Take them back someplace safe, but through there," Grant said, pointing over his shoulder to a far door. "Take them to the control room if you can. You should all be safe there." "What are you going to do?" Gennaro said. The raptors stood near the door. Grant noticed that they waited until all the animals were together, and then they moved forward as a group, pack hunters. He shivered. "I have a plan," Grant said. "Now go on." Gennaro led the kids away. The raptors continued slowly toward Grant, moving past the supercomputers, past the screens that still blinked endless sequences of computer-deciphered code. The raptors came forward without hesitation, sniffing the floor, repeatedly ducking their heads. Grant heard the door click behind him and glanced over his shoulder. Everybody was standing on the other side of the glass door watching him. Gennaro shook his head. Grant knew what it meant. There was no door to the control room beyond. Gennaro and the kids were trapped in there. It was up to him now. Grant moved slowly, edging around the laboratory, leading the raptors away from Gennaro and the kids. He could see another door nearer the front, which was marked to laboratory. Whatever that meant. He had an idea, and he hoped he was right. The door had a blue biohazard sign. The raptors were coming closer. Grant turned and slammed into the door and moved beyond it into a deep, warm silence. He turned. Yes! He was where he wanted to be, in the hatchery, beneath infrared lights, long tables with rows of eggs, and a low, clinging mist. The rockers on the tables clicked and whirred in a steady motion. The mist poured over the sides of the tables and drifted to the floor, where it disappeared, evaporated. Grant ran directly to the rear of the hatchery, into a glass-walled laboratory with ultraviolet light. His clothing glowed blue. He looked around at the glass reagents, beakers full of pipettes, glass dishes, all delicate laboratory equipment. The raptors entered the room, cautiously at first, sniffing the humid air, looking at the long, rocking tables of eggs. The lead animal wiped its bloody jaws with the back of its forearm. Silently, the raptors passed between the long tables. The animals moved through the room in a coordinated way, ducking from time to peer beneath the tables. They were looking for him. Grant crouched and moved to the back of the laboratory, looked up, and saw the metal hood marked with a skull and crossbones. A sign said, "Caution, biogenic toxins, A4 precautions required." Grant remembered that Regis had said they were powerful poisons. Only a few molecules would kill instantaneously. The hood lay flush against the surface of the lab table. Grant could not slip his hand under it. He tried to open it, but there was no door, no handle, no way that he could see. Grant rose slowly and glanced back at the main room. The raptors were still moving among the tables. He turned to the hood. He saw an odd metal fixture sunk into the surface of the table. It looked like an outdoor electrical outlet with a round cover. He flipped up the cover, saw a button, pressed it. With a soft hiss, the hood slid upward to the ceiling. He saw glass shelves above him and rows of bottles marked with a skull and crossbones. He peered at the labels: CCK-55, tetra-alpha-secretin, thym11X-1612. The fluids glowed pale green in the ultraviolet light. Nearby he saw a glass dish with syringes in it. The syringes were small, each containing a tiny amount of green glowing fluid. Crouched in the blue darkness, Grant reached for the dish of syringes. The needles on the syringes were capped in plastic. He removed one cap, pulling it off with his teeth. He looked at the thin needle. He moved forward, toward the raptors. He had devoted his whole life to studying dinosaurs. Now he would see how much he really knew. Velociraptors were small, carnivorous dinosaurs, like oviraptors and dromaeosaurs, animals that were long thought to steal eggs. Just as certain modern birds ate the eggs of other birds, Grant had always assumed that velociraptors would eat dinosaur eggs if they could. He crept forward to the nearest egg table in the hatchery. Slowly he reached up into the mist and took a large egg from the rocking table. The egg was almost the size of a football, cream-colored with faint pink speckling. He held the egg carefully while he stuck the needle through the shell and injected the contents of the syringe. The egg glowed faint blue. Grant bent down again. Beneath the table, He saw the legs of the raptors and the mist pouring down from the tabletops. He rolled the glowing egg along the floor toward the raptors. The raptors looked up, hearing the faint rumble as the egg rolled, and jerked their heads around. Then they resumed their slow, stalking search. The egg stopped several yards from the nearest raptor. Damn! Grant did it all again, quietly reaching up for an egg, bringing it down, injecting it, and rolling it toward the raptors. This time the egg came to rest by the foot of one velociraptor. It rocked gently, clicking against the big toe claw. The raptor looked down in surprise at this new gift. It bent over and sniffed the glowing egg. It rolled the egg with its snout along the floor for a moment, and ignored it. The velociraptor stood upright again and slowly moved on, continuing to search. It wasn't working. Grant reached for a third egg and injected it with a fresh syringe. He held the glowing egg in his hands and rolled it again. But he rolled this one fast like a bowling ball. The egg rattled across the floor loudly. One of the animals heard the sound, ducked down, saw it coming, and instinctively chased the moving object, gliding swiftly among the tables to intercept the egg as it rolled. The big jaws snapped down and bit into it, crushing the shell. The raptor stood, pale albumin dripping from its jaws. It licked its lips noisily and snorted. It bit again and lapped the egg from the floor. But it didn't seem to be in the least distressed. It bent over to eat again from the broken egg. Grant looked down to see what would happen. From across the room, the raptor saw him. It was looking right at him. The velociraptor snarled menacingly. It moved toward Grant, crossing the room in long, incredibly swift strides. Grant was shocked to see it happening and froze in panic, when suddenly the animal made a gasping, gurgling sound, and the big body pitched forward onto the ground. The heavy tail thumped the floor in spasms. The raptor continued to make choking sounds, punctuated by intermittent loud shrieks. Foam bubbled from its mouth. The head flopped back and forth, the tail slammed and thumped. That's one, Grant thought. But it wasn't dying very fast. It seemed to take forever to die. Grant reached up for another egg and saw that the other raptors in the room were frozen in mid-action. They listened to the sound of the dying animal. One cocked its head, then another and another. The first animal moved to look at the fallen raptor. The dying raptor was now twitching, the whole body shaking on the floor. It made pitiful moans. So much foam bubbled from its mouth that Grant could hardly see the head anymore. It flopped on the floor and moaned again. The second raptor bent over the fallen animal, examining it. It appeared to be puzzled by these death throes. Cautiously, it looked at the foaming head, then moved down to the twitching neck, the heaving ribs, the legs, and it took a bite from the hind leg. The dying animal snarled and suddenly lifted its head and twisted, sinking its teeth into the neck of its attacker. That's two, Grant thought. But the standing animal wrenched free. Blood flowed from its neck. It struck out with its hind claws and with a single swift movement ripped open the belly of the fallen animal. Coils of intestine fell out like fat snakes. The screams of the dying raptor filled the room. The attacker turned away as if fighting was suddenly too much trouble. It crossed the room, ducked down, and came up with a glowing egg. Grant watched as the raptor bit into it, the glowing material dripping down its chin. That makes two. The second raptor was stricken almost instantly, coughing and pitching forward. As it fell, it knocked over a table. Dozens of eggs rolled everywhere across the floor. Grant looked at them in dismay. There was still a third raptor left. Grant had one more syringe. With so many eggs rolling on the floor, he would have to do something else. He was trying to decide what to do when the last animal snorted irritably. Grant looked up. The raptor had spotted him. The final raptor did not move for a long time. It just stared. And then it slowly, quietly came forward, stalking him, bobbing up and down, looking first beneath the tables, then above them. It moved deliberately, cautiously, with none of the swiftness that it had displayed in a pack. A solitary animal now, it was careful. It never took its eyes off Grant. Grant looked around quickly. There was nowhere for him to hide, nothing for him to do. Grant's gaze was fixed on the raptor, moving slowly, laterally. Grant moved too. He tried to keep as many tables as he could between himself and the advancing animal. Slowly, he moved to the left. The raptor advanced in the dark red gloom of the hatchery. Its breath came in soft hisses through flared nostrils. Grant felt eggs breaking beneath his feet, the yolk sticking to the soles of his shoes. He crouched down, felt the bulge of the radio in his pocket. The radio. He pulled it from his pocket and turned it on. "Hello, this is Grant."
"Alan?"
Ellie's voice.
"Alan?"
"Listen," he said softly. "Just talk."
"Alan, is that you?"
"Talk," he said again, and he pushed the radio across the floor away from him, toward the advancing raptor. He crouched behind a table leg and waited.
"Alan? Speak to me, please."
Then a crackle and silence. The radio remained silent. The raptor advanced, soft, hissing breath. The radio was still silent. What was the matter with her? Didn't she understand? In the darkness, the raptor came closer. "Alan?" The tinny voice from the radio made the big animal pause. It sniffed the air, as if sensing someone else in the room.
"Alan, it's me. I don't know if you can hear me."
The raptor now turned away from Grant and moved toward the radio.
"Alan, please."
Why hadn't he pushed the radio farther away? The raptor was going toward it, but it was close. The big foot came down very near him. Grant could see the pebbled skin, the soft green glow, the streaks of dried blood on the curved claw. He could smell the strong reptile odor.
"Alan, listen to me. Alan?"
The raptor bent over, poked at the radio on the floor tentatively. Its body was turned away from Grant. The big tail was right above Grant's head. Grant reached up and jabbed the syringe deep into the flesh of the tail and injected the poison. The velociraptor snarled and jumped. With frightening speed, it swung back toward Grant, jaws wide. It snapped, its jaws closing on the table leg, and jerked its head up. The table was knocked away, and Grant fell back, now completely exposed. The raptor loomed over him, rising up, its head banging into the infrared lights above, making them swing crazily.
"Alan?"
The raptor reared back and lifted its clawed foot to kick. Grant rolled, and the foot slammed down, just missing him. He felt a searing, sharp pain along his shoulder blades, the sudden warm flow of blood over his shirt. He rolled across the floor, crushing eggs, smearing his hands, his face. The raptor kicked again, smashing down on the radio, spattering sparks. It snarled in rage and kicked a third time, and Grant came to the wall, nowhere else to go, and the animal raised its foot a final time and toppled backward. The animal was wheezing. Foam came from its mouth. Gennaro and the kids came into the room. Grant signaled them to stay back. The girl looked at the dying animal and said softly,
"Wow."
Gennaro helped Grant to his feet. They all turned and ran for the control room. Control. Tim was astonished to find the screen in the control room was now flashing on and off. Lex said, "What happened?" Some of the labels were flashing: security main, monitor main, command main, electrical main, master main, zoological main, set grids DNL, access TNL, critical locks, status main, control pass-through, telecom RSD, safety/health. Tim saw Dr. Grant staring at the screen and gingerly moving his hand toward the keyboard. "I don't know about computers," Grant said, shaking his head. But Tim was already sliding into the seat. He touched the screen rapidly. On the video monitors, he could see the boat moving closer to Punta Arenas. It was now only about 200 yards from the dock. On the other monitor, he saw the lodge with the raptors hanging down from the ceiling. On the radio, he heard their snarls.
"Do something, Timmy,"
Lex said. He pushed set grids DNL, even though it was flashing. The screen answered, "Warning, command execution aborted, auxiliary power low."
"What does that mean?"
Tim said. Gennaro snapped his fingers. "That happened before. It means auxiliary power is low. You have to turn on main power."
"I do?"
He pushed electrical main. Another screen came up, headed electrical main control modules, with rows of numbered labels underneath. Tim groaned. "What are you doing now?" Grant said. The whole screen was starting to flash. Tim pushed main. Nothing happened. The screen continued to flash. Tim pushed main grid P. He felt sick to his stomach with fear. Main power grid not active, auxiliary power only. The screen was still flashing. He pushed main set 1. Main power activated. All the lights in the room came on. All the monitor screens stopped flashing. Hey! All right! Tim pressed reset grids. Nothing happened for a moment. He glanced at the video monitors, then back at the main screen. Which grid do you want to reset? Park? Maint? Security? Lodge? Other? Grant said something that Tim didn't hear. He only heard the tension in his voice. He was looking at Tim, worried. Tim felt his heart thumping in his chest. Lex was yelling at him. He didn't want to look at the video monitor anymore. He could hear the sound of the bars bending in the lodge and the raptors snarling. He heard Malcolm say,
"Dear God."
He pushed lodge. Specify grid number to reset. For a frozen, interminable moment, he couldn't remember the number. But then he remembered F4, and he pressed that. Activating lodge grid F4 now. On the video monitor, he saw an explosion of sparks sputtering down from the ceiling of the hotel room. The monitor flared white. Lex shouted, "What did you do?" But almost immediately the image came back and they could see that the raptors were caught between the bars, writhing and screaming in a hot cascade of sparks, while Muldoon and the others cheered, their voices tinny over the radio. "That's it," Grant said, slapping Timmy on the back. "That's it! You did it!" They were all standing and jumping up and down when Lex said, "What about the ship?" "The what?" "The ship," she said, and pointed to the screen. On the monitor, the buildings beyond the bow of the ship were much larger and moving to the right as the ship turned left and prepared to dock. He saw crewmen heading out to the bow, preparing to tie up. Tim scrambled back to his seat and stared at the startup screen. He studied the screen. Telecom VBB and Telecom RSD both looked like they might have something to do with telephones. He pressed Telecom RSD. "You have 23 waiting calls and/or messages. Do you wish to receive them now?" He pushed no. "Maybe the ship was one of the waiting calls," Lex said. "Maybe that way you could get the phone number." He ignored her. "Enter the number you wish to call or press F7 for directory." He pushed F7 and suddenly names and numbers spilled over the screen, an enormous directory. It wasn't alphabetical, and it took a while to scan it visually before he found what he was looking for. VSL Ann B, parenthesis Freddy, end parenthesis, 708-3902. Now all he had to do was figure out how to dial. He pushed a row of buttons at the bottom of the screen. Dial now or dial later. He pushed dial now. "We're sorry, your call cannot be completed as dialed. Error -598. Please try again." He tried it again. He heard a dial tone. Then the tone of the numbers being automatically dialed in rapid succession. "Is that it?" Grant said. "Pretty good, Timmy," Lex said, "but they're almost there." On the screen they could see the prow of the ship closing on the Punta Arenas dock. They heard a high-pitched squeal. And then a voice said, "Hello, John, this is Freddy. Do you read me over?" Tim picked up a phone on the console but heard only a dial tone. "Hello, John, this is Freddy. Over?" "Answer it," Lex said. Now they were all picking up phones, lifting every receiver in sight, but they heard only dial tones. Finally, Tim saw a phone mounted on the side of the console with a blinking light. "Hello, Control, this is Freddy. Do you read me over?" Tim grabbed the receiver. "Hello, this is Tim Murphy, and I need you to, say again. Didn't get that, John." "Don't land the boat. Do you hear me?" There was a pause. Then a puzzled voice said, "Sounds like some damn kid." Tim said, "Don't land the ship. Come back to the island." The voices sounded distant and scratchy. "Did he... name was Murphy?" And another voice said, "I didn't get name." Tim looked frantically at the others. Gennaro reached for the phone. "Let me do this. Can you get his name?" There was the sharp crackle of static. "Got to be a joke or else...
Frigging ham operator. Something.
Tim was working on the keyboard. There was probably some kind of a way to find out who Freddy was. "Can you hear me?" Gennaro said into the phone. "If you can hear me, answer me now, over."
"Son," came the drawled reply, "we don't know who the hell you are, but you're not funny, and we're about to dock, and we've got work to do. Now identify yourself properly or get off this channel."
Tim watched as the screen printed out Farrell, Frederick D., Captain. "Try this for identification, Captain Farrell," Gennaro said. "If you don't turn that boat around and return to this island immediately, you will be found in violation of Section 509 of the Uniform Maritime Act. You will be subject to revocation of license, penalties in excess of $50,000, and 5 years in jail. Do you hear that?" There was a silence. "Do you copy that, Captain Farrell?" And then, distantly, they heard a voice say, "I copy." And another voice said, "All ahead, stern." The boat began to turn away from the dock. Lex began to cheer. Tim collapsed back in the chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Grant said, "What's the Uniform Maritime Act?" "Who the hell knows?" Gennaro said. They all watched the screen in satisfaction. The boat was definitely heading away from the shore. "I guess the hard part's finished," Gennaro said. Grant shook his head. "The hard part," he said, "is just beginning." 7th iteration. Increasingly, the mathematics will demand the courage to face its implications. Ian Malcolm. Destroying the World. They moved Malcolm to another room in the lodge to a clean bed. Hammond seemed to revive and began bustling around, straightening up.
"Well," he said, "at least disaster is averted."
"What disaster is that?" Malcolm said, sighing.
"Well," Hammond said, "they didn't get free and overrun the world."
Malcolm sat up on one elbow. "You were worried about that?"
"Surely that's what was at stake," Hammond said. "These animals, lacking predators, might get out and destroy the planet."
You egomaniacal idiot, Malcolm said in a fury. Do you have any idea what you are talking about? You think you can destroy the planet? My, what intoxicating power you must have. Malcolm sank back on the bed. You can't destroy this planet. You can't even come close.
Most people believe, Hammond said stiffly, that the planet is in jeopardy.
Well, it's not, Malcolm said.
All the experts agree that our planet is in trouble.
Malcolm sighed. Let me tell you about our planet, he said. Our planet is 4.5 billion years old. There has been life on this planet for nearly that long, 3.8 billion years. The first bacteria, and later the first multicellular animals, then the first complex creatures in the sea, on the land. Then the great sweeping ages of animals, the amphibians, the dinosaurs, the mammals, each lasting millions upon millions of years. Great dynasties of creatures arising, flourishing, dying away. All this happening against a background of continuous and violent upheaval. Mountain ranges thrust up and eroded away, cometary impacts, volcanic eruptions, oceans rising and falling, whole continents moving. Endless, constant, and violent change. Even today, the greatest geographical feature on the planet comes from two great continents colliding, buckling, to make the Himalayan mountain range over millions of years. The planet has survived everything in its time. It will certainly survive us. Hammond frowned. Just because it lasted a long time, he said, doesn't mean it is permanent. If there was a radiation accident, suppose there was, Malcolm said. Let's say we had a bad one, and all the plants and animals died, and the earth was clicking hot for 100,000 years. Life would survive somewhere, under the soil, or perhaps frozen in Arctic ice. And after all those years, when the planet was no longer inhospitable, life would again spread over the planet. The evolutionary process would begin again. It might take a few billion years for life to regain its present variety. And of course it would be very different from what it is now. But the Earth would survive our folly. Life would survive our folly. Only we, Malcolm said, think it wouldn't.
Hammond said, "Well, if the ozone layer gets thinner,
there will be more ultraviolet radiation reaching the surface. So what?
Well, it'll cause skin cancer."
Malcolm shook his head. Ultraviolet radiation is good for life. It's powerful energy. It promotes mutation, change. Many forms of life will thrive with more UV radiation.
"And many others will die out,"
Hammond said. Malcolm sighed. You think this is the first time such a thing has happened? Don't you know about oxygen?
"I know it's necessary for life."
It is now, Malcolm said, but oxygen is actually a metabolic poison. It's a corrosive gas like fluorine, which is used to etch glass. And when oxygen was first produced as a waste product by certain plant cells, say around 3 billion years ago, it created a crisis for all other life on our planet. Those plant cells were polluting the environment with a deadly poison. They were exhaling a lethal gas and building up its concentration. A planet like Venus has less than 1% oxygen. On Earth, the concentration of oxygen was going up rapidly, 5, 10, eventually 21%. Earth had an atmosphere of pure poison, incompatible with life. Hammond looked irritated.
"So what is your point? That modern pollutants will be incorporated too?"
No, Malcolm said. My point is that life on Earth can take care of itself. In the thinking of a human being, 100 years is a long time. 100 years ago, we didn't have cars and airplanes and computers and vaccines. It was a whole different world. But to the Earth, 100 years is nothing. 1,000,000 years is nothing. This planet lives and breathes on a much vaster scale. We can't imagine its slow and powerful rhythms, and we haven't got the humility to try. We have been residents here for the blink of an eye. If we are gone tomorrow, the Earth will not miss us.
"And we very well might be gone," Hammond said, huffing.
Yes, Malcolm said, we might.
"So what are you saying? We shouldn't care about the environment?"
No, of course not.
"Then what?"
Malcolm coughed and stared into the distance. Let's be clear. The planet is not in jeopardy. We are in jeopardy. We haven't got the power to destroy the planet or to save it. But we might have the power to save ourselves.
End of Side 11. Side 12. Under Control. 4 hours had passed. It was afternoon, the sun was falling. The air conditioning was back on in the control room, and the computer was functioning properly. As near as they could determine, out of 24 people on the island, 8 were dead, and 6 more were missing. The visitor center and the safari lodge were both secure, and the northern perimeter seemed to be clear of dinosaurs. They had called authorities in San Jose for help. The Costa Rican National Guard was on its way, as well as an air ambulance to carry Malcolm to a hospital. But over the telephone, the Costa Rican Guard had been distinctly cautious. Undoubtedly, calls would go back and forth between San Jose and Washington before help was finally sent to the island. And now it was growing late in the day. If the helicopters did not arrive soon, they would have to wait until morning. In the meantime, there was nothing to do but wait. The ship was returning. The crew had discovered 3 young raptors scampering about in one of the aft holds and had killed the animals. On Isla Nublar, the immediate danger appeared to have passed. Everyone was in either the visitor center or the lodge. Tim had gotten quite good with a computer, and he flashed up a new screen. Total animals, 292. Tyrannosaurs expected, 2. Found, 1, version 4.1. Myosaurs expected, 22. Found, 20, version unknown. Stegosaurs expected, 4. Found, 1, version 3.9. Triceratops expected, 8. Found, 6, version 3.1. Procompsognathids expected 65, found 64, version unknown. Othnielia expected 23, found 15, version 3.1. Velociraptors expected 37, found 27, version unknown. Apatosaurs expected 17, found 12, version 3.1. Hadrosaurs expected 11, found 5, version 3.1. Dilophosaurs expected 7, found 4, version 4.3. Pterosaurs expected 6, found 5, version 4.3. Hypsilophodontids expected 34, found 14, version unknown. Euplocephalids expected 16, found 9, version 4.0. Styracosaurs expected 18, found 7, version 3.9. Microceratops expected 22, found 13, version 4.1. Total expected 292, total found 203.
What the hell is it doing now? Gennaro said. Now it says there are fewer animals. Grant nodded. Probably.
Ellie said, Jurassic Park is finally coming under control.
Meaning what?
Equilibrium. Grant pointed to the monitors. On one of them, the Hypsilophodonts leapt into the air as a pack of velociraptors entered the field from the west.
The fences have been down for hours, Grant said. The animals are mingling with each other, populations reaching equilibrium, a true Jurassic equilibrium.
I don't think it was supposed to happen, Gennaro said. The animals were never supposed to mix.
Well, they are. On another monitor, Grant saw a pack of raptors racing at full speed across an open field toward a 4-ton hadrosaur. The hadrosaur turned to flee, and one of the raptors jumped onto its back, biting into the long neck, while the others raced forward, circled around it, nipped at its legs, leapt up to slash at the belly with their powerful claws. Within minutes, 6 raptors had brought down the larger animal. Grant stared silently. Ellie said, Is it the way you imagined?
I don't know what I imagined, he said.
He watched the monitor.
No, not exactly.
Muldoon said quietly,
You know, it appears all the adult raptors are out right now.
Grant didn't pay much attention at first. He just watched the monitors, the interaction of the great animals. In the south, the stegosaur was swinging its spiked tail, warily circling the baby tyrannosaur, which watched it, bemused, and occasionally lunged forward to nip ineffectually at the spikes. In the western quadrant, the adult triceratopsians were fighting among themselves, charging and locking horns. One animal already lay wounded and dying.
Muldoon said, We've got about an hour of good daylight left, Dr. Grant, if you want to try and find that nest.
Right, Grant said, I do.
I was thinking, Muldoon said, that when the Costa Ricans come, they will probably imagine this island to be a military problem, something to destroy as soon as possible.
Damn right, Gennaro said.
They'll bomb it from the air, Muldoon said. Perhaps napalm, perhaps nerve gas as well, but from the air.
I hope they do, Gennaro said.
This island is too dangerous. Every animal on this island must be destroyed, and the sooner the better.
Grant said, That's not satisfactory. He got to his feet.
Let's get started.
I don't think you understand, Alan, Gennaro said. It's my opinion that this island is too dangerous. It must be destroyed. Every animal on this island must be destroyed. And that's what the Costa Rican Guard will do. I think we should leave it in their capable hands. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Perfectly, Grant said again.
Then what's your problem? Gennaro said. It's a military operation. Let them do it.
Grant's back ached where the raptor had clawed him.
No, he said. We have to take care of it.
Leave it to the experts, Gennaro said.
Grant remembered how he had found Gennaro just 6 hours earlier, huddled and terrified in the cab of a truck in the maintenance building. And suddenly he lost his temper and slammed the lawyer up against the concrete wall.
Listen, you little bastard! You have a responsibility to this situation, and you're going to start living up to it.
I am, Gennaro said, coughing.
No, you're not.
You've shirked your responsibility all along from the very beginning. The hell? You sold investors on an undertaking you didn't fully understand. You were part owner of a business you failed to supervise. You did not check the activities of a man whom you knew from experience to be a liar, and you permitted that man to screw around with the most dangerous technology in human history. I'd say you shirked your responsibility. Gennaro coughed again.
Well, now I'm taking responsibility.
No, Grant said, you're still shirking it. And you can't do that anymore. He released Gennaro, who bent over, gasping for breath. Grant turned to Muldoon. What have we got for weapons? Muldoon said,
We've got some control nets and shock prods.
How good are these shock prods? Grant said.
They're like bang sticks for sharks. They have an explosive capacitor tip, delivers a shock on contact, high voltage, low amps. Not fatal, but it's definitely incapacitating.
That's not going to do it, Grant said. Not in the nest.
What nest?
Gennaro said, coughing.
The raptor nest, Ellie said. The raptor nest?
Grant was saying, Have you got any radio collars?
I'm sure we do,
Muldoon said. Get one. And is there anything else that can be used for defense? Muldoon shook his head. Well, get whatever you can. Muldoon went away. Grant turned to Gennaro. Your island is a mess, Mr. Gennaro. Your experiment is a mess. It has to be cleaned up. But you can't do that until you know the extent of the mess, and that means finding the nests on the island, especially the raptor nests. They'll be hidden. We have to find them and inspect them and count the eggs. We have to account for every animal born on this island. Then we can burn it down. But first, we have a little work to do. Ellie was looking at the wall map, which now showed the animal ranges. Tim was working the keyboard. She pointed to the map. The raptors are localized in the southern area, down where the volcanic steam fields are. Maybe they like the warmth. Is there any place to hide down there? Turns out there is, she said. There's massive concrete waterworks to control flooding in the southern flatlands. Big underground area, water and shade. Grant nodded. Then that's where they'll be. Ellie said, I think there's an entrance from the beach, too. She turned to the consoles and said, Tim, show us the cutaways on the waterworks. Tim wasn't listening. Tim? He was hunched over the keyboard. Just a minute, he said. I found something. What is it? It's an unmarked storage room. I don't know what's there. Then it might have weapons, Grant said. They were all behind the maintenance building, unlocking a steel storm door, lifting it up into the sunlight to reveal concrete steps going down into the earth.
Damned Arnold, Muldoon said as he hobbled down the steps. He must have known this was here all along.
Maybe not, Grant said. He didn't try to go here.
Well, then, Hammond knew. Somebody knew.
Where is Hammond now?
Still in the lodge.
They reached the bottom of the stairs and came upon rows of gas masks hanging on the wall in plastic containers. They shone their flashlights deeper into the room and saw several heavy glass cubes, 2 feet high with steel caps. Grant could see small, dark spheres inside the cubes. It was like being in a room full of giant pepper mills, he thought. Muldoon opened the cap of one, reached in and withdrew a sphere. He turned it in the light, frowning. I'll be damned. What is it? Grant said. Moro 12, Muldoon said. It's an inhalation nerve gas. These are grenades. Lots and lots of grenades. Let's get started, Grant said grimly.
It likes me,
Lex said, smiling. They were standing in the garage of the visitor center by the little raptor that Grant had captured in the tunnel. She was petting the raptor through the cage bars. The animal rubbed up against her hand.
I'd be careful there, Muldoon said. They can give a nasty bite.
He likes me, Lex said. His name is Clarence.
Clarence?
Yes, Lex said.
Muldoon was holding the leather collar with a small metal box attached to it. Grant heard the high-pitched beeping in the headset. Is it a problem putting the collar on the animal? Lex was still petting the raptor, reaching through the cage.
I bet he'll let me put it on him, she said.
I wouldn't try, Muldoon said. They're unpredictable.
I bet he'll let me, she said.
So Muldoon gave Lex the collar, and she held it out so the raptor could smell it. Then she slowly slipped it around the animal's neck. The raptor turned brighter green when Lex buckled it and closed the Velcro cover over the buckle. Then the animal relaxed and turned paler again.
"I'll be damned," Muldoon said.
"It's a chameleon," Lex said.
"The other raptors couldn't do that," Muldoon said, frowning. "This wild animal must be different. By the way," he said, turning to Grant, "if they're all born females, how do they breed? You never explained that bit about the frog DNA."
"It's not frog DNA," Grant said. "It's amphibian DNA. But the phenomenon happens to be particularly well documented in frogs, especially West African frogs, if I remember."
"What phenomenon is that?"
"Gender transition," Grant said. "Actually, it's just plain changing sex." Grant explained that a number of plants and animals were known to have the ability to change their sex during life. Orchids, some fish and shrimp, and now frogs. Frogs that had been observed to lay eggs were able to change over a period of months into complete males. They first adopted the fighting stance of males. They developed the mating whistle of males. They stimulated the hormones and grew the gonads of males, and eventually they successfully mated with females.
"You're kidding," Gennaro said. "And what makes it happen?" "Apparently the change is stimulated by an environment in which all the animals are of the same sex. In that situation, some of the amphibians will spontaneously begin to change sex from female to male." "And you think that's what happened to the dinosaurs?" "Until we have a better explanation, yes," Grant said. "I think that's what happened. Now, shall we find this nest?" They piled into the jeep, and Lex lifted the raptor from the cage. The animal seemed quite calm, almost tame in her hands. She gave it a final pat on the head and released it. The animal wouldn't leave.
"Go on, shoo," Lex said. "Go home."
The raptor turned and ran off into the foliage. Grant held the receiver and wore the headphones. Muldoon drove. The car bounced along the main road going south. Gennaro turned to Grant and said, "What is it like, this nest?" "Nobody knows," Grant said. "But I thought you dug them up." "I've dug up fossil dinosaur nests," Grant said, "but all fossils are distorted by the weight of millennia. We've made some hypotheses, some suppositions, but nobody really knows what the nests were like." Grant listened to the beeps and signaled Muldoon to head farther west. It looked more and more as if Ellie had been correct. The nest was in the southern volcanic fields. Grant shook his head. "You have to realize, we don't know all the details about the nesting behavior of living reptiles like crocodiles and alligators. They're difficult animals to study." But it was known that in the case of American alligators, only the female guarded the nest, awaiting the time of hatching. The bull alligators spent days in early spring lying beside the female in a mating pair, blowing bubbles on her cheeks to bring her to receptivity, finally causing her to lift her tail and allow him to insert his penis. By the time the female built her nest 2 months later, the male was long gone. The female guarded her cone-shaped 3-foot-high nest ferociously, and when the hatchlings began to squeak and emerge from their shells, she often helped break open the eggs, then nudged them toward the water, sometimes carrying them in her mouth. "So adult alligators protect the young?" "Yes," Grant said. "And there is also a kind of group protection. Young alligators make a distinctive distress cry, and it brings any adult who hears it, parent or not, to their assistance, with a full-fledged violent attack. Not a threat display, a full-on attack." "Oh." Gennaro fell silent. "But dinos aren't reptiles," Muldoon said laconically. "Exactly. The dinosaur nesting pattern could be much more closely related to that of any of a variety of birds."
"So you actually mean you don't know?" Gennaro said, getting annoyed. "You don't know what the nest is like?"
"No," Grant said, "I don't."
"Well," Gennaro said, "so much for the damned experts."
Grant ignored him. Already he could smell the sulfur, and up ahead he saw the rising steam of the volcanic fields. The ground was hot, Gennaro thought as he walked forward. It was actually hot. and here and there mud bubbled and spat up from the ground, and the reeking sulphurous steam hissed in great shoulder-high plumes. He felt as if he were walking through hell. He looked at Grant, walking along with a headset on, listening to the beeps. Grant in his cowboy boots and his jeans and his Hawaiian shirt, apparently very cool. Gennaro didn't feel cool. He was frightened to be in this stinking, hellish place with the velociraptors somewhere around. He didn't understand how Grant could be so calm about it. Or the woman, Sattler. She was walking along too, just looking calmly around. "Doesn't this bother you?" Gennaro said. "I mean, worry you?" "We've got to do it," Grant said. He didn't say anything else. They all walked forward among the bubbling steam vents. Gennaro fingered the gas grenades that he had clipped to his belt. He turned to Ellie. "Why isn't he worried about it?" "Maybe he is," she said, "but he's also thought about this for his whole life." Gennaro nodded and wondered what that would be like, whether there was anything he had waited his whole life for. He decided there wasn't anything. Grant squinted in the sunlight. Ahead, through veils of steam, an animal crouched, looking at them. Then it scampered away. "Was that the raptor?" Ellie said. "I think so. Or another one. Juvenile, anyway." She said, "Leading us on?" "Maybe." Ellie had told him how the raptors had played at the fence to keep her attention while another climbed onto the roof. If true, such behavior implied a mental capacity that was beyond nearly all forms of life on Earth. Classically, the ability to invent and execute plans was believed to be limited to only 3 species: chimpanzees, gorillas, and human beings. Now there was the possibility that a dinosaur might be able to do such a thing too. The raptor appeared again, darting into the light, then jumping away with a squeak. It really did seem to be leading them on. Gennaro frowned. "How smart are they?" he said. "If you think of them as birds," Grant said, "then you have to wonder. Some new studies show the gray parrot has as much symbolic intelligence as a chimpanzee, and chimpanzees can definitely use language. Now researchers are finding that parrots have the emotional development of a 3-year-old child, but their intelligence is unquestioned. Parrots can definitely reason symbolically." "But I've never heard of anybody killed by a parrot," Gennaro grumbled. Distantly, they could hear the sound of the surf on the island shore. The volcanic fields were behind them now, and they faced a field of boulders. The little raptor climbed up onto one rock and then abruptly disappeared. "Where did it go?" Ellie said. Grant was listening to the earphones. The beeping stopped. "He's gone." They hurried forward and found in the midst of the rocks a small hole, like a rabbit hole. It was perhaps 2 feet in diameter. As they watched, the juvenile raptor reappeared, blinking in the light. Then it scampered away. "No way," Gennaro said. "No way I'm going down there." Grant said nothing. He and Ellie began to plug in equipment. Soon he had a small video camera attached to a handheld monitor. He tied the camera to a rope, turned it on, and lowered it down the hole. "You can't see anything that way," Gennaro said. "Let it adjust," Grant said. There was enough light along the upper tunnel for them to see smooth dirt walls, and then the tunnel opened out suddenly, abruptly. Over the microphone they heard a squeaking sound, then a lower trumpeting sound, more noises coming from many animals. "Sounds like the nest, all right," Ellie said. "But you can't see anything," Gennaro said. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. "No," Grant said, "but I can hear." He listened for a while longer, and then hauled the camera out and set it on the ground. "Let's get started." He climbed up toward the hole. Ellie went to get a flashlight and a shock stick. Grant pulled the gas mask on over his face and crouched down awkwardly, extending his legs backward. "You can't be serious about going down there," Gennaro said. Grant nodded. "It doesn't thrill me. I'll go first, then Ellie, then you come after." "Now, wait a minute," Gennaro said in sudden alarm. "Why don't we drop these nerve gas grenades down the hole, then go down afterward? Doesn't that make more sense?" "Ellie, you got the flashlight?" She handed the flashlight to Grant. "What about it?" Gennaro said. "What do you say?" "I'd like nothing better," Grant said. He backed down toward the hole. "You ever seen anything die from poison gas?" "No." It generally causes convulsions, bad convulsions. Well, I'm sorry if it's unpleasant, but look, Grant said. We're going into this nest to find out how many animals have hatched. If you kill the animals first, and some of them fall on the nests in their spasms, that will ruin our ability to see what was there, so we can't do that. But you made these animals, Mr. Gennaro. I didn't. Your money did. Your efforts did. You helped create them. They're your creation. And you can't just kill them because you feel a little nervous now. I'm not a little nervous, Gennaro said. I'm scared shit. Follow me, Grant said. Ellie handed him a shock stick. He pushed backward through the hole and grunted. Tight fit. Grant exhaled and extended his arms forward in front of him, and there was a kind of whoosh, and he was gone. The hole gaped, empty and black. What happened to him? Gennaro said, alarmed. Ellie stepped forward and leaned close to the hole, listening at the opening. She clicked the radio, said softly, Alan? There was a long silence. Then they heard, faintly, I'm here. Is everything all right, Alan? Another long silence. When Grant finally spoke, his voice sounded distinctly odd, almost awestruck. Everything's fine, he said. Almost paradigm. In the lodge, John Hammond paced back and forth in Malcolm's room. Hammond was impatient and uncomfortable. Since marshalling the effort for his last outburst, Malcolm had slipped into a coma, and now it appeared to Hammond that he might actually die. Of course, a helicopter had been sent for, but God knows when it would arrive. The thought that Malcolm might die in the meantime filled Hammond with anxiety and dread. And paradoxically, Hammond found it all much worse because he disliked the mathematician so much. It was worse than if the man were his friend. Hammond felt that Malcolm's death, should it occur, would be the final rebuke, and that was more than Hammond could bear. In any case, the smell in the room was quite ghastly, the rotten decay of human flesh. Everything. Malcolm said, tossing on the pillow. Is he waking up? Hammond said. Harding shook his head. What did he say? Something about paradise? I didn't catch it, Harding said. Hammond paced some more. He pushed the window wider, trying to get some fresh air. Finally, when he couldn't stand it, he said, Is there any problem about going outside? I don't think so. No, Harding said. I think this area is all right. Well, look, I'm going outside for a bit. All right, Harding said. He adjusted the flow on the intravenous antibiotics. I'll be back soon. All right. Hammond left, stepping out into the daylight, wondering why he had bothered to justify himself to Harding. After all, the man was his employee. Hammond had no need to explain himself. He went through the gates of the fence, looking around the park. It was late afternoon, the time when the blowing mist was thinned and the sun sometimes came out. The sun was out now, and Hammond took it as an omen. Say what they would, he knew that his park had promise, and even if that impetuous fool Gennaro decided to burn it to the ground, it would not make much difference. Hammond knew that in 2 separate vaults at InGen headquarters in Palo Alto were dozens of frozen embryos. It would not be a problem to grow them again on another island, elsewhere in the world. And if there had been problems here, then the next time they would solve those problems. That was how progress occurred, by solving problems. As he thought about it, he concluded that Wu had not really been the man for the job. Wu had obviously been sloppy, too casual with his great undertaking. And Wu had been too preoccupied with the idea of making improvements. Instead of making dinosaurs, he had wanted to improve on them. Hammond suspected darkly that was the reason for the downfall of the park. Wu was the reason. Also, we had to admit that John Arnold was ill-suited for the job of chief engineer. Arnold had impressive credentials, but at this point in his career he was tired, and he was a fretful worrier. He hadn't been organized, and he had missed things, important things. In truth, neither Wu nor Arnold had had the most important characteristic, Hammond decided, the characteristic of vision. That great sweeping act of imagination which evoked a marvelous park where children pressed against the fences, wondering at the extraordinary creatures come alive from their storybooks. Real vision. The ability to see the future. The ability to marshal resources to make that future vision a reality. No, neither Wu nor Arnold was suited to that task. And for that matter, Ed Regis had been a poor choice too. Harding was at best an indifferent choice. Muldoon was a drunk. Hammond shook his head. He would do better next time. Lost in his thoughts, he headed toward his bungalow, following the little path that ran north from the visitor center. He passed one of the workmen who nodded curtly. Hammond did not return the nod. He found the Tecan workman to be uniformly insolent. To tell the truth, the choice of this island off Costa Rica had also been unwise. He would not make such obvious mistakes again. When it came, the roar of the dinosaur seemed frighteningly close. Hammond spun so quickly he fell on the path, and when he looked back he thought he saw the shadow of the juvenile T-Rex moving in the foliage beside the flagstone path, moving toward him. What was a T-Rex doing here? Why was it outside the fences? Hammond felt a flash of rage. And then he saw the Tecan workman running for his life, and Hammond took the moment to get to his feet and dash blindly into the forest on the opposite side of the path. He was plunged in darkness. He stumbled and fell, his face mashed into wet leaves and damp earth, and he staggered back up to his feet, ran onward, fell again, and then ran once more. Now he was moving down a steep hillside, and he couldn't keep his balance. He tumbled helplessly, rolling and spinning over the soft ground before finally coming to a stop at the foot of the hill. His face splashed into shallow, tepid water, which gurgled around him and ran up his nose. He was lying face down in a little stream. He had panicked. What a fool! He should have gone to his bungalow. Hammond cursed himself. As he got to his feet, he felt a sharp pain in his right ankle that brought tears to his eyes. He tested it gingerly. Oh, it might be broken. He forced himself to put his full weight on it, gritting his teeth. Yes! Almost certainly broken. In the control room, Lex said to Tim, "I wish they had taken us with them to the nest." "It's too dangerous for us, Lex," Tim said. "We have to stay here." "Hey, listen to this one." He pressed another button, and a recorded tyrannosaur roar echoed over the loudspeakers in the park. "That's neat," Lex said. "That's better than the other one." "You can do it too," Tim said. "And if you push this, you get reverb." "Let me try," Lex said. She pushed the button. The tyrannosaur roared again. "Can we make it last longer?" she said. "Sure," Tim said. "We just twist this thing here." Lying at the bottom of the hill, Hammond heard the tyrannosaur roar bellowing through the jungle. Jesus! He shivered hearing that sound. It was terrifying, a scream from some other world. He waited to see what would happen. What would the tyrannosaur do? Had it already gotten that workman? Hammond waited, hearing only the buzz of the jungle cicadas, until he realized he was holding his breath, and let out a long sigh. With his injured ankle, he couldn't climb the hill. He would have to wait at the bottom of the ravine. After the tyrannosaur had gone, he would call for help. Meanwhile, he was in no danger here. Then he heard an amplified voice say, "Come on, Timmy! I get to try it too! Come on! Let me make the noise!" The kids. The tyrannosaur roared again, but this time it had distinct musical overtones and a kind of echo persisting afterward. "Neat one," said the little girl. "Do it again." Those damn kids! They should never have brought those kids. They had been nothing but trouble from the beginning. Nobody wanted them around. Hammond had only brought them because he thought it would stop Gennaro from destroying the resort. But Gennaro was going to do it anyway. And the kids had obviously gotten into the control room and started fooling around again. Now who had allowed that? He felt his heart begin to race, and felt an uneasy shortness of breath. He forced himself to relax. There was nothing wrong. Although he could not climb the hill, he could not be more than 100 yards from his own bungalow and the visitor center. Hammond sat down in the damp earth, listening to the sounds in the jungle around him. And then After a while, he began to shout for help. Malcolm's voice was no louder than a whisper.
"Everything looks different on the other side," he said.
Harding leaned close to him. On the other side? He thought that Malcolm was talking about dying.
"When it shifts,"
Malcolm said. Shifts? Malcolm didn't answer. His dry lips moved.
"Paradigm,"
he said finally. Paradigm shifts? Harding said. He knew about paradigm shifts. For the last 2 decades, they had been the fashionable way to talk about scientific change. Paradigm was just another word for a model, but as scientists used it, the term meant something more, a world view, a larger way of seeing the world. Paradigm shifts were said to occur whenever science made a major change in its view of the world. Such changes were relatively rare, occurring about once a century. Darwinian evolution had forced a paradigm shift. Quantum mechanics had forced a smaller shift.
"No,"
Malcolm said.
"not paradigm. Beyond."
Beyond paradigm? Harding said.
"Don't care about what anymore."
Harding sighed. Despite all efforts, Malcolm was rapidly slipping into a terminal delirium. His fever was higher, and they were almost out of his antibiotics. What don't you care about?
"Anything," Malcolm said, "because everything looks different on the other side."
And he smiled. Descent. "You're crazy," Gennaro said to Ellie Sattler, watching as she squeezed backward into the rabbit hole, stretching her arms forward. "You're crazy to do that." She smiled. "Probably," she said. She reached forward with her outstretched hands and pushed backward against the sides of the hole, and suddenly she was gone. The hole gaped black. Gennaro began to sweat. He turned to Muldoon, who was standing by the jeep. "I'm not doing this," he said. "Yes, you are. I can't do this. I can't." "They're waiting for you," Muldoon said. "You have to." "Christ only knows what's down there," Gennaro said. "I'm telling you, I can't do it." "You have to." Gennaro turned away, looked at the hole, looked back. "I can't. You can't make me." "I suppose not," Muldoon said. He held up the stainless steel prod. "Ever felt a shock stick?" "No." "Doesn't do much," Muldoon said. "Almost never fatal. Generally knocks you flat. Perhaps loosens your bowels. But it doesn't usually have any permanent effect, at least not on dinos. But then people are much smaller." Gennaro looked at the stick. "You wouldn't." "I think you better go down and count those animals," Muldoon said. "And you better hurry." Gennaro looked back at the hole, at the black opening, a mouth in the earth. Then he looked at Muldoon standing there, large and impassive. Gennaro was sweating and light-headed. He started walking toward the hole. From a distance it appeared small, but as he came closer it seemed to grow larger. "That's it," Muldoon said. Gennaro climbed backward into the hole, but he began to feel too frightened to continue that way. The idea of backing into the unknown filled him with dread. So at the last minute he turned around and climbed head first into the hole, extending his arms forward and kicking his feet, because at least he would see where he was going. He pulled the gas mask over his face. And suddenly he was rushing forward, sliding into blackness, seeing the dirt walls disappear into darkness before him, and then the walls became narrower, much narrower, terrifyingly narrow, and he was lost in the pain of a squeezing compression that became steadily worse and worse, that crushed the air out of his lungs, and he was only dimly aware that the tunnel tilted slightly upward along the path, shifting his body, leaving him gasping and seeing spots before his eyes, and the pain was extreme. And then suddenly the tunnel tilted downward again, and it became wider, and Gennaro felt rough surfaces, concrete, and cold air. His body was suddenly free and bouncing, tumbling on concrete, and then he fell. Voices in the darkness, fingers touching him, reaching forward from the whispered voices. The air was cold, like a cave. "Okay?" He looks okay, yes.
He's breathing.
Fine. A female hand caressing his face. It was Ellie.
Can you hear? She whispered.
Why is everybody whispering?
He said.
Because.
She pointed. Gennaro turned, rolled, got slowly to his feet. He stared as his vision grew accustomed to the darkness. But the first thing that he saw gleaming in the darkness was eyes. Glowing green eyes. Dozens of eyes. All around him. He was on a concrete ledge, a kind of embankment about 7 feet above the floor. Large steel junction boxes provided a makeshift hiding place, protecting them from the view of the 2 full-sized velociraptors that stood directly before them, not 5 feet away. The animals were dark green, with brownish tiger stripes. They stood upright, balancing on their stiff, extended tails. They were totally silent, looking around watchfully with large, dark eyes. At the feet of the adults, baby velociraptors skittered and chirped. Farther back in the darkness, juveniles tumbled and played, giving short snarls and growls. Gennaro did not dare to breathe. 2 raptors. Crouched on the ledge, he was only a foot or 2 above the animal's head height. The raptors were edgy, their heads jerking nervously up and down. From time to time they snorted impatiently. Then they moved off, turning back toward the main group. As his eyes adjusted, Gennaro could now see that they were in some kind of an enormous underground structure, but it was man-made. There were seams of poured concrete and the nubs of protruding steel rods. And within this vast echoing space were many animals. Gennaro guessed at least 30 raptors, perhaps more.
It's a colony, Grant said, whispering. 4 or 6 adults, the rest juveniles and infants. At least 2 hatchings, 1 last year and 1 this year. These babies look about 4 months old, probably hatched in April.
One of the babies, curious, scampered up on the ledge and came toward them, squeaking. It was now only 10 feet away.
Oh, Jesus, Gennaro said.
But immediately one of the adults came forward, raised its head, and gently nudged the baby to turn back. The baby chittered a protest, then hopped up to stand on the snout of the adult. The adult moved slowly, allowing the baby to climb over its head, down its neck, onto its back. From that protected spot, the infant turned and chirped noisily at the 3 intruders. The adult still did not seem to notice them at all.
I don't get it, Gennaro whispered. Why aren't they attacking?
Grant shook his head.
They must not see us, and there aren't any eggs at the moment. Makes them more relaxed.
Relaxed? Gennaro said.
How long do we have to stay here?
Long enough to do the count, Grant said. As Grant saw it, there were 3 nests, attended by 3 sets of parents. The division of territory was centered roughly around the nests, although the offspring seemed to overlap and run into different territories. The adults were benign with the young ones and tougher with the juveniles, occasionally snapping at the older animals when their play got too rough. At that moment, a juvenile raptor came up to Ellie and rubbed his head against her leg. She looked down and saw the leather collar with a black box. It was damp in one place, and it had chafed the skin of the young animal's neck. The juvenile whimpered. In the big room below, one of the adults turned curiously toward the sound.
You think I can take it off? She asked. Just do it quickly.
Okay, she said, squatting beside the small animal. It whimpered again. The adults snorted, bobbed their heads. Ellie petted the little juvenile, trying to soothe it, to silence its whimpering. She moved her hands toward the leather collar, lifted back the Velcro tab with a tearing sound. The adults jerked their heads. Then one began to walk toward her.
Oh, shit,
Gennaro said under his breath.
Don't move, Grant said. Stay calm.
The adult walked past them, its long, curved toes clicking on the concrete. The animal paused in front of Ellie, who stayed crouched by the juvenile behind a steel box. The juvenile was exposed, and Ellie's hand was still on the collar. The adult raised its head and sniffed the air. The adult's big head was very close to her hand, but he could not see her because of the junction box. A tongue flicked out tentatively. Grant reached for a gas grenade, plucked it from his belt, held his thumb on the pin. Gennaro put out a restraining hand, shook his head, nodded to Ellie. She wasn't wearing her mask. Grant set the grenade down, reached for the shock prod. The adult was still very close to Ellie. Ellie eased the leather strap off. The metal of the buckle clinked on concrete. The adult's head jerked fractionally and then cocked to one side, curious. It was moving forward again to investigate when the little juvenile squeaked happily and scampered away. The adult remained by Ellie. Then finally it turned and walked back to the center of the nest. Gennaro gave a long exhalation.
Jesus, can we leave?
No, Grant said,
but I think we can get some work done now.
In the phosphorescent green glow of the night vision goggles, Grant peered down into the room from the ledge, looking at the first nest. It was made of mud and straw, formed into a broad, shallow basket shape. He counted the remains of 14 eggs. Of course, he couldn't count the actual shells from this distance, and in any case they were long since broken and scattered over the floor, but he was able to count the indentations in the mud. Apparently, the raptors made their nests shortly before the eggs were laid, and the eggs left a permanent impression in the mud. He also saw evidence that at least one had broken. He credited 13 animals. The second nest had broken in half, but Grant estimated it had contained 9 eggshells. The third nest had 15 eggs, but it appeared that 3 eggs had been broken early.
What's that total? Gennaro said.
34 born, Grant said.
And how many do you see?
Grant shook his head. The animals were running all over the cavernous interior space, darting in and out of the light.
I've been watching, Ellie said, shining her light down at her notepad. You'd have to take photos to be sure, but the snout markings of the infants are all different. My count is 33.
And juveniles?
22, but Alan, do you notice anything funny about them?
Like what? Grant whispered.
How they arrange themselves spatially. They're falling into some kind of a pattern or arrangement in the room.
Grant frowned. He said, "It's pretty dark."
No, look. Look for yourself. Watch the little ones. When they are playing, they tumble and run every which way, but in between, when the babies are standing around, notice how they orient their bodies. They face either that wall or the opposite wall. It's like they line up.
I don't know, Ellie. You think there's a colony metastructure, like bees?
No, not exactly, she said. It's more subtle than that. It's just a tendency.
And the babies do it?
No, they all do it. The adults do it, too. Watch them. I'm telling you, they line up.
Grant frowned. It seemed as if she was right. The animals engaged in all sorts of behavior, but during pauses, moments when they were watching or relaxing, they seemed to orient themselves in particular ways, almost as if there were invisible lines on the floor.
Beats me, Grant said. Maybe there's a breeze. I don't feel one, Alan. What are they doing?
Some kind of social organization expressed as spatial structure?
That doesn't make sense, she said, because they all do it.
Gennaro flipped up his watch. I knew this thing would come in handy one day. Beneath the watch face was a compass. Grant said, "You have much use for that in court?" "No," Gennaro shook his head. "My wife gave it to me," he explained, "for my birthday." He peered at the compass. "Well," he said, "they're not lined up according to anything. I guess they're sort of northeast, southwest, something like that."
Ellie said, "Maybe they're hearing something, turning their heads so they can hear."
Grant frowned.
"Or maybe it's just ritual behavior," she said, "species-specific behavior that serves to identify them to one another. But maybe it doesn't have any broader meaning."
Ellie sighed.
"Or maybe they're weird. Maybe dinosaurs are weird. Or maybe it's a kind of communication."
Grant was thinking the same thing. Bees could communicate spatially by doing a kind of dance. Perhaps dinosaurs could do the same thing. Gennaro watched them and said,
"Why don't they go outside? They're nocturnal."
"Yes, but it almost seems like they're hiding." Grant shrugged. In the next moment, the infants began to squeak and hop excitedly. The adults watched curiously for a moment, and then, with hoots and cries that echoed in the dark cavernous space, all the dinosaurs wheeled and ran, heading down the concrete tunnel into the darkness beyond. Hammond. John Hammond sat down heavily in the damp earth of the hillside and tried to catch his breath. Dear God, it was hot, he thought. Hot and humid. He felt as if he were breathing through a sponge. He looked down at the stream bed, now 40 feet below. It seemed like hours since he had left the trickling water and begun to climb the hill. His ankle was now swollen and dark purple. He couldn't put any weight on it at all. He was forced to hop up the hill on his other leg, which now burned with pain from the exertion. And he was thirsty. Before leaving the stream behind, he had drunk from it, even though he knew this was unwise. Now he felt dizzy, and the world sometimes swirled around him. He was having trouble with his balance, but he knew he had to climb the hill and get back to the path above. Hammond thought he had heard footsteps on the path several times during the previous hour, and each time he had shouted for help, but somehow his voice hadn't carried far enough. He hadn't been rescued. And so, as the afternoon wore on, he began to realize that he would have to climb the hillside, injured leg or not. And that was what he was doing now. Those damn kids! Hammond shook his head, trying to clear it. He had been climbing for more than an hour, and he had gone only a third of the distance up the hill. And he was tired, panting like an old dog. His leg throbbed. He was dizzy. Of course, he knew perfectly well that he was in no danger. He was almost within sight of his bungalow, for God's sake. But he had to admit he was tired. Sitting on the hillside, he found he didn't really want to move any more. And why shouldn't he be tired, he thought. He was 76 years old. That was no age to be climbing around hillsides. Even though Hammond was in peak condition for a man his age, personally he expected to live to be 100. It was just a matter of taking care of yourself, of taking care of things as they came up. Certainly he had plenty of reasons to live, other parks to build, other wonders to create. He heard a squeaking, then a chittering sound, some kind of small birds hopping in the undergrowth. He'd been hearing small animals all afternoon. There were all kinds of things out here, rats, possums, snakes. The squeaking got louder, and small bits of earth rolled down the hillside past him. Something was coming. Then he saw a dark green animal hopping down the hill toward him, and another, and another. Compies, he thought with a chill. Scavengers! The compies didn't look dangerous. They were about as big as chickens, and they moved up and down with little nervous jerks like chickens. But he knew they were poisonous. Their bites had a slow-acting poison that they used to kill crippled animals. Crippled animals, he thought, frowning. The first of the compies perched on the hillside, staring at him. It stayed about 5 feet away beyond his reach, and just watched him. Others came down soon after, and they stood in a row, watching. They hopped up and down and chittered and waved their little clawed hands. Shoo! Get out, he said, and threw a rock. The compies backed away, but only a foot or two. They weren't afraid. They seemed to know he couldn't hurt them. Angrily, Hammond tore a branch from a tree and swiped at them with it. The compies dodged, nipped at the leaves, squeaked happily. They seemed to think he was playing a game. He thought again about the poison. He remembered that one of the animal handlers had been bitten by a compy in a cage. The handler had said the poison was like a narcotic. Peaceful, dreamy, no pain. You just wanted to go to sleep. The hell with that, he thought. Hammond picked up a rock, aimed carefully, and threw it, striking one compy flat in the chest. The little animal shrieked in alarm as it was knocked backward and rolled over its tail. The other animals immediately backed away. Better. Hammond turned away and started to climb the hill once more. Holding branches in both hands, he hopped on his left leg, feeling the ache in his thigh. He had not gone more than 10 feet when one of the compies jumped onto his back. He flung his arms wildly, knocking the animal away, but lost his balance and slid back down the hillside. As he came to a stop, a second compy sprang forward and took a tiny nip from his hand. He looked with horror, seeing the blood flow over his fingers. He turned and began to scramble up the hillside again. Another compy jumped onto his shoulder, and he felt a brief pain as it bit the back of his neck. He shrieked and smacked the animal away. He turned to face the animals, breathing hard, and they stood all around him, hopping up and down and cocking their heads, watching him. From the bite on his neck, he felt warmth flow through his shoulders, down his spine. Lying on his back on the hillside, he began to feel strangely relaxed, detached from himself. But he realized that nothing was wrong. No error had been made. Malcolm was quite incorrect in his analysis. Hammond lay very still as a child in its crib, and he felt wonderfully peaceful. When the next compy came up and bit his ankle, he made only a half-hearted effort to kick it away. The little animals edged closer. Soon they were chittering all around him like excited birds. He raised his head as another compy jumped onto his chest, the animal surprisingly light and delicate. Hammond felt only a slight pain, very slight, as the compy bent to chew his neck. The beach. Chasing the dinosaurs, following the curves and slopes of concrete, Grant suddenly burst out through a cavernous opening and found himself standing on the beach, looking at the Pacific Ocean. All around him the young velociraptors were scampering and kicking in the sand. But one by one the animals moved back into the shade of the palm trees at the edge of the mangrove swamp, and there they stood, lined up in their peculiar fashion, watching the ocean. They stared fixedly to the south. "I don't get it," Gennaro said. "I don't either," Grant said, "except that they clearly don't like the sun." It wasn't very sunny on the beach. A light mist blew, and the ocean was hazy. But why had they suddenly left the nest? What had brought the entire colony to the beach? Gennaro flipped up the dial on his watch and looked at the way the animals were standing. Northeast-southwest, same as before. Behind the beach, deeper in the woods, they heard the hum of the electric fence. "At least we know how they get outside the fence," Ellie said. Then they heard the throb of marine diesels, and through the mist they saw a ship appearing in the south, a large freighter. It slowly moved north. "So that's why they came out," Gennaro said. Grant nodded. They must have heard it coming. As the freighter passed, all the animals watched it, standing silent except for the occasional chirp or squeak. Grant was struck by the coordination of their behavior, the way they moved and acted as a group. But perhaps it was not really so mysterious. In his mind, he reviewed the sequence of events that had begun in the cave. First, the infants had been agitated, then the adults had noticed, and finally, all the animals had stampeded to the beach. That sequence seemed to imply that the younger animals with keener hearing had detected the boat first. Then the adults had led the troop out onto the beach. And as Grant looked, he saw that the adults were in charge now. There was a clear spatial organization along the beach, and as the animals settled down, it was not loose and shifting the way it had been inside. Rather, it was quite regular, almost regimented. The adults were spaced every 10 yards or so, each adult surrounded by a cluster of infants. The juveniles were positioned between and slightly ahead of the adults. But Grant also saw that all the adults were not equal. There was a female with a distinctive stripe along her head, and she was in the very center of the group as it ranged along the beach. That same female had stayed in the center of the nesting area, too. He guessed that, like certain monkey troops, the raptors were organized around a matriarchal pecking order, and that this striped animal was the alpha female of the colony. The males, he saw, were arranged defensively at the perimeter of the group. But unlike monkeys, which were loosely and flexibly organized, the dinosaurs settled into a rigid arrangement, almost a military formation, it seemed. Then, too, there was the oddity of the northeast-southwest spatial orientation. That was beyond Grant. But in another sense he was not surprised. Paleontologists had been digging up bones for so long that they had forgotten how little information could be gleaned from a skeleton. Bones might tell you something about the gross appearance of an animal, its height and weight. They might tell you something about how the muscles attached, and therefore something about the crude behavior of the animal during life. They might give you clues to the few diseases that affected bone. But a skeleton was a poor thing, really, from which to try and deduce the total behavior of an organism. Since bones were all the paleontologists had, bones were what they used. Like other paleontologists, Grant had become very expert at working with bones, and somewhere along the way he had started to forget the unprovable possibilities, that the dinosaurs might be truly different animals, that they might possess behavior and social life organized along lines that were utterly mysterious to their later mammalian descendants, that since the dinosaurs were fundamentally birds— "Oh, my God," Grant said. He stared at the raptors ranged along the beach in a rigid formation, silently watching the boat, and he suddenly understood what he was looking at. "Those animals," Gennaro said, shaking his head, "they sure are desperate to escape from here." "No," Grant said. "They don't want to escape at all." "They don't?" "No," Grant said. "They want to migrate." Approaching dark. "Migrating," Ellie said. "That's fantastic." "Yes," Grant said. He was grinning. Ellie said, "Where do you suppose they want to go?" "I don't know," Grant said. And then the big helicopters burst through the fog, thundering and wheeling over the landscape, their underbellies heavy with armament. The raptors scattered in alarm as one of the helicopters circled back, following the line of the surf, and then moved in to land on the beach. A door was flung open, and soldiers in olive uniforms came running toward them. Grant heard the rapid babble of voices in Spanish and saw that Muldoon was already aboard with the kids. One of the soldiers said in English, "Please, you will come with us. Please, there is no time here." Grant looked back at the beach where the raptors had been, but they were gone. All the animals had vanished. It was as if they had never existed. The soldiers were tugging at him, and he allowed himself to be led beneath the thumping blades and climbed up through the big door. Muldoon leaned over and shouted in Grant's ear, "They want us out of here, now! They're going to do it now!" The soldiers pushed Grant and Ellie and Gennaro into seats and helped them clip on the harnesses. Tim and Lex waved to him, and he suddenly saw how young they were and how exhausted. Lex was yawning, leaning against her brother's shoulder. An officer came toward Grant and shouted, "Senor, are you in charge?" "No," Grant said, "I'm not in charge." "Who is in charge, please?" "I don't know." The officer went on to Gennaro and asked the same question. "Are you in charge?" "No," Gennaro said. The officer looked at Ellie, but said nothing to her. The door was left open as the helicopter lifted away from the beach, and Grant leaned out to see if he could catch a last look at the raptors. But then the helicopter was above the palm trees, moving north over the island. Grant leaned to Muldoon and shouted, "What about the others?" Muldoon shouted, "They've already taken off Harding and some workmen. Hammond had an accident. Found him on the hill near his bungalow. Must have fallen." "Is he all right?" Grant said. "No. Compy's got him." "What about Malcolm?" Grant said. Muldoon shook his head. Grant was too tired to feel much of anything. He turned away and looked back out the door. It was getting dark now, and in the fading light he could barely see the little Rex with bloody jaws crouched over a hadrosaur by the edge of the lagoon and looking up at the helicopter and roaring as it passed by. Somewhere behind them they heard explosions, and then ahead they saw another helicopter wheeling through the mist over the visitor center, and a moment later the building burst in a bright orange fireball, and Lex began to cry, and Ellie put her arm around her and tried to get her not to look. Grant was staring down at the ground, and he had a last glimpse of the hypsilophodonts leaping gracefully as gazelles moments before another explosion flared bright beneath them. Their helicopter gained altitude and then moved east, out over the ocean. Grant sat back in his seat. He thought of the dinosaurs standing on the beach, and he wondered where they would migrate if they could, and he realized he would never know, and he felt sad and relieved in the same moment. The officer came forward again, bending close to his face.
"Are you in charge?"
"No," Grant said.
"Please, senor, who is in charge?"
"Nobody," Grant said. The helicopter gained speed as it headed toward the mainland. It was cold now, and the soldiers muscled the door closed. As they did, Grant looked back just once and saw the island against a deep purple sky and sea, cloaked in a deep mist that blurred the white-hot explosions that burst rapidly one after another, until it seemed the entire island was glowing, a diminishing bright spot in the darkening night. Epilogue. San Jose. Days went by. The government was polite and put them up in a nice hotel in San Jose. They were free to come and go and to call whomever they wished, but they were not permitted to leave the country. Each day a young man from the American embassy came to visit them, to ask if they needed anything, and to explain that Washington was doing everything it could to hasten their departure. But the plain fact was that many people had died in a territorial possession of Costa Rica. The plain fact was that an ecological disaster had been narrowly averted. The government of Costa Rica felt it had been misled and deceived by John Hammond and his plans for the island. Under the circumstances, the government was not disposed to release survivors in a hurry. They did not even permit the burial of Hammond or Ian Malcolm. They simply waited. Each day, it seemed to Grant, he was taken to another government office where he was questioned by another courteous, intelligent government officer. They made him go over his story again and again. How Grant had met John Hammond, what Grant knew of the project, how Grant had received the facts from New York, why Grant had gone to the island, what had happened at the island. The same details again and again, day after day, the same story. For a long time, Grant thought they must believe he was lying to them, and that there was something they wanted him to tell, although he could not imagine what it was. Yet in some odd way they seemed to be waiting. Finally, he was sitting around the swimming pool of the hotel one afternoon, watching Tim and Lex splash, when an American in khakis walked up.
"We've never met," the American said. "My name is Marty Gutierrez. I'm a researcher here at the Carrara station." Grant said, "You were the one who found the original specimen of the Procompsognathus." "That's right, yes." Gutierrez sat next to him. "You must be eager to go home." "Yes," Grant said. "I have only a few days left to dig before the winter sets in. In Montana, you know, the first snow usually comes in August." Gutierrez said, "Is that why the Hammond Foundation supported northern digs? Because intact genetic material from dinosaurs was more likely to be recovered from cold climates?" "That's what I presume, yes." Gutierrez nodded. "He was a clever man, Mr. Hammond." Grant said nothing. Gutierrez sat back in the pool chair. "The authorities won't tell you," Gutierrez said finally, "because they are afraid, and perhaps also resentful of you for what you have done. But something very peculiar is happening in the rural regions." "Biting the babies?" "No, thankfully that has stopped. But something else. This spring in the Ismaloya section, which is to the north, some unknown animals ate the crops in a very peculiar manner. They moved each day in a straight line, almost as straight as an arrow, from the coast into the mountains, into the jungle." Grant sat upright. "Like a migration," Gutierrez said. "Wouldn't you say?" "What crops?" Grant said. "Well, it was odd. They would only eat agama beans and soy, and sometimes chickens." Grant said, "Foods rich in lysine." "What happened to these animals?" "Presumably," Gutierrez said, "they entered the jungles. In any case, they have not been found. Of course, it would be difficult to search for them in the jungle. A search party could spend years in the Ismaloya Mountains with nothing to show for it." "And we are being kept here because—" Gutierrez shrugged. "The government is worried. Perhaps there are more animals, more trouble. They are feeling cautious." "Do you think there are more animals?"
Grant said. I can't say. Can you? No, Grant said, I can't say. But you suspect? Grant nodded. Possibly there are, yes. I agree. Gutierrez pushed up from his chair. He waved to Tim and Lex playing in the pool. Probably they will send the children home, he said. There's no reason not to do that. He put on his sunglasses. Enjoy your stay with us, Dr. Grant. It is a lovely country here. Grant said, You're telling me we're not going anywhere? None of us is going anywhere, Dr. Grant, Gutierrez said, smiling. And then he turned and walked back toward the entrance of the hotel.
That was Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton, read by William Roberts.